education, and in the development of strategic thinking in Portugal, building up our mission on the values of the military institution. Education, Military and University Institute, serving the country through knowledge.
In the armed forces, there is a unique hospital. A hospital with great technological capacities, with highly skilled teams and services made available by the armed forces to the National Health Service and other partners. A hospital that invests in research, innovation, and the best training for its professionals. Here, we believe health has to be treated with great competence, determination, and precision, always enhancing the human bond and the ability to take care of each one of our patients. For us, the health of our military is the priority, to ensure they are always able to serve and accomplish the mission. During our military operations around the globe, there are lives at high stake, and we take very seriously our duty to leave no man behind. This is why our teams are always ready, 24 hours, 7 days a week, to assist our military personnel. And while our men and women promote security and peace, the Armed Forces Hospital protects and takes care of their families. Yet, it is the stories of endeavour and courage, and above all, the examples of those who risked their lives while serving their country and today struggle to heal and recover, that makes us go above and beyond, believing that everything is possible and to never give up. Armed Forces Hospital, taking care of those who protect us.
Portugal, a country with nearly 900 years of history, whose population is well known for its generosity and ability to relate with others. A country that believes in the cooperation among people with a dimension that goes much beyond its territory. Through Lusophony, we are connected to 4 continents. Through the sea, we achieve an unparalleled dimension, and we are extending our continental shelf to a maritime area equivalent to 42 times the national territory. Additionally, Portugal is one of the safest countries in the world. However, we are aware that threats are increasingly uncertain and complex. Therefore, the defense cannot be left to improvisation. It must be planned and exercised daily. That is the mission of the General Staff of the Armed Forces, to define the strategy and to command all military operations at sea, on land, in the air, and in the cyberspace. In the continent, the Azores, and Madeira, we are always beside the Portuguese, coordinating the military support in civil emergencies. It is also through the General Staff
Bom dia.
Transmite, não sei o que mais, vou voltar a falar.
Diga-me quando for. Sim. Good morning. Yes, fine. Thank you. Oh, yes, I can turn it on.
Quando for a hora de você vai avisar, não é?
Sim,
A apresentação é toda em inglês?
sim,
Perdão.
tudo em inglês.
Tudo em inglês.
Do início ao fim. Mas isto já não.
Mas,
Agora do microfone só depois depois dos painéis. Quando começar a
estou ali atrás. A Verônica e o rapaz estão ali atrás.
Está bem,
Estou ali. Passar por cima para ver.
está bem. Vocês já sabem onde é que tem os microfones?
Eu sei onde é que está atrás. Se não está quando eu venho para a frente, quando eu também olho pela hora da pergunta.
Sim, está bem.
Para buscar sempre um minuto antes. Vou sempre buscar. Mas é agora tem que ir.
Tem duas sessões de manhã e uma à tarde.
Mais ou menos a que horas?
Eu sei dizer.
Se eu estou marcado aqui.
Só que
Eu
o
não
marcar
tenho
aí.
nada também, não sei o que vai acontecer.
We are starting in right away. In a few moments. Do you need to check anything?
These all
These are-
presentations.
Yes. Do you have yours here?
Major General, Kevin Copsey.
I don't know which one is this.
Já podes começar a ver.
Falta aqui só uma apresentação do Major General Kevin Cox. Já está aí?
Kevin Copsey is the first one.
Ok.
Chief of Staff. Pronto.
Posso? Dear guests, on behalf of Admiral António Silva Ribeiro, the Chief of General Staff of the Portuguese Armed Forces, I would like to welcome you all to the first innovation seminar of the Portuguese Armed Forces. Please do not forget to mute or turn off your cell phones while inside the auditorium. Thank you. His Excellency, the Chief of Staff of Portuguese Armed Forces, Admiral António Silva Ribeiro, and the Secretary of Defense, Mr. Capitão Ferreira, will soon enter the room and will open the seminar. I kindly ask you to welcome His Excellencies. Sir, may I start the event? Sir, please. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This innovation seminar of the Portuguese Armed Forces is now open. And I would like to invite His Excellency, the Secretary of State for Defense, Mr. Marco Capitão Ferreira, to address the audience.
Muito bom dia, good morning. Senhor Almirante, Chefe de Estado-Maior-General das Forças Armadas, Senhor General, Chefe de Estado-Maior da Força Aérea, Senhor Tenente-General, Comandante do Instituto Universitário Militar, Senhor General André Lanata, Mr. Ambassador, Generals, Senhores Dirigentes do Ministério da Defesa Nacional, dear panelists and moderators, other military, academic and civilian personalities, ladies and gentlemen, I will now stop mixing Portuguese with English and address you all in English, if you allow me. First of all, a special thank you to the commander of this University Institute. It's a pleasure to be back. I've been here in other occasions as an academic. Now it's a different ballgame, but it's always a pleasure to be here. It's a renewed pleasure having a background in defense industries to address you in this important event that brings together key actors within the Portuguese defense sector, as well as high-level external representatives with an overall interest in issues related to innovation in the armed forces. I would like to first and foremost, on behalf of the Minister of National Defense, thank the Admiral, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces for this initiative and for being willing to be the steward of this event and organizing for the first time a day of what I'm sure will be rich discussions on this important topic with a focus on comparative case studies from other countries. Innovation is a common need. We should address it commonly. This makes perfect sense. We must, however, be aware of the fact that we need to avoid transforming words such as innovation, optimization, cutting edge, disruptive technologies in a way that makes them more of buzzwords than lines of action. They often invite us to think in abstract terms, while this is distracting us from more immediate operational demands. However, they are the opposite. They are the opportunity to address the much desired transformation that we seek to imprint around us. More importantly, they stimulate us to think of a reality that might be already in reach, though one which still requires a decisive push for effective implementation. This is particularly true in the defense sector, where we are confronted daily with threats that are simultaneously anticipating what we might be facing in the near future and posing a current challenge. The need to keep pace with developments on one hand and incorporate them in our internal planning and organizational structures is a key variable, and I think one of the most important challenges we face. I usually say I'm now departing from my written speech, which leaves my staff very nervous, but let me share this with you. You cannot bureaucratize innovation. It just doesn't make sense. So we need new procedures, we need a new approach, but we need to fall short of trying to have a process in place for innovation. Innovation does not go well with very long, complicated, and make sure we don't make mistakes processes. We need to be prepared to fail sometimes. And this is something that comes with innovation. And in Portugal, and I'm sure we'll get other experiences during the day, we are still not prepared to fail. And we must, if we are going to have true innovation. This is very clear in the Directive for Innovation in the Armed Forces that was recently issued by the General Staff of the Armed Forces, which already makes a significant contribution towards laying the path ahead. The reality, however, continues to quickly change, as evidenced by the unparalleled digitalization of our day-to-day lives. This has led us in Portugal, well, this is not exactly new, but for Portugal it is, to establish both cyberspace and space as new domains of military operations under the guidance of our SHOT. Other emerging and disruptive technologies are already changing the battlefield and our understanding of security threats while transforming multi-domain operations. For all intended purposes, we are witnessing a very fast pace of advancements with far-reaching consequences. Faced with this momentum, how can we ensure that our armed forces remain in the vanguard of the current technological and industrial revolution? How do we guarantee the necessary interoperability with our allies, both within NATO and the European Union, who are also making strides of their own on these domains? And how to best push these new scientific frontiers to improve the efficiency of our own defense management institutions, including recruiting and keeping qualified personnel. We'll hear from your experiences, but ours is a very curious one. We have less of a problem in acquiring people than in keeping people, which means we need to do something better than we are doing. I am aware that answers to these questions are closely tied to the demand for unequivocal official commitments in recognition of the current geopolitical environment and its multiple implications on innovation issues. We are already in Portugal anticipating the new NATO strategic concept, taking into account also the European framework that was approved recently, and we hope to come out of the Madrid summit next week with a full and clear picture of where we are going to be heading in these matters. This will also inform our national process for reviewing our strategic concept in Portugal. Another core tool at our disposal, which we are currently working on, is our military programming law that is under review. We recently issued at the political level guidelines for its revision, and those guidelines include one priority, which is to develop the strategy to build military capabilities based on innovation with added value to our economy, while at the same time reinforcing qualified employment and leveraging the development of our technological and industrial defense sector. This law, I'm sure, will assign a considerable role to the pursuit of synergies as a means to an end. These synergies should continue to be perceived with particular care. Resources are invariably scarce. Their rationalization should serve to emphasize complementarity between different services, as well as better harmonization of existing standards and practices. Together, we can advance faster and better. Our Minister of Defense, IDD Portugal Defense, and the armed forces have been demonstrating that they recognize this reality, as well as the importance of unlocking knowledge and resources beyond the defense sector. I'm going to depart from the text again. I'm sorry, but we need also to be humble. Defense was on the forefront of technological development for many, many years, and then we dropped the ball. We underinvested for decades in defense, and this means that we need to come to terms with the fact that some of the technological edge will have to be something we take from other sectors. Instead of the usual way of thinking of dual use, we, the defense sector, were always ahead in everything. And then the civilian industry would come and collect the benefits of that investment. At this point, we need quick solutions, and we need also to change our mindset and understand that in some cases we'll need to make the dual use a two-way street so we can fast and effectively recover the edge we are so used to having. This obviously falls on politicians that underfunded defense for years. Don't quote me on this, if you can. I hope this collaborative work will flourish and synergies between civil and military spheres can be further deepened by this understanding that we are working together on a more equal footing than we are used to with the civilian sector. We have already bear witness to examples that showcase what we can do in this regard. Portugal, and we are very proud of this, was recently selected to host 2 new NATO Technological Innovation Centers under DIANA, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and a test center in the Navy Operational Experimentation Center and Accelerator Network site in Arsenal do Alfeite. Both projects will contribute to the alliance, keeping it capable to reach the technological edge in a vibrant innovation ecosystem composed of the best civilian military minds from academia, enterprises, and the defense sector and the armed forces. Similar inroads are also enriched through the European Union permanent structured cooperation. Portugal is coordinating 3 projects with a sizable impact on our innovation ambitions for the national defense and security, ranging from cyber training to maritime unmanned submarine systems to automated modeling, identification, and damage assessment of urban terrain. This is now obviously in its use, and we are very proud to have caught it in time to have already in place a common project for research in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, in these unparalleled times and unparalleled changes in the international strategic environment, we are called upon to recognize the full potential that innovation can trigger for our mutual benefit. But we also need to create a collective community of interests that best evidences the benefits that can be achieved when working together towards such a goal. 3 possible paths, at least, can and should be pursued to increase even more our role in this domain. First, we need to foster a closer relationship with universities and research institutions, both in Portugal and abroad, in order to tap into existing knowledge pools. Innovation requires a constant supply of ideas, and academia provides a fertile ground to draw from. We need to better stimulate a culture of civil-military innovation through flexible incubators that provide necessary conditions for such exchanges. The example of initiatives such as the NATO Innovation Hubs and the European Innovation Hubs stand out in this regard. Second, in light of recurrent needs and other pressuring priorities, funding devoted to innovation will remain, it will grow, but it will remain limited regardless of how much we are able to actually spend on it, because, well, it could always be more and probably should be more. We therefore need to become more creative, less resources, more creative. Need is, we have a saying in Portuguese, need is the mother of innovation. We therefore need to become much more creative, much more outside the box. And this is where the need to accept we may fail sometimes. If we don't fail enough, we haven't been outside the box enough. We therefore also need to share our best practices and streamlining of existing programs so they can incorporate innovation. We cannot do business as usual. We cannot define requirements for a program now so we can fund it 2 years from now, so we can contract it 5 years from now, so we can take delivery 10 years from now. There will be no innovation in that delivery 10 years from now. So procurement, and this is quite boring, I'm a lawyer by training, I know I'm boring you now. This means we need to look into procurement rules and make sure they're compatible with innovation. We need to have a process for procuring innovation. And this is a change also in the framework, in this case in the legal framework, that we need to work on, and also an area we could probably help each other by exchanging best practices. We should pay more attention to how we can foster more Portuguese applications to external funding for innovation projects. Our successes I just referred to are not enough for us, we want more. New opportunities arise, both from the European Defence Fund, and that's a decision that's literally within days, the opportunities that may arise under the NATO Innovation Fund should be carefully considered. We are aware that competition will be fierce, but which means we need to foster more multinational consortia and establish more partnerships with private and public entities in order to ensure success. We also need to be very well coordinated. Limited resources for innovation means we need to be working in a coordinated manner and not waste resources by doing the same thing twice. I am confident these challenges will inspire the necessary drive to move forward. I don't think we have a choice either. More importantly, I wish the proceedings of this seminar can generate concrete inputs that allow us to move beyond buzzwords and encourage us to critically think of practical applications for how to improve the missions at hand. I congratulate again the General Staff of the Armed Forces for taking significant steps in this regard, including the organization of this event. Let us now pursue ahead so that we can continue expanding our own research and development sector and guarantee that the Portuguese Armed Forces and our partners will remain at the forefront of innovation in the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now for the opening session, please allow me to introduce you our first speaker, General André Lanata, former Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, who will address the topic Innovation Strategy in Military Organizations, the Driver of Transformation. General Lanata joined the French Air Force Academy in 1981. Throughout his career, he acquired extensive experience as a fighter pilot, an operational commander, and a strategic leader. His operational experience is astonishing, considering that he participated in multiple operations in Sahel, Iraq Desert Storm, and Bosnia, when he started as a flight commander in 1919 and operations chief in 1992. Later, in 1996, he served as commander of Mirage 2000 Squadron at Nancy Air Force Base and actively participated in several operations, including NATO Operations Allied Force in Kosovo. From 2004 to 2006, he commanded not only the Air Force Base in Djibouti, but also all French and Air Forces in Djibouti. During this period, he also led several international cooperation efforts in the Horn of Africa. In 2006, General Anata was appointed to the Secretary-General of National Defense and Security, serving as the Deputy Director for International and Strategic Affairs until 2011. As Deputy Chief of Operation at the French Joint Staff in 2011, he contributed to launch the Operation Serval in Mali. As Deputy Chief of Defense for Plans and Policy since 2013, he was in particular responsible for preparing the future of all French armed forces, all military programs and financial planning, including space and nuclear affairs. General Anata became Chief of Staff of the Air Force in September of 2015, in which he implemented an ambitious and innovative transformation plan for the French Air Force, while ensuring the participation at an unprecedented level of the French Air Force after the terrorist attacks France faced in 2015. General André Lanata was appointed by the North Atlantic Council as Supreme Allied Commander Transformation on 7 June of 2018. He left these demanding responsibilities in September of 2021. General André Lanata was awarded the rank of Grand Officer in the French Legion d'Honneur and Commander in the Ordre National du Mérite. He also earned 2 Croix de Guerre, one with Palme, and the Croix de Valor Militaire. Please, General, I hand you the floor.
Admiral Silva Ribeiro, Chief of Defense of the Portuguese Armed Forces de Antonio. General Cartaxo Alves, Chief of the Air Force Staff. Lieutenant General Martins Pereira, Commander of the Military Institute. Thank you for hosting us. He just left. General, Admirals, distinguished guests, best, dear friends, bom dia. I'm very honored to be invited to give these opening remarks to the first seminar on defense innovation. And on a more personal note, dear Antonio, I'm very touched by your invitation and these signs of friendship. Thank you. First of all, I congratulate Portuguese Armed Forces for this initiative. You're absolutely right to mobilize speakers, talents, and time on this important issue that requires, above all, the real and personal commitment of your leaders. And this is probably my main message. When I was head of Allied Command Transformation, it was always a great pleasure to come to Lisbon, where I was always welcome as a friend, but where I was also especially impressed by the many initiatives that Portugal has taken in this domain of technology and innovation. I especially remember in the defense area, for example, your IDD, your key role in the Maritime Unmanned Systems Initiative, or the establishment of your GeoMetoc Center of Excellence. At a broader level, I also could mention the Web Summit that your country hosts every year. Furthermore, I read with great interest the recently published Strategy for Innovation in the Portuguese Armed Forces. I recognize in these founding documents key principles to which I fully subscribed, and I commend Portuguese MOD for this impressive work and promising roadmap. Dear Antonio, congratulations to you and your team. If we all are here today, it is because we share the same observations. One thing is certain, we are facing a real challenge. Let me give you just one illustration. Among other work activities, I'm working today for a young European startup in new space domain. In less than a year and with a few hundred kilo euros, this company has succeeded in developing a space capsule demonstrator and taking it on board for the inaugural flight of Ariane 6. We will fly before the end of this year. In that respect when we observe the way and especially the speed at which our technological environment evolves, we cannot realistically imagine that our development processes can remain as they are today. Let me give you another illustration. Who could have imagined just a few months ago that a private company would provide internet service from space to a nation under cyber attack in a major war conflict? It took a weekend for SpaceX to decide to do it, and a few weeks later, more than 10,000 terminals were deployed in Ukraine, making it the largest and fastest crash deployment of internet to a nation in history. And that's not all. Russians tried to jam it, and SpaceX fixed it within hours using DevSecOps software development processes. In 20 minutes, I do not pretend to cover this subject in an exhaustive way, especially since talented speakers will do it after me better than I could. However, I propose to present to you some reflections found over 2 decades spanned thinking about the adaptation of our combat forces, where I have constantly pursued, obsessionally, I would say, only one goal: the success in operation of our service men and women, the success in operation of our service men and women who serve our security and our freedom. No doubt that technology with a capital T has been a key driver of our societies for decades, and especially since the pace has accelerated over the past few years. Obviously, technology is also a key driver of our governmental organizations. Without bragging nor comparing, the North Atlantic Alliance has been so far successfully fulfilling its missions thanks to its cohesion, of course, its deterrence, but also its technological edge. However, it is paramount to connect the way we perceive our strategic environment to the recent evolution of the technological landscape challenges in order to ensure the persistence of this technological superiority for our nations and our collective defense. On the one hand, traditional technological competition continues to rage. NATO and EU provide appropriate frameworks and venues to analyze collectively the pole mill context and these issues. But in these matters, it is up to our nations to make the final decisions, and they know what it takes to make a sovereign decision on the appropriate response to their own investments in specific new military technologies based on discussions in multilateral forums, such as the EU or NATO, on topics such as hypersonics or 5th, 6th generation jet fighters, for example. Indeed, for decades, the technological superiority of our nations was ensured in a context where the technologies relevant for military applications were essentially driven by the defense investments. The alliance dominance in this domain was unmatched and uncontested. At the same time, the military budgets of most Western nations have steadily declined in the post-Cold War era, a trend that has been slow to reverse and will take years to have practical effects on the ground, while peer competitors have invested in their capabilities. Incidentally, it seems appropriate at this stage to differentiate between Russia, which has chosen a niche strategy exploiting our vulnerabilities, and its strengths, for example, in the cyber domain, missiles, or submarines, and China, which seeks to impose itself in all domains. As a result, the ability of potential adversaries to challenge our nations politically, militarily, and technologically is growing. But even if I do not underestimate the strategic challenge and necessary investments associated with this traditional top-down competition, as well as the absolute need to stay deterrent in-house, I do not believe this is our primary challenge regarding capability development. I think that the challenge, on the other hand, lies primarily in technological developments that are not driven by the defense sector. The last few decades have seen an unprecedented growth and acceleration in technology development, largely driven by the commercial sector, especially in the digital domain, such as cyber or AI today, quantum technologies or cognitive warfare, and the combination of these different technologies tomorrow. These developments are being exploited by all sorts of potential adversaries, from terrorists to our peer or near-peer competitors, who use them to shift the field of conflict, with deterrence proving sufficiently effective. And it is easy to illustrate this idea with the changing character of warfare, which we illustrated in NATO's warfighting capstone concept delivered by ACT at the beginning of this year. The new technologies that have become widely available have provided a multiple of options for creating potential disruptions far beyond what was imaginable a few decades ago. The war in Ukraine, again, provides a stark illustration of this trend, and especially of how appropriate uses, and I do mean uses, words are important here, so appropriate uses of these technologies with limited resources can have dramatic and disproportionate effects on a powerful army. The use of civilians' drones against Russian units is another good illustration which should question us. These damages and disruptions can also be inflicted on the civilian population and critical infrastructures. The associated proliferation and availability of knowledge and technologies have provided a number of non-state actors and non-NATO nations with increasing opportunities, creating what I am used to call a battle of the users to turn these technologies into aggressive capabilities, a battle where speed, and I must say, speed and agility are key. This user-centric development is why the proximity between final users and capability developers working hand in hand in an integrated and incremental way is more critical than ever. Whereas until a few years ago, the usual capability development and procurement processes were deepening that distance, partly because of the risk-adverse tendency of our processes. Between these two trends, there is a whole spectrum of situation, as the new space domain evolving today between these two development models gives us an interesting illustration. There is no doubt that this new tech ecosystem must be fully understood in order to adapt to it and to leverage it the best way. And this is one of the main challenge we face as a military or governmental organization, as well as the mission of my previous command, the Light Command transformation. And I humbly believe that we have been successful in raising the level of understanding of this issue within NATO. In this new technological paradigm, it is imperative to embrace innovation in order to reverse this momentum and regain our military advantage by taking an upper hand on the ability to leverage new technology solutions through alternative means. It is also important to be clear on what I mean by innovation. If I define it as the implementation of new and different ideas, methods, or solutions that bring value to our nation and our alliance, I would like to distinguish two different approaches, each tailored to one of the technological development models that I mentioned earlier. First, directed innovation, pushing military technology development. We return here to the traditional strategic competition with peer competitors I developed before. Hypersonic is a perfect illustration of that type of development. Second, open innovation, pooling innovative solutions from the civilian world to explore possible uses, again, users and their adaptation for a military purpose. This is where the acceleration of civilian technical developments occurs, and all players are present, including peer competitors through hybrid warfare. Artificial intelligence, cyber, data science, or new space services, for example, offer good examples of this second way of doing innovation. While I distinguished between these two approaches, that doesn't mean that we should oppose them. I think we need to combine them. With that framework in place, I'd like to move to the how. As you've probably noticed with my definition of innovation, I see it only meaningful if it aims to ultimately put a capability in the hands of our warfighters. The overall innovation cycle, therefore, goes from ideation to fielding at scale, with the latter probably being the most difficult. There are, however, very different mechanisms at stake in the upstream phase, where potential solutions are explored, and the downstream phase, where a successful tested innovation is deployed at scale. Let's look at these two phases separately. The upstream phase consists in recognizing issues or opportunities, looking for solutions, inventing or adapting them, user in the loop, and testing them as you go as much as possible. These mechanisms are fundamentally different for directed innovation and open innovation, with much more invention for the former and much more of adaptation for the later, and very different time frames. Nevertheless, what they have in common is the need for adequate resources and adapted processes, allowing empowered teams to take bold initiatives. I underline here the importance of cross-disciplinary networking, integrated teamwork, and incremental approaches. It also means fully assuming the risk of failure. This is something that is rather counterintuitive to current procurement processes that have become rigid for some reasons, but that is a fundamental enabler to innovation. It is interesting to note, for example, that DARPA use a failure indicator that, if too low, proves that they are not innovating enough. If we really want to embrace the new technological paradigm, we have no choice but to transform the way we operate. The transformation we need must aim at one idea above all: regaining agility. Look at what Elon Musk has accomplished. In March 2006 in Washington, in front of top world space industry executives, a strapping young lad in jeans and a t-shirt took the podium and said, "Hello guys, my name is Elon Musk. I'm the CEO of SpaceX. In 5 years, you all will be dead." You know the rest. He has appointed two theoretically impenetrable markets: luxury automobiles with Tesla and space transportation with SpaceX. So when I say appointed, disrupted would probably be more accurate. What is fascinating is how he achieved that. In a nutshell, by applying what he learned from the software domain to complex cyber-physical systems. Agile development cleverly combined with Industry 4.0 techniques, and, to put it bluntly, guts to challenge the status quo, guts to take risk knowing that you learn more from your failure, guts to accept that rockets will explode at launch, guts to go against the dogma of detail, a priori control. And by doing so, he has become the world leader in space transportation in less than 15 years. He developed Falcon 9 for a tenth of what NASA's cost model said it should have costed. I can hear some of you think this is all very interesting, but not applicable in a governmental defense context. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the US DoD is proving you wrong. They have begun to revolutionize software acquisitions by embracing the state-of-the-art software practices. To be honest, and to give credit where credit is due, at ACT, we adopted these practices ourselves based on the lessons learned of the US Air Force, specifically from their Kessel Run software factory. To sum up the philosophy of the US DoD software acquisition reform, largely driven by the US Air Force, I would like to refer to Dr. Will Roper, Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition Technology and Logistics. I quote. So you know how your app on your phone updates. Those developers are often getting real-time feedback. Are you using your app? Are you happy with it? Is your use duration commensurate with what they designed it for? Then they use that feedback to update. The war-fighting analogy for that is obvious. We'd really like to be able to have software go out into the battlefield, get feedback from the users. What was day one of the war like? Change it, upgrade it, and be different on day two. We have to adopt these commercial development tools that allow us to change software routinely, but change it safely. End of quote. And I would add, change it fast. Nevertheless, they are not stopping here. They are now looking at how to apply this approach to complex cyber-physical systems such as fighter jets with the Digital Century Series acquisition strategy and vision for the next generation air dominance program, based on the combination of agile software development with digital engineering and open architecture. That's what I'm talking about when I talk of the need to embrace agility. In summary, if we really want to seize the opportunities to stay ahead and keep our technological edge, we need to make innovation more than just another buzzword. We need to fundamentally change the way we operate and think. Of course, we need resources above all. We need also leadership and a true cultural revolution. To conclude my remarks, I would like to offer you some key principles. Challenge the statu quo, accept the risk of failure. Anyway, it's better to fail sooner. You already know the next principle, think big, start small, scale fast, and I would add iterate the design. It's a question of money, a little, of technology, of course, of people, but especially of users, because the technology are already available. Start to solve concrete operational problems. Because we are facing a battle of the users, our approach to innovation should be driven by its operational purpose. The starting point is not to fulfill a requirement. Consider prerequisites, data policy, cross-functional organization, broad network of different types of stakeholders, adaptation of acquisition processes to enable agility, and encourage initiatives. Share the risks with the private sector. Investors are ready for that. Look at the example of the space domain. In a nutshell, it's about speed, leadership, and mindset more than money and technology. As you know, the strategic command for which I was responsible for a few months ago has invested heavily to push NATO to progress in this field of innovation, because I was convinced of the need to make innovation a driving force for the transformation of our operational capabilities. Through very practical achievements, we took many initiatives to have a better understanding of the challenge we face within the Alliance. Our achievements, our experience, our network, our lessons learned, our products, our recommendations are now available for our nations. We were the first to establish an innovation hub and an open innovation network within the Alliance, the first to propose an emerging and disruptive technology roadmap that contributes to the one approved by our head of states a few months later at the London summit in 2019. The first to establish an innovation lab capability to rapidly prototype and test solutions, user in the loop, including an in-house coding capacity using state-of-the-art software techniques. First, to deliver practical operational capabilities in weeks when it usually took years, such as the Kessel-Run air domain operational suits, Jigsaw, or the cyber situation awareness system. Products are now updated continuously, sometimes even daily, to reflect users' feedback and evolving needs. First, to propose a strategic vision for open innovation, finally approved by the Military Committee a few weeks after I left. To be honest, it was not an easy journey. Obstacles were numerous to convince and progress against the headwinds of habits and conservatisms. That's why I have one more recommendation for you. We progress because when we start doing something, we learn. We would never have been able to identify the obstacles and problems to be solved if we had not started to do something. It was, above all, the goal of all these initiatives to start, try, learn, test, fail early, try again, and progress, understand, propose, convince, and start again. Thus, to meet the challenge we are facing, if I have only one message to deliver to you, I would say the worst would be to try nothing. Nelson Mandela once said, "I never lose, either I win, either I learn." For all these reasons, I'm very confident when I see this initiative taken by the Portuguese Armed Forces with this first seminar on defense innovation. Thank you and congratulations again. I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, General Anata. Now I'm delighted to introduce you our next speaker, Mr. James Ondo Gertz, Executive Vice Chairman at Sarcos Technology and Robotics Corporation, who will close the open session with a lecture about innovation strategy in military organizations, the driver of transformation. Secretary James Gertz, known to most as Ondo, has over 3 decades of leadership in the national security sector. Known for his abilities to rapidly field emerging technologies, create and scale innovative solutions, inspire teams, and develop diverse talent, he is a proven leader in the most challenging and complex situations. After his retirement from performing the duties of Undersecretary of the Navy, he is currently a Distinguished Fellow at Business Executives for National Security, providing strategic oversight for their work related to shaping the nation's future industrial base. From 2017 until 2021, after his presidential appointment and unanimous Senate confirmations, James Gertz served as the Assistant Secretary
you think about innovation and your strategy, I'll give you a lot of credit. Many innovation strategies talk about technology. And it's not a technology issue. Technology is a piece, but it's, a capability in my mind is a combination of equipment, training, and tactics. And far too often we think about innovation only on the equipment piece. And I guess if I ask these two gentlemen here, training is one of the biggest challenges, right? Building tactics fast. And so a lot of these technologies can be equally applied there. And then finally in the middle are policies. And again, thinking about the policies that need to be innovative is really important. What I found the best way to get there is a little bit of a 3-step process. And I would say to your credit here in Portugal, you've got kind of the first step. So the first step is, right, think about, envision the possible futures. Think about what the future, and I put futures in parentheses because too often we argue about trying to predict the future and none of us are going to be right. So it can be a range of futures, but you have to have a future vision of what you're shooting for and what could be the external environment and how do you want to address it. And then the second piece is creating what I'll call scalable platforms. And so as the general mentioned, NATO started creating a lot of very interesting scalable platforms that would allow people to get together and network. And when I think of platforms here, I think less about a ship or an airplane, but I think more about a way to get together, right? The innovation platform you're creating here, places where people can get together and hang on it. And then the third piece is if you created a vision or possible visions, you've got platforms that can scale depending on what those visions are. The third is you just got to be relentless and being bold about experimenting. And so constantly testing your hypothesis, constantly and done well can help you in training and that learning velocity. Constantly challenging yourself. Was I right? If I was wrong, how would I know? How can I then test that? What's the worst case scenario? Let's go try that out. And so this kind of 3-step process as you iterate your way through that can get you from practical buzzwords to actually something that then can give a commander some confidence in the capability of the force. For all the leaders out here, some practical advice. You do not have to be Elon Musk to lead an innovative organization. You do not have to be an innovative person to be an effective leader of an innovative organization. What you have to do is you have to create the culture and the conditions which allow the innovative folks on your teams or in your network to do their thing, right? And again, not thinking of innovation only in technology terms, right? And creating this culture. And I know a number of the speakers coming up are going to talk about culture. That's the #1 barrier to getting from what looks good on a PowerPoint chart to something that's practically usable. And letting loose some control, which is also really challenging for a lot of leaders. Where most of these innovation efforts I've seen fail, my experience where I failed is, okay, we're gonna do this innovative thing. Now show me your process, give me your 50 steps, brief it 50 times, and then it just becomes everything it was designed not to be, right? And so let loose a little of control, set intent and some parameters, but let loose some control. For the innovators in the back row here, and those out in YouTube land, be good rebels. So many times folks want to be disruptive innovators and they become what I'll call bad rebels. They like to break rules. It becomes all about them. It becomes very personal. They complain a lot. Be a good rebel, right? Inspire others. Don't break the rules, come up with better rules, right? Don't complain, inspire folks, right? Don't talk about everything that's wrong, figure out what's working right and how to do more of that. And if you can put together a set of leadership to create the conditions that allow innovation to occur, and then let the innovators out there be good rebels together, then that's when you can actually get sustained innovational change, which goes well beyond a buzzword or a conference or something like that. And last, for those innovators out there, the three characteristics I've seen the most that I look for in junior leaders coming up who can really be transformative is they've got these three traits. The first is they're very curious, right? They're always asking questions. They're looking around. They're talking to folks who are in industry. They're talking to folks in other services. They're talking to folks in university. They're always exploring. And Portugal has a tremendous culture of exploration, right? Relearn that culture of exploration. Always be looking what's somebody else doing. Where can I go from that, right? But more than being curious, the second thing you've got to do is be humble. Many innovators fail because they feel like they have to invent everything. Most successful innovators have taken what somebody else has done and figured out how to apply it to a new thing. So you've got to have the curiosity to explore, but then the humility to learn, right? And actually learn from folks and not think you've got all the best ideas in the world. You know, I think I'm innovative sometimes. I have some of the worst ideas in the world, right? And so I have lots of folks in the network. Okay, good idea, boss. How about if we go here? Here's a better idea. And then you've got to be able as a leader to then take the next best idea. And then finally, you've got to have the boldness to act. To the general's point here, we've seen these innovation discovery theaters, right? Everybody gets together, we discover a lot of stuff, and then nobody takes the bold move to actually get it to the field, right? And so put as much time into deploying it to the field as discovering it from the first point. All the technology's out there. It's not really a discovery problem. The real challenge for all of us is how to get it into the hands of our warfighters so that they can go create the effect that the commanders need here. To tell you though, you know, give you a couple practical terms, applying these kinds of techniques allowed us in special ops. We took our gunships, right? We're in the middle of a war. We needed some more AC-130Js with guns. We applied these techniques of vision of future, create a modular platform, and we had delivered that in 5 times faster at 1/5 the cost than the same thing we had done 20 years previously. In the Navy, we applied this thinking to processes of how we award contracts. And in 3 years, we went from $70 billion a year in contracts to $148 billion a year, and actually awarded 20% less contracts. And so you can apply these techniques to all sorts of things. But back to the original speaker's point here, it's about mindset, right? And it's about taking bold action. I applaud everybody here. You've taken a first great step. You have a bold plan, a bold strategy. You're collecting all of us together here so we can learn from each other and figure out then how to accelerate it. And then I look forward to seeing how you boldly apply those lessons learned to generating better effects for your men and women downrange. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gertz. To give our distinguished speakers with a small souvenir and their presence in the seminar, I would like to invite you both, General Anata and Mr. James Gertz, to take the stage. And just a moment, I think. Yes, I think we have to wait a little bit. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they will come back.
There you go. Well,
okay.
We have this.
Okay. For it to leave, I kindly ask Brigadier General João Paulo de Almeida, our Chief of Innovative Department.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We declare the opening ceremony closed. Now, the first panel dedicated to cultivating innovation in stronger organizations and led by Ms. Kristina Sokupova, includes 2 sessions with 2 distinguished speakers, Major General Kevin Copsey and Mr. Eric Polikin. Allow me to introduce you the moderator for this session, Mrs. Kristina Sokupova. Mrs. Kristina Sokupova is currently the president at Czech Republic Defense and Innovation Hub. Kristina is a long-time defense consultant operating at the highest levels with the government and military, with a PhD from the Department of War Studies of the King College London. A primary area of expertise is advising major international corporates and government clients on defense and security innovations, procurement, as well as corporate strategies and their implementation. Kristina has a long history working with NATO, and her DevSec Innovation Hub is part of NATO Innovations Networks. She has conceived and led many innovative educational programs for both military and civilian audience, and contributed to strategic documents on both national and NATO level. Most recently, Kristina acquired a license to open a Czech chapter of Fight Club, a gaming experimentation group seeking to improve the efficacy of war fighting through civil and military cooperation. Mrs. Kristina, thank you very much for being here. And now I hand you the floor to you to lead this first panel.
So, well, okay.
Are we good to go? Wonderful. Sorry, I'm not probably as fit as the general to address this big audience without a mic. Thank you so much for having us. It is an immense pleasure and honor to be able and allowed to moderate the first panel of this conference. Allow me to thank the organizers and the hosts for this event, and I'm sure that all the blood and sweat devoted to this event will prove worth it at the end with the results. The first panel is titled "Cultivating Innovation in Robust Organizations," and as I was preparing for this panel, there are many things that came to my mind as soon as I said the title out loud. First of all, I think it is important to say that we don't really have a definition of innovation that we would all agree on. We heard the definition from General Lanata, and I have to say that I'd like to challenge it with my little one. I like to think about innovation as about something that starts with a small thing but has a huge, huge impact. Back when we started talking about innovation in the Czech Republic, I used to explain the difference between modernization of T-72 tank and innovation using artificial intelligence and emerging disruptive technologies. I think that we have moved away from that already. But if I was to give an example about good piece of innovation, I always think about what DHL did back in, I think it was 2005 or 2006, when someone clever said, well, we will reprogram all the tom-toms that we have in the vehicles so that they don't turn left on intersections and they will turn right. By doing that, DHL saved immense amount of money on gas, but also in terms of time. If I was to speculate, I think that the idea must have come from somebody with small kids who was trying to save time with the screaming kids in the car and was not really thinking about gas money. The second thing I was going to say is that we very often in these arenas think that the military is alone in their approach to innovation, but that's not true. I sat down with a CEO of a huge international civilian corporation, and he admitted that they have exactly the same pains as you do with implementing emerging disruptive technologies, and that they throw a lot of money and very, very often wasted money on dealing with innovation and emerging disruptive technologies. He also admitted that recently they had to restructure their entire HR system and also plan ahead conferences, workshops that would help to change mindset of people in the organization, and that it was not a problem that would be solvable by a single event or by a single motivational, monetary motivation. Anyway, I need to stop before I get too philosophical, and I will give the floor to my distinguished guests. While you all had the opportunity to read their bios, allow me to just remind you of who is going to address you first. So Major General Kaupsi is a soldier through and through. He worked up through the ranks and was sent into action soon after joining the Royal Engineers in 1990. He was posted in Northern Ireland, but also to the wars in Bosnia and Kosovo. He commanded the 9th Parachute Squadron and later the 35 Engineer Regiment in Afghanistan. For his out-of-the-box thinking, he was appointed the head of Future Force Development, which was responsible for delivering the new Army operating concept. Today, Major General is the Chief of Staff at the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps. General, the floor is yours.
Admiral General, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you very much. It's a huge honor to come and address such a distinguished audience as this, as Portugal grapples with this challenge of trying to become disruptive, innovative thinkers to take forward your development of your nation's defense. And it's something that's clearly quite close to my heart, having been the head Future Force Development for the British Army, to deliver an army operating concept that sees future soldiers being more ready more of the time, more committed on operations. And clearly when you deploy soldiers forward to any form of operation, then it's going to be surrounded by a capability system of systems, which is where we, certainly in the UK, try to unlock our innovative thinking. I've got about 8 slides just as an opening pitch to try and challenge conventional wisdom. I'm going to talk about the license to operate that we have in the art that's allowed me to be able to change the way in which many people in the art think and how we lead in getting after new technologies, new tactics, a new way of doing things, and the way in which we've had to recalibrate our principles of leadership from being very Napoleonic to something that is more akin to Stan McChrystal's team of teams. Just 2 slides on our license to operate. The Allied Rapid Reaction Corps is one of 10 NATO corps based in Europe, sits within the UK and is normally an echelon force that would go forward during an Article 5 crisis. But unlike most of the other NATO corps, uniquely, the ARC is OPCOM MIC through our Chief of Defence, our CHOD, up to SACEUR. It's the only Corps HQ that has that honour. And that allows us to network among many organisations that you see on that slide. So on the top right, you see Allied Command Transformation, in which, upon their behalf, we do a lot of our experimentation. More of that in a moment. We also work with Headquarters Land Command within NATO, as well as the NATO Response Force, which is a role that we will become at the end of next year. Uniquely, we work to 2 joint force commands, both in Brunson and Naples. And then we have out of the other side of our mouth, we also work and collaborate with the US forces, Europe and Africa, based in Germany, both 5th Corps, also the Theatre Fires Command to help us get after multi-domain operations and multi-domain integration. And then within the UK explicitly, we have our Land Warfare Centre, the national equivalent of ACT, as well as the Field Army that resources the ARC to deploy, and our permanent joint headquarters whenever deployed on any discrete UK missions, such as the one in Ukraine until the middle of February. So quite a few organizations there, and that allows us to start operating rather than in a stovepipe going up in a hierarchical sense into more of a flat process to serve many different masters, and in doing so gets after many different national or international agendas. Also in the ARC, we have a series of roles that we go through as part of the long-term commitments plan, which under the new NATO strategic concept will probably end. And after that, I don't know the exact role in which the ARC will fulfill. But currently, we are a core warfighting headquarters at readiness. We also have the ability, and we will assume the mantle of the NATO response force for a land component, looking after a number of divisions and brigades at sub-Article 5 crisis management. We can also be a multi-corps land component command during Article 5, as well as a joint task force headquarters for a small joint operation, something similar to what NATO did in Libya back in the day. And then lastly, we also have the ability to decant and do a UK only operation if required. And again, with different roles, we need different capabilities and a different way of thinking. Now, in order to design an ecosystem and change the way in which we lead, we have to have a North Star, a series of priorities that we need to get after with our innovative staff. We've got 470 or so staff from 20 nations inside the headquarters. And those principles and those priorities are shown on that slide. So firstly, it's all about open architectures, fitted for but not with, because of those different roles that I've already described, from core warfighting through to a joint task force HQ, or indeed a UK only national operation. Once you've designed an open architecture, of course, being a headquarters, we have to have decision support to make sure that we can outthink and outwit the enemy and outlast them, as well as part of the NATO capstone concept on warfighting. We then have to have a battle-winning edge, and that's a number of capabilities that the UK are desperately trying to seek: direct energy weapons, enhanced platform performance, enhanced human performance, to start dipping our toe into the arena of pharmacology and the whole ethical debate there. And then on critical enablers, and so many innovative thinking always gets after the more lethal end of capabilities without considering the enablers that support them. The power generation and management, how to actually sustain our expeditionary command and control, how to get after human-machine teaming through robotics and autonomous systems, and then position, navigation and timing to make sure that we can operate wherever we are on the globe without being interfered by a likely adversary or a non-government actor. Once you've set out those clear priorities, you can then get after how you actually innovate and experiment on the ground. And we've adopted a mantra of prototype warfare. What do I mean by this? Whenever we go on operations now, we experiment on those operations, because that is the ultimate crucible in which you can test any innovative thinking. Be it in Northeast Syria, in Iraq, on my previous job as Deputy Commander, Operation Inherent Resolve, where we tried to test against counter-UAS systems, both in Union 3 in the center of Baghdad, or in some of the smaller suggestive operating bases in Syria. You also can do experimentation whilst deployed on an enhanced forward presence with some of our battle groups up in Estonia, on the way in which you can survive to fight or have agile command and control. But either way, it's a forcing function to get industry, to get a data analyst and a soldier together into a unique environment to then do spiral development of whatever that technology is that normally acts as an accelerant than what it would do if you're doing something in a sterile, programmatic approach somewhere within the United Kingdom or elsewhere. So it's all about integrating our soldier as a platform with these new technologies to do experimentary and expeditionary experimentation. And in doing so, it actually radiates deterrence as a second order effect, as being a forward-leaning alliance partner. And then also ultimately, if you are having that better and more trustworthy relationship with industry, particularly the more younger startups, and getting that married up with larger industrial primes to actually produce their technology at mass, is that rapid acquisition. But we've already heard from two previous speakers that and its surrounding culture is always going to be the dogma and the anchor that will slow down anyone's approach to innovation. If I was just going to offer some thoughts to all those leaders out there as you try to think about how to actually lead an innovative organization, I offer them up here. And there are 10, all beginning with C for what it's worth. So firstly, as head Future Force Development, I had to define a concept. What was the Future Force going to be for the British military going out from the 2025 to 2030 timeframe? It's branded as the Future Soldier, and it's been more ready, more deployed, more of the time, and been based out of a number of hubs wherever the UK foreign policy takes us. I had to use my own personality to sort of bring up a call to arms. You've got to act like a catalytic converter to try and bring your own personal energy down across those people, across a very diverse number of staff. And certainly within the art, we've got 20 different nations. That's 20 different cultures, 20 different appetites and approaches to risk. And to try and bring them all together so that they trust you in whatever you want to go, in whichever direction you want to go. You can also bring not just them, but their nations and the funding of those nations as well. You've got to cohere not just your staff, that's the easy bit. It's to actually cohere academia for your concepts and for industry for some of your experimentation. And to get really novel is to actually start understanding where within the United Kingdom, from my own perspective, is the central gravity for some of the startups, the garage startups that are producing technologies that hitherto had not thought about having a military application. And within the UK, that's based around Cambridge and Cambridge University to try and unlock that. Once you've done that, and you've got the buy-in from those unique organizations, you then need to empower your subordinates to get after pursuing ruthlessly those relationships of bringing that technology into that prototype warfare mantra that I mentioned in the earlier slide, and to form those unique groups. Now, within the UK, we have formed an experimentation task force to get after innovation. And it's based in 4 sandpits. The first is a battle lab. So we had a meeting of minds between the British Army and a local region that wanted defence investment in it. And that's an area northwest of Portsmouth. So historically had a lot of capability companies that were more maritime based. We took over a small airfield and an old disused military training area, and we built a laboratory in which we take the small startups that we find wherever they are in the UK. We gave them free tenancy on those business premises with access to IT, to dry sheds in which they can actually build their own technologies rather than the garage startup that they come from. We give that tenancy to them free for a year, in which they do spiral technology, sometimes deploy on operations with us to test that technology. And at the end of that year, we either part company or we marry that technology up to a prime in order to accelerate mass production into the hands of the user. We also have an experimentation battle group based on an infantry battalion of 550. And all that battle group now does is take those unique groups that I've mentioned on operations or on exercise and maneuvers within the UK or abroad and experiments them until they break and you accept failure. It needs huge investment. So although I had money from the British Army, we also had to go out to the United Kingdom's government and investment branch and also seek to start up venture capitals to try and act as an ISR platform to find those garage startups working on the novel technologies that we wish to harness. But in all this, it takes confidence to stay the course. Within the UK military, and I'm sure it's no different in all the other militaries listening today, is that individuals like me are only around for 2 or 3 years before you promote or you move on. And you need to have enough buy-in with the institution that whatever North Star that you create, an approach to get there is actually maintained and the tempo is maintained by your successors. But in doing so, you've got to create successors that are happy to take over something that is failing and to change failure into success. And that takes a huge amount of institutional courage, which in the UK Army headquarters, certainly when I was there for the last 2 years, was certainly evident and forgivable. Got to seek opportunity in failure and capitalize on an exploitation pathway. So often new technologies are tested and then parked to one side, where you've got to actually have an exploitation pathway that will see a journey that will last not just on one deployment where it may fail, but on subsequent deployments to try and get after success. And you can see on the right-hand side there, just some of the thumbnails and pictures, but in particular, and the one that Christine has already mentioned is about the Fight Club. So that is a wargaming non-profit organization created by a number of officers in the art led by Colonel Arnold David from the US Army, It's grown exponentially. It's now gone to Fight Club International, but previously there was Fight Club UK, Fight Club US, and Fight Club Europe. That is now breeding a certain amount of professionalization of younger officers where they go online. It's an online gaming tool where they now start to understand their profession of arms. And that wargaming is acting as a real catalyst for future thinking and disruptive thinkers. And then down the right-hand side there is the Cambridge Technology Park to get after the garage startups, a venture capital, the red logo showing the god with the arrow there, with the bow extended, that's Prometheus. And that's our own in-house decision support and decision-making AI tool that we're getting after within the ARC. We work alongside a broader ecosystem. You have to share best practice ideas and not to have fratricide with either what the ARC is doing, what the UK or elsewhere in NATO, such as the Defence Accelerator or the Battle Lab that I mentioned previously. Last two slides. So within the ARC, we have a portfolio. You've got to have a portfolio that's bounded. It's so easy to stretch yourself over many decent ideas. People accuse me of being a popcorn machine. I pop out so much popcorn when I'm going good, and so many of those ideas fall onto the floor. You've got to try and neck that down to literally 5 or 6 and have that exploitation pathway that I mentioned. Across the bottom, it's all about AI, from the sensor to shooter and having the right decision maker in the way, and then expeditionary command and control to make sure that you can offer assurance, agile and axis and anticipatory forces forward. And when you do deploy forward, to make sure you are resilient in the way in which you do your power management. You need data mining tools to outwit and outthink the enemy, air-land integration to work for multi-domains. And then in new concepts, it's all about, in my view, urban warfare, because we won't have a choice, the land implications of multi-domain operations, and human security, which goes way beyond civ-mil interaction. And then lastly, within the ARC, we are at the forefront of trying to define multinational field artillery brigades and engineer brigades, and using innovative technologies to make sure that the digital fires that you need for those, or for novel engineering when it comes to barrier planning, for example, in Europe, can be delivered on time. An example of how we do innovation in the ARC for multi-domain is one that we're running on the top floor of the Science Museum on the 5th of July, which sees having academia and industry, garage startups being brought together. It's on behalf of the ACT and LANCOM, and it's not getting after urban operations where every room is a battlefield. It's after how you do multi-domain integration in a city that is bigger than the force that either defends it or has to restore it within Europe. So hugely challenging, and actually new ground, which will deliver, from an ARC perspective, a playbook that will be used by ACT in the future to inform thinking within NATO. So that's really my pitch. The ARC, as I say, is unique. It gives us a unique license to operate and a structure in which we can harness the very best of those disruptive thinkers, of getting the funds, of exploiting technology, bringing it together into the hands of the user so that we can actually maintain the warfighting edge, as advocated in the NATO warfighting capstone concept, of being able to outthink, outpace, outmatch, outreach, and outlast the enemy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Thank you very much.
Just as a note to the audience, we will open a Q&A session after both speakers have delivered their presentation. So please start preparing your clever questions so that they can be asked. Our next speaker is no one else but Dr. Eric Poliquin, who has been in the business of science for decades now. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's to your credibility, Eric. He earned his PhD from the University of Paris in physical remote sensing, was supported by NASA and the French Space Agency. Eric joined NATO in the early post-Cold War years in 1995 as a scientist, and has led many successful projects focused on battlefield protection and underwater systems. He and his colleagues established the NATO Innovation Hub and later the NATO Innovation Lab, with whom I've been personally working for a decade now. And I have to say that Eric did not meet me until 7 years into the relationship, and he thought that I was somebody made up by his colleagues as an excuse for doing crazy stuff. He is speaking to us now as the head of the NATO ACT Innovation Branch, which he holds since 2009. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you. Admirals, generals, distinguished guests, friends. There's a lot of friends in the audience. Good morning. What a pleasure to be here. So great. And then like-minded individuals. So in the next minutes, I'd like to tell a little bit about our story. And General Anata this morning actually said it all. You said it all. So I'm just repeating or complementing what you all said this morning. And I'd like to talk to you about how it started, what we did, what we delivered initially, how we took an acceleration 3 years ago, and what the problems we faced. But I don't want to stop on the problems. I want to look at the way we humbly went over them and where we'd like to go in the future. So I should push. There you go. So I'll start with the context within which we operate. Does everybody know what NATO is? I think we all do. Yes. This is an old organization, not as old as the Portuguese armed forces and the Portuguese Navy, but you could equate it to an old lady or an old man, more than 70. They has this way of doing things. We could be frustrated sometimes. It's not going fast. There's a lot of red tape, a lot of bureaucracy, but it survived 70 years. And after what happened this year in Ukraine, everybody went like, yes, we all need NATO. This is really, really important. So, but this is not very conducive to innovation, right? Something that works. Maybe we should, because the world is changing. And on top of that, we work in the NATO command structure. So it's a military organization, military HQ, so with its own culture as well. And it has its hierarchy, command and control, a lot of procedures. And so combining the two together doesn't make it conducive to innovation. So we think we succeeded so far. So if we succeeded in such an environment as ACT, I think that you can do it in your own organization. Definitely, you can do that. So ACT is about preparing NATO for the future, to put it simply, understanding what's to come, understanding what NATO needs to do to prepare the NATO and the alliance, identify solutions, implement them, try them out, experiment with them, and then help, hopefully, give good recommendations for nations to implement them, and also provide the ACO, our sister command, with what it needs to fight in the future. So a bit more than 10 years ago, Serge Ladepo and I, we were in a cubicle at ACT, and we were growing frustrated because we couldn't really find the expertise we needed to address the problems we were given to solve. And so we all thought, like, what are successful organizations doing about this? I mean, we are not the only ones in the world who struggle with the knowledge that we need, the ideas that we need, and so forth. So we started contacting a lot of successful private organizations and industry, and they all told us, have you ever heard about open innovation? And we did a workshop, and they looked at us and they said, well, and they were the Googles, the Microsoft, and so forth. They all said, the first thing in the open innovation is actually to be able to share problems with the rest of the world. Believe it or not, and I think it was said before, we all have the same problems. We all struggle with the same things to actually exploit what's out there in the private sector, technology, the use of technology in particular, and adapt it for a military problem. And then slowly working to that, we conceptualized the idea of an innovation hub. And there were two ways to innovate in an organization. Either everybody gets a pin, we are all innovators and nothing happens, or we start something, a small thing, and then slowly through example, and being exemplary ourselves to actually contaminate the rest of the command structure. So that's what we try to do. And then we did it by starting a small cell at the next door university, Old Dominion University, and worked on all sorts of techniques to quickly reach out to expertise in academia, industry, the crowd, by using physical and online means, social media, online workshops, and so forth. And it was painful, but we slowly progressed into that field to be able to tackle mainly at the beginning ACT problems. So colleagues would come and say, hey, I am asked to actually develop a new e-learning concept. How do I do? And so we would actually gather the best experts in the world in that field, brainstorm, workshop, and then come up with a recommendation. By the way, the NCI Academy, which is not far away from here, is basing its model on what we produced some years back. So these are the initial results that we had. You can see them in 3 categories. We started running innovation challenges. So we throw out in the world a problem that we have, and like how to deal with AI for decision making, for instance. And then we have a lot of industry, academia who either offer a solution or an idea of a solution. It doesn't really matter. And then through the years, we organized 9 challenges. Actually, the 9th one is next week in North Macedonia. And then some of the solutions that were the winners of the challenge actually have their life of their own within the nations. Like Data IQ was bought up by Google for more than $1 billion. And we like to believe that it was thanks to the exposure that they had to this challenge that they did that. You see that little mask there? It's a solution that helps treat pain, PTSD, and I would say treat fatigue as well for soldiers. That's a UK startup that did that, and now 4 nations are experimenting it, including Portugal. This is one of the examples of what came out of the challenges. The second aspect of the production that we did through that hub was more like conceptual work for the colleagues in ACT. I mentioned e-learning, but also foresight analysis, NATO 2040, which actually helped draft the NATO warfare capstone concept, some work on modeling and simulation as a service, countering autonomous systems, a lot of conceptual work that helped our colleagues advance in their capability development or foresight work. And then the third one were more about delivering courses. First massive open online course on social media, which led some years later to NATO having an information environment assessment capability at NATO HQ at that shape. These were all, I would say, modest little products that we were able to deliver with a team of 3, team of 4. That was super modest. And then came General Ananta. So, sorry. In the way, though, just before I talk about this, we started to connect, to meet folks. And we influenced some, we were influenced by others. And it's all about what you said, Ondo. It's all about connecting, networking, being humble and sharing our views. We like to believe that we helped through those challenges, some nations to get on board and then start practicing the open innovation. In the US as well, we influenced some of the colleagues, HalfWorks, for example, and SIN and so on. But a lot on the European side in some nations. The latest being Portugal. I think that we were influential with running the challenge last year in Lisbon, and then sharing our best practice, sharing good ideas with each other, tackling problems, came up the notion of a NATO Open Innovation Network. And it's growing. I think we have 14 institutes, 10 nations represented. 16 and growing, yes. And next year we can add North Macedonia, and then we have a few other nations who want to join us. So this is really a virtuous a network to share and tackle problems of common interest and also share best practice. So you get to hear a bit about the timeline, and the reason why I mentioned the general is that when he came and took command of ACT, it was in 2018. He came to the hub and correct me, sir, if I'm wrong, but you were like, okay, that's good, but I want more, and I want more of this, and I want to, and like a pilot, I want to go faster and stronger. And so that was from 18 till now. I think we increased by 2 orders of magnitude the level of effort and our capacity to produce and influence. And that's thanks to you, sir. So in 2018, we kind of laid down the principles to the world. In 18, we created a trial structure. I'll tell you about how complicated it was, called an innovation branch, bringing together directed innovation and open innovation. Then a lab capability in 2020. I'll tell you about this later. And today, we are able to produce about 10 minimum viable products every year. And I'll show you and give you some examples of that. And they are all experimented during NATO exercises. But as every initiative in an organization, you need to put things on paper, and you have to have it approved by the top decision makers. This is what Portugal did. This is what we did as well. And it was a struggle. It took 2 years to get this strategy approved by our leaders in Brussels. And I spare you the details, but there was a bit of a question: why do you need to do this? Why do you need to spend resources in innovating? And we succeeded. It was approved, and lives changed as soon as it was approved. So it's three objectives. I'll spare you the details of the objectives. Maybe the third one, we have a role in, I would say, an evangelical role to help nations also adopt those principles. This is really important for you. So how does it work? That's pretty simple. The Major General before explained that also very well. It starts with, on the left side there, with identifying pain points. I would stick to pain points. Pain points are what operators, particularly at the ACO, struggle with. Either they cannot do something, they do it, but it takes an awful amount of time, or it's super complicated, and all the like. And we can identify, we have a dedicated team that actually walks the corridors of ACO, Allied Command Operation. And also we work with nations who often share the same pain points to identify that, to capture them in a certain way, in a formalized way, to be able to then look for ideas, look for solutions that can address those pain points. And the ability to bring those ideas to life is happening in the middle there. So in the middle, it can be by inviting experts, by inviting the users, of course, and the users are always involved throughout the whole process, but also having the teams of developers. Earlier was mentioned the ability to quickly develop in-house pieces of software. We call them minimum viable products. We have perfected that within ACT. We can, in a matter of months, identify a pain point, conduct what we call UI UX design, so user interface, user experience design, and then develop it with teams of developers and test it during exercises with the users and by the users. And this works extremely well. And it doesn't cost a lot of money to do that. So I'm just maybe insisting on the fact that you need to have network. So you need to be able to connect with industry, with academia, with other folks in the outside. Look at what's out there in industry. Look at solutions, ideas that you can adapt rapidly, and also have developers in-house to be able to do that for you. And of course, we will not stop until we have a satisfied user. See on the right side, the little smiley face there. This is our goal. It's delivering something tangible to the operators. So this is the production in the last 3 years. You see there's quite of an increase of production. It's commensurate also with the increase in the resources that we were granted. I will not detail all of these minimum viable products, but you can see that some address Intel problems, you know, the use of open source intelligence. Some address some, I would say, training issues, lessons learned issues. There's a couple one for maritime warfare, one about medical patient tracking, for instance, was one of our projects. One, it was an MVP to actually search data in the data cloud, and so many others. Optimization of intelligence assets for aircom, lots of applications. There's always a user behind, a user that actually will benefit from what we develop. And we do this in a matter of weeks, sometimes months, but maximum a year. So here are two examples of minimum viable products. Two most telling of the last, I would say, year or so. The first one is called CISAS. It's a cyber situational awareness system. Think of it of a dashboard that combines the mission, the threat, and the network. And then you can have a view of the three aspects for preparing and shaping your mission. This was a request by the Cyber Operations Center from SHAPE. They made that request last year in March. We started working on it and identifying the need in April. And by November, the same year, we demonstrated it, did a demonstration during the Cyber Coalition exercise in Estonia. And everybody thought that it wasn't possible to do this and to do this at all, let alone to do this in a few months. It's not very humble, although I'm sorry. They say it's so good that they want more. So this is a kind of a little pride because some folks said it was a holy grail for the cyber warfighters, and we were able to do this. And of course, we got a letter from SHAPE that said, "Hey, can you continue and go to the finish line?" The obstacle today is that governance in Brussels not so okay about this. So we have to work on that. The second one is another request by JFC Brunsum. They are in charge of having nearly a real-time situational awareness of the resilience parameters of several nations. So we decided actually to respond to that pain point. They couldn't do it very well by looking at what we could do using open source data for transportation, telecommunication, energy, for instance. And it's amazing what you can find on the internet, but what you need to do is actually prepare it and show it so that it can be useful for the operators. So we did that also in a few months together with NCIA, and they loved it to the point that now we did it for the three Baltic states and Poland, and now with what happened in Ukraine, JFC Naples also wants us to do this for Slovakia, Romania, and Hungary. This is something that has tremendous potential. We proved the concept, and of course, this will influence and inform future NATO capabilities. In the meantime, we want to keep those MVPs alive, and this is a challenge in itself for all sorts of internal NATO reasons. So these were two examples of what we did. And we went through a lot of problems doing everything I described so far. I think that I'll try to remain super positive, but let me tell you that this can be a terrible vicious circle. And it starts with people and culture. I think culture has been mentioned half a dozen times already. People own a lot of the processes. They design it, they live with it, they live for it. So we need to actually change the way people think, as General Lanata and Ondo said earlier, to give us some slack and allow us to try and possibly fail. So there's a lot of risk avoidance, a lot of resistance to change, a lot of over scrutiny as well, and also multiplicity of actors and responsibilities. And it can be just a showstopper as other people. And those people, many people, they often draft policies. And then policies are sometimes very complicated. They deal with procurement. You know, procurement is extremely pretty slow. Security regulations, you know, all policies about handling of data are very complicated. And of course, the policies then lead to models and procedures and the way things are done for decades sometimes are not really conducive to handle, for instance, to work on the cloud, to handle data, NATO data, national data, open source data, and combining them together. Very complicated because there is no capability to do that. So this can be a vicious circle. What we have tried, and I think we are succeeding into, is to reverse that circle and make it a virtuous circle. And it starts with leadership, and it starts with successes. The first time we actually tried to accredit a minimum viable product on the NATO network was a nightmare. The second time was much easier. And now they see us coming with a new MVP and they go, oh, you again. All right, yeah, and it's faster. So things happen. You just need to have perseverance. You need to get top cover, and then you need to continue and reverse that logic. And it happens. I'm far more optimistic than I was a year ago, and I was 2 years ago. So it's getting in the right direction. So that's my last slide. We learned a few lessons, not in a few seconds, in about 10 years. So the first one is the very principle of open innovation. Do not be afraid to share problems with outside people outside your organization. They have the same problems. So they will be very happy to actually work together with you. So that implies networking and being humble about the problems you have. The second one is get top cover. That's what you said, sir. Top cover and empower the lower level. So it's a bit of seems to be a contradicting idea, but the top cover will actually bless your initiatives and cover you if you fail or if things don't go the way it was planned. But you need to actually give to the lower level the ability, the freedom to maneuver to actually get things done. Forget the frozen middle. The frozen middle oftentimes will slow you down. And then you just have to get rid of that. The third one is to focus on the end users. Major General said that, focus on the warfighter, focus on what they need, and involve them throughout. You cannot just freeze a requirement and come back and say, did you like it when you deliver the solution? No. There is no requirement frozen. If we had thought about requirements for the iPhone, we would be in NATO, we would have a BlackBerry delivered today. Okay, that would be 15 years right, of painful development. This doesn't work like this. So involve the warfighter throughout the whole process. The fourth one is a bit counterintuitive. See, skip the theory and learn by doing. That's what you said. Learn by doing. Don't take courses and classes on all sorts of, I want to be an innovator. It doesn't work. Get onto a project and learn on the spot. So learn by doing. The fifth one is go fast. You can go super fast. It's amazing how today's technology principles can allow you to actually quickly identify a problem, build a community of interest, identify a solution, implement a solution, and test a solution. It can go super fast. We reason in terms of weeks, months, not years and decades. And you can do it. And we can help you do that. The one before last is success breeds success. You know, the bean counters, the hierarchy will actually give you some slack if you have successes. And 1, 2, 3 successes will give you enough time to have more successes. And you need to communicate about the successes. It's really important because the success in its own is not a success. It's what you talk about with other people and to the world that will actually make you stronger to survive. And then the last one, it's think big, but start small. I think that we've seen some other organizations that start big and started big and then crashed. So it's better to start small, scale up and fast. And I think that's what we're trying to do. It's still difficult, but we work on that. And that I think with this, you can actually implement that in the nations, in any organization. That would get you somewhere. So that's the last slide. Just a little winkle at when the time I didn't have gray hair. That was 10 years ago and 1 week. There was the first online workshop at the Innovation Hub. It was a bit of a little bit of an improvised online, you know, with some online on-site experts and actually folks joining in from far away. And you see Serge, moderator from this afternoon, with a pink shirt on my left there. It was a lot of fun, but we didn't know that 10 years later we would be telling this story and having a few slides with busy projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think I actually remember this workshop as I was participating out of my kitchen in the Czech Republic, and this is way pre-COVID. So this was, you know, extraordinary. If I'm reading the agenda correctly, we still have roughly half an hour for a Q&A session. I can see that we have 2 mics around the room. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and we would really appreciate if you could identify yourself and ask your question. Be brave. The first questions are the toughest. Thank you, Serge.
You said be brave, so I have a question.
It would be great if we could turn the mics on.
Yep, it's on. Okay, I need to speak louder. So you just said, Eric, forget the frozen middle, and so we have the operational community represented on your right side, and you have the strategic community represented by you. How do you make the wishes and the pain point from the operational community solved, applying what you have at the strategic level while you know that there is resistance in between? And that's not just a question for you, it's you both, because I guess there is something to be done on both sides.
Well, if I kick off, we don't experience it in middle life organizations. So as I say, that license to operate, we have a strong relationship with ACT. And you saw there where some of the ecosystem that ACT forms part of NATO got the defense accelerate as well as the UK organization. So we tend to reach directly up into them, find the novel ways of getting funding, and then either doing the innovation experimentation ourselves or allowing other organizations to actually do it on our behalf. There are probably elsewhere within the NATO force structure where they actually do experience a person in the middle, and it doesn't allow them to actually breathe in, I suppose, with an entrepreneurial mindset as much as others. So I don't know. Just never been hamstrung by it.
Maybe because you are a Major General and I'm not. No, I think it's a battle of incentive. You need to provide your this so-called frozen middle, and forgive me for using maybe that expression, but the folks who need to be convinced that there is a reason to change, and there's a reason to say yes. We go at the speed of yes in NATO, but the yeses come faster if they see that you have a good reason for getting a yes from them. Some of the examples I showed has changed for the good, for the better, the mindset of a lot of the middle level decision makers, starting from those who manage and grant you money. The fact that we were able to do minimum viable products that I described earlier. I had a few of those, follow my French, bean counters come to me and say like, how much did that cost? That only? Oh, because I remember this attempt years back, it cost 10, maybe 100,000 more, and it failed. So this is the kind of incentive for them to go like, wow, okay, maybe I will say yes this time. And then so kind of do like global warming, you know, the permafrost is melting, and then you get more and more yeses. But this is an everyday battle, and I think it's a natural trait to be tempted to privilege the status quo to change.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I put it down as a how do we win the hearts and minds of our own folk in the organization. Do we have another question? Yes, please.
Morning, Brigadier General Luis Rode from the Joint Staff. I have a very simple question, I believe. One of the key messages today is that don't be afraid to fail. However, one must set a limit to fail. Is there any rule of thumb for that, or what do you envisage in our organization when it's time to stop a project and with thinking or start a new one? Thank you.
So what's the benchmark for failure? Is that correct?
It's probably better.
Right.
If I may start, there's not real a single rule for assessing when it's time to pull the plug for a project. I think it's a combination of different factors. One of them is the user's motivation. Because we have a touching point with the users nearly every week, we can sense if it's going in the right direction or not. And oftentimes it's a consensus between the user and the developers or the who try to innovate, that we come to a point where like maybe it's time to stop. And there is a concept about the idea of fail early. You can have some indicators fairly early that this is it's a bad project, or it's a badly defined project, or the pain point is not really either solvable in a reasonable amount of time or a reasonable amount of resources. And so I would answer unsatisfactorily to you that it depends on every project. There's not a golden rule that will allow you to say, hey, time to stop.
I think the way in which we have got over that failure piece was forming this battle lab that I mentioned. So it's a technology park that sits in Dorset, just northwest of Bournemouth on the south coast. And rather than having sort of periodical or episodic events where technology is experimented by the military or a new innovative approach is adopted, but it's only adopted for a finite amount of time. And then if it fails, that it's the end of the exercise, there's a bit of exploitation, then everyone then goes home and disperses, and everyone actually forgets the lessons that they've learned. So by having this battle lab, that they're there, the technology innovators are actually there permanently, and you therefore have a bit more strategic patience with them. So you do an experiment with a novel, new, emerging technology, you let them develop it, you can still see the potential that it may have. And then, as I said, we got to the end of the year, and then depending on where you are after that period, we either part company, whatever. So I'd say it's a little bit of patience and courage that stays in there to create the conditions in which you can nurture those technologies as much as what you can, rather than just failing very early, and consistent engagement at different levels with that organization, with that technology as well. And the Battle Lab, I say, is an example that allows you to do that. But it's a year, I suppose.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Yes.
Hi, good morning. Cornel Moreira from the Innovation Department at the Armed Forces Headquarters. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation, brilliant presentation. I have two questions, one for General Kopsey and another one for my friend Eric. So the first one is, sir, when you talk about ecosystems of innovation, so it means that we have to deal with the academia, with the startups, industry. We have in the room some academic institutions and also startups in the industry. My question is, we are dealing with armament, we are dealing with the security, the defense sector, security measures that we need to take. So how can we deal with them? How can we create or foster innovation with them, saving the need for security from our side, from the defense sector? It's a kind of policy to negotiate with them, or we can go and, I would say, openly building with them the capacity, and don't be afraid that if they are going to sell the product to the enemy or to the other armies or to the other armed forces. So this is a question of how we interact with the academia and the industry in order to keep our advantage related to the opponent. This is my question for you. And for Eric, you talk a lot about open innovation, of course. General Manlata talked about the other innovations, direct innovation. So my question is, how do you synchronize these two kind of innovations? Because we have the NDPP, so the NATO Development Planning process, that takes 5 years to deliver a capacity or capability. Then we have the open innovation, a short-term innovation. How do you think that can be synchronized, or the contribution from one kind of innovation to the another one? And if you go to the agile and waterfall methodology, we are talking about the same. So this is my two questions. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jose. That's a really good question. Yeah, the more you talk to people, the more you expose your thinking. So there are different levels. So if you're talking academia, you're talking concepts, you're talking futures. There's nothing really secret about that. It's just intellectual appetite of where you see yourselves in 10 years' time. You know, what is the future or a future? And that's relatively benign, as long as you understand that the academia that you are engaging with are transparent with who it is that, or the type of conversations that you want. And certainly from our perspective, we actually post military officers into academia. So we have fellowships within IISS, Chatham House and RUSI. So they're normally the think tanks that we engage with, and they act as a coherent function to make sure that we're getting after some of the capability questions that we're looking at into the future. When you then pick up a garage startup, we don't just look at the UK, we look globally. And obviously some of these startups, they don't know where their business is going to be in 15 years' time. So they've still got a little bit of self-interest, but when they engage with certainly the British military, they have more national, they have a pride of the affiliation. They're desperate to get their business off the ground in whatever it is, concept or technology that they're delivering. So allowing them to do that, the self-interest that may force them then to use that technology to sell to potential adversaries perhaps isn't quite there yet with them. And we also do a screening process as well, depending on the technology that we want. But half the time, a lot of these startups don't realize that the technology in which they're dabbling with actually has a military application. We we give them that problem set. So decision making could be any form of decision making. I just want to write an O-plan or op orders collaboratively with 470 staff far quicker. But that could be used in any institution for that sort of technology. And similarly, using AI for sensor shooter decision making, it's just electronic linkages between the platform, the decider, and the effector. And again, they just get exposed to one small part of that, not the technology of what causes the hypersonic missile to actually work once it's left the launcher. So we find it relatively easy, but I do recognize it will always be a challenge, particularly when you don't know who your adversary is, particularly if it is non-state actors that also have the ability to buy the same technologies as ourselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Jose, for this question. And it's a good question because we wrestled with that some years back when we had an established science and technology program at ACT, which addresses a number of defense planning priorities that NATO has that are identified in the defense planning process. And some of the problems are so hard that it takes years to advance year after year through science and technology program to address those defense planning shortfalls, gaps, whatever we call them. But these programs need to be in close sync, and they need to be bridges with the open innovation, which is more oriented towards exploiting, adapting, adopting things that are civilian applications. And these two need to be close to each other. That's the way we designed it at ACT. And as a matter of fact, some of the minimum viable products that you saw here are the byproduct of the spin-off of a long-lasting S&T program that we saw an opportunity to accelerate and develop rapidly through those rapid means that we put in place. So I would draw a line between the two. They are next to each other, and they should be in close sync with each other. This is really the approach. And then maybe to come back to your first question about IP, if I'm talking to industry representatives, you need to be comfortable working with us. You need to feel that we're not going to take your IP away and run with it. You need to have the ability to test your solutions and be funded for that. That's something we've understood in ACT, and I'm sure at ARC as well, to make it easier for you than it was in the past, and they make sure that you are successful, because your success down the road will be also our success for the military application.
Thank you. We have a question in the back, please.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for your kind presentations. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Luís Salmão Carvalho from the Defence Research Directorate at the Portuguese MOD, and also project coordinator of Cyber Academia Innovation. I would like to allude for a challenge that we are facing daily, and to create that culture of innovation that you mentioned before. And I'd like to understand, how do you, we have two main roads with developers, innovators, architects, and versus strategies, policies, and compliance. How to deal with those roads without crashing to each other. Thank you very much.
Well, that's a tough one, gentlemen.
So if I can just take that first, that is a really good question. So if you walked into the British Army headquarters, there's two brigadiers that sit next to each other. There was my previous job, Head Future Force Development, and Head British Army Strategy. So that strategy, he defined the North Star, where we were going, and a broad roadmap of how to get there. And that included long-term equipment programs, you know, the new tank, the new artillery, the big five, as it were. Whereas I was looking at how we would fight in that North Star space. He would work out if it was affordable. I would then work out the concept of fighting there. But I was taking a more direct approach to get there through leapfrogging technology. So I was always looking at the next sort of 5 years or so of innovative technology that could change the nature of the platform that was long-term being developed. And it could be a different style of munition, a different style of gun system, a different way in which you connected into the digital backbone, which was the thing that I was trying to create. But ultimately, I had to be hand in glove with him. And we formed a thing called the Armed Forces Development Committee that we co-chaired, that had all the organizational representatives from across the army in capability terms, to make sure that there were those that were thinking strategy, process and planning and resourcing, and those that were thinking speed, innovation and experimentation. Different gearing, but just to make sure that one was actually complementary to the other. Slightly probably harder to describe in this forum, but I would like to think that it certainly helped us get to where we want to be in that 2030 timeframe. And certainly the more early fledgling ways in which we've actually adopted spiral technology into extant platform and capability development seems to be working. But yeah, good question.
Yeah. I think we all in every organization, and Portuguese armed forces are not the only ones who wrestle with that alignment, if you want, between the doers and those who, I would say, oversee and change policy accordingly. It's oftentimes through examples that policy gets changed. We like to believe that some of the examples, some of the concrete products that we've developed over the past years are challenging the orders of things and the level of policy. And by the way, maybe you couldn't read, but one of the 3 objectives of our strategy is actually to inform the policymakers on the need to change sometimes, to change the policy on data, the policy on how to apply AI, artificial intelligence, for military applications. And it's through examples, through evidence that the policymaker will go, maybe we need to actually get a group together and rethink the way we handle data, how we switch from being platform-based to being cloud-based. All of these are enablers to more innovation and down the road to keep the edge militarily. Not talking about technology, just delivering the capabilities that our warfighters need requires significant changes in policy with down the road, remember that circle, vicious circle or virtuous circle, change processes and change culture.
If I may just add to this, I think it's about a delicate balance about having visionaries and the practical people who are there delivering on daily basis. My colleagues keep yelling at me for saying, well, how do I go to my general, telling him that I need a quantum computer when he's thinking about how to buy socks and boots for the armed forces, for the next 5 years. You're a headache. So I think this is something that we deal with, all of us. Do we have another question? Yes, gentleman in the back, please. And then one over there.
Good morning. From one of our listeners at online, from Antonio Gonçalves. The question is, as it was said already several times in this meeting, innovation is hardly compatible with the normal time scales of usual projects and normally deal with failure and learning, which is generally not well seen by the funding organizations. How can we, from academia, surpass these points? Thank you.
Well, we have an experimentation fund, and how I spend that money does get audited by the House of Commons Defence Select Committee if it's large amounts of money. and we are fairly confident that what it is that we spend on are endeavours that are worth doing, because you've spent time, going back to an earlier question, of seed corning these ideas to then take the staff and all the stakeholders with you. But that is a separate fund that is exclusive to the funds that are allocated for programmatic capability recapitalisation projects of what it is that you're doing, because that is, from a UK perspective, National Audit Office and decisions that involve ministers, particularly if it's a really important capability. But in the innovation space, you saw some of the ACT examples. These are quite small, novel little capabilities that satisfy a large problem. It isn't redesigning a ship or a plane or something like that. It's actually something that's quite niche. So in monetary terms, relatively, it's quite small and therefore worth the gamble. But quite often, when the gamble doesn't pay off, you've actually ended up developing something that might be able to be exploited elsewhere, either in the defence industry or elsewhere within the other national institutions. So, yeah, you just need to set up a separate fund and manage it accordingly.
No, I think just to recall what you just said, you specific questions about academia. I think that you need to be able to break down pain points, problems, challenges that our armed forces have into reasonable size problems that a smaller team can handle, can tackle. As you said, not going to solve hypersonic velocity weapons by academia with the two guys in a garage. I mean, it's not going to work out. But there's so many problems, really hard problems, that will make a difference, an impact for armed forces that can be simplified to bite-sized problems. The second thing is to make it easy for industry and academia to test its solutions and make it easy, like reachable exercising facilities can be distance, distributed online. Also make it easy to come to participate to an exercise. I mean, by the way, dynamic messengers in September, hosted by the Portuguese Navy, is a wonderful example where, through your nation, academia industry can come and test out its autonomous systems. NATO provides I would say the whole infrastructure, and it's fairly easy. Yes, it gets costly, but fairly easy to do so. So make it simple, make it small, and make it, I would say, affordable for those small actors to participate and make a difference.
Thank you. We had another question. Gentleman over there, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Hugo de Souza from Innovation by Kaizen. So recovering all of this innovation debt takes some radical changes, not just incremental, low-risk changes. From your experience, what do you recommend on that matter? Because usually established organizations avoid at all costs radical changes because there's risk, there's uncertainty. How do you change that from your experience? Thank you.
Could you please repeat the question? We didn't quite hear you.
Sure. So sorry. So there's an innovation debt, dozens of years without investing probably enough in innovation. So now it's not just staying ahead; it's staying relevant. Okay. So you need some radical changes to the system, not just small, low risk changes. Okay. So what do you recommend regarding radical improvements? Is it the procurement system? Is it the incentive system? How do you change this whole thing fast enough to keep relevant? Okay.
I would take the analogy with the US DoD, and you know that far better than I do. But in 2016, 2018, there was a Defense Innovation Initiative launched by Secretary of State, who just basically said, we're going to lose the next wars if we do not change. So we don't go faster, we don't actually get more agile, as simply as that, and we don't have the right mindset, and the right training, the right people. And the US is amazing in that respect, that when they identify a problem, they put what it takes to solve it. As a byproduct of that, for instance, what General Lanata mentioned, the software acquisition policy directive. You read that, and it's a revolution in the military affairs of the US DoD. That's a practical example of a change. But there's so many others that you could actually see. I described some of them. The Major General described some of them as well. But I think most of it is incremental through leadership. I think it starts with leadership. It always starts with leadership everywhere. But you don't have a leader behind you, backing you up, you're not going to go anywhere.
I would say that I'll phrase it in 3 P's: policy, people, and practice. So policy, if you want to really make change, is again in the UK we've adopted a land industrial strategy to try and drive better behaviours, because the Ministry of Defence historically have not been good in the way we treated contractors and civilians in harnessing capabilities. And I think that this has allowed us to force a better and more trustworthy and mutually beneficial relationship. The people, at our strategic level, our Minister of Armed Forces, James Heath, our Secretary of State for Defence, Ben Wallace, are hugely entrepreneurial, disruptive thinkers. And that is causing a real schism within the Ministry of Defence, where traditionally you've got civil servants who like process, time, and they like looking out at known knowns rather than actually they just bring in unknown unknowns. And I think when Ben Wallace brought in the whole initiative on the donor conferences to support Ukraine was an example of that disruptive nature that we needed and we certainly enjoyed. For practice, investing internally in your organizations, we've created an experimental task force. It's headed up by an OF5 that has the battle lab, an entire battle group that's been taken off operations to do nothing but experimentation is a huge commitment, as well as the ARC acting as a sandpit as well. And I think the last thing is events. The Novichok attack in Salisbury by Russia against some previous KGB operatives, and the UAVs that were not attacking but were causing real issue at Gatwick Airport a couple of years ago, were some real catalysts into novel thinking on changing the processes to get after, certainly with Novichok, how you deal with agents of that nature in a domestic environment and homeland resilience, and then similarly counter UAVs as well that could be exported abroad on operations as well. So yeah, policy, people, practice, and to a certain degree, black swan events as well.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, because I fear to be punished by the organizers of keeping you away from your coffee break, I need to stop right here. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful panel. I think that we set the benchmark for the other panels to follow really high. I'm sure that we will be collectively hated, but great job. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before closing this panel, I kindly ask Vice Admiral Henrique Gomes, Chief of Joint General Staff, to present you with a small gift as a way of appreciation for the valuable contribution and knowledge you brought to this event.
Thanks, Andrew.
Ms. Christina, Major General Copsey, and Mr. Eric, thank you very much. Now it's time to have a short break so that our physical guests and our online ones can replenish their energies and come prepare themselves for the second session. So we'll see each other in 15 minutes at 11:45. See you soon.
You want to really get that? You got more than half of it.
It is. I need to count it.
My friends.
One here. This I will delete. Just to check. So it is okay. Yeah.
Sim, mas eu fui ali fora também na forma de alto nível. Eu quando começou a fazer aquele feedback.
How I can close it.
Let me. So can I close?
Yeah, yeah.
It's already here, right?
Yeah.
And
There
you,
it is.
so can I help delete the other one?
Yeah, I deleted it. So this is
This
the
is one. This is yours.
no last one.
No, this is the new one, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
this
I
one?
deleted the previous
Ah,
one.
yeah,
So
okay.
yeah.
So you will be the
Fifth, I
last.
think. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And then the sixth one is the. I have one presentation here, I don't know exactly qual é que é esta. A da Cisco, não, a da Cisco está aqui. Esta aqui, agora estamos em ideias. Não interessa bem. Ok?
3, 4.
Há ali uma coisa que é.
Dois, 3, os 3. Não, agora tem que. Mas pode-se tirar destes, não?
Posso ligar já?
Liga já.
Caiu ontem, exatamente. Ok?
Da ideias,
Certo, certo, certo.
Este, não. Este é conectar o código da PC. Porque eu acho que há aí mais um plus. Está aqui a questão de. Tá? Sim, está aqui. Eu acho que. Eu só tenho 6. Está aqui embaixo. Sim, 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 sim. Não. Como é que deixa estar, mas depois tocamos esse.
Mas também depois não se vai sentar ali, vai só falar, não é? Everything in presentation is here?
Well, it was more, I didn't know how to change the slides, but I guess I'm going to use that device.
Yeah, yes, if you want. Have one. Front and back, and the pointer. It's the It's off, sorry. Now. Here, the pointer, the green dot, in front and back. Okay. Do you want to see your presentation here? Yeah. Of course, I don't mind. Yeah, this one. And it's at 5. Do you want to see this on this side? When we present it, it will be like this.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's no animation.
Oh, do you want to? Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
Great.
Thank
Thank you.
You're welcome. Está aqui no meu. Fica pronta para apresentar. Fontes. Fontes, vocês estão mais a dizer.
1, 2, 1.
Bem, agora preciso de beber água. Tu também precisas beber água? Sim. Temos 5 minutos. Vamos lá. Já me esqueci. Do meio. 10?
Sim, da yoga da minha mulher, portanto, não posso fazer muito.
Bem eficaz. Oh, I didn't notice. Yes, it's very hot. You can. Okay. Okay. I'll leave it here if you need it. Very good job. Okay. Thank you for the advice. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the coffee break and took a chance to socialize and exchange ideas about innovation. We are moving now to the second panel dedicated to defense innovation management, comprehensive approach, and synergy of efforts. Besides Mr. Serge Adepo, who will be moderator, this panel also includes 2 lectures addressed by Ms. Cristina Prolx and Mr. Miguel Almeida, respectively. I would now like to introduce moderator, Ms. Serge Adepo from the Supreme Allied Commandos Transformations Headquarters. Mr. Serge Adepo, ACT Innovation Hub founder and innovation business developer, first with the Belgian Army and later with NATO Supreme Allied Command Transformation, Mr. Serge led and contributed to a large amount of studies, research, and capabilities development projects leveraging science and technology in support of the military. He developed the NATO ACT Innovation Hub, allowing NATO to leverage open innovation tools, techniques, and communities. He is now managing and expanding the Innovation Hub impact worldwide through a global defense innovation ecosystem and the NATO Innovation Network. Mr. Serge, thank you so much for being here, and now I hand you the floor for you to lead the second panel.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for coming back with us after the coffee break and whatever break you took online. It's really a nice audience. Over the 10 years that we've been fighting for innovation in NATO, it's really the first time that I feel at home. No one is attacking us. No one is questioning what we do. And all the speakers agree on what has to be done and the why. And that's really nice. And I feel that the public is also of the same type, even if maybe coming from a different place and with questions. And that's really the purpose of today, is to answer questions, but not only giving you the lip service about innovation, but also to expose you all to a community of people who are ready to help you. As Secretary Gertz was saying at the beginning, humility is in the DNA of the defense innovators. We don't know what we don't know, and we need you to make things happen. And because we've been in this process and been struggling before you, we are here to help. And I would like those who are asking questions and might say, yeah, easy to say, you've done it, yeah, because you are whatever, rich, powerful, beautiful. No, we did it because people helped us, and we are here to help you. So besides asking questions, reach out to any of the people who've been on the stage today for help in conducting innovation wherever you are. I think that's the point. This is my introduction to this panel, because we have to go to how it works actually. You have understood what's been done, why it is done, and the Q&A that we had before was already touching, hey, the how. How do I do now? So I guess we will continue exploring the how do I do now, with two very concrete examples coming from different background, from government and from industry. And I hope that the discussion after this will continue into how can you help me make it happen where I am? Maybe in Portugal, I guess, because the purpose of this seminar is also to help the Portuguese armed forces to innovate and to develop this here. There are people from other nations, there are people online, it applies to everyone. Our job and our wish is to help you do the same wherever you are. And one key ingredient is not to be alone, not to banging your head on the wall alone, but to join the network, join the team, and you will be helped by people who have done that before, people who are more than you alone, and some who also have resources. And definitely on the NATO side, the Innovation Hub is mandated to help those innovating everywhere in defense, in NATO. So we will be really happy to help. Now, innovation is not the purpose. Everyone talks about even innovation. Some make it their new lifestyle, but we don't really care about innovation as such. It has a goal. The purpose of innovation is to bring value to the armed forces. And if it does not bring value, we are just wasting our resource and our time. So it's not about implementing a strategy or a new structure and a culture because I like it and it's different, not just because it's needed to make the forces adaptable. And others said it before me, adaptability and velocity is the key. We could remove the name innovation actually in everything that we do. We need to keep the adaptability and velocity because it's about this. We have built system structures and culture that have done great in many occurrences, but also have proven to be too slow to adapt to today's challenges and to operational challenges. And we need to fix that. That's really the goal. Now, when it comes to how to do that, and the title of this panel is Management, Comprehensive Approach and Synergy. But all in all, let's make it simple. It's about the people. Managing innovation is not about having nice paper on the shelf. It's about empowering the people. And maybe in the past, we had designed rules that people had to follow. But now I think it's the other way around. We need to define rules that follow the people. It's all about empowering you and whoever is willing to innovate. And this is what we will be demonstrating today by example, and hopefully in the future to create more examples about and success stories in innovating around the people. So to talk about what's happening concretely in some organization, we will have two distinguished speakers from government and from industry. that are collaborating to make innovation happen. And we'll start with the government side. So we are having as a first presenter, Mrs. Christina Prue, who is Director of Research and Development Innovation Operation from the Canadian innovation program called Innovation for Defense and Excellence Security Program, also known as IDEAS. So since 2020, Christina has led the program for call of proposals process that facilitated access to third-party innovation to identify, develop, test, and potentially acquire solutions that meet the capability needs of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defense. Christina is also responsible for program awareness, fostering growth within the innovation community, and continuous improvement of innovation program delivery. Christina has provided leadership to several Government of Canada programs in operations, communications, and service delivery. Christina, the microphone is yours.
Thank you so much for the great introduction, Serge, and good morning to everyone. It's my absolute privilege and pleasure to be here to give you an explanation about Canada's innovation program. And first, I'd like to congratulate the Portuguese Ministry of Defense as well as the Armed Forces on the delivery of their new innovation strategy. Strong, Secure, Engaged is the title of Canada's defense policy, and it's only about 5 years old. In there, IDEAS is defined as a deliverable with a 20-year mandate to transform defense innovation to meet the capability needs of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defense. So my presentation to you today will show you a very practical illustration of how IDEAS works to deliver innovation to defense and the armed forces to address its capability needs. What is Canada's Access to Innovation program? So access to innovation, not just an innovation program. So we invest in research and development at many phases. It could be for solutions that are only in its infancy, in early stages, from early concept at a very low technical readiness level, all the way to advanced solutions that are almost ready to be adopted at the commercial level. And it all aligns with the priorities of the Canadian Armed Forces as well as the Department of Defense, because it's a program being run for them. It's not a science and tech organization. It is for the delivery of capabilities and knowledge to the department and the forces. Why does IDEAS exist? Historically, defense and innovation has been driven by government research labs. And in our department, we have Defense Research and Development Canada, which is a large organization focused on science and technology. But in today's climate, technological development and innovation are more often generated by non-traditional players, such as the private sector as well as academia. And as the nature of conflict evolves and threats also evolve, Canada's national defense and security system need to be more inclusive. Needs to be more collaborative, and it needs to be more integrated to effectively respond to the threats, to ensure the department has access to the absolute best solutions it can. And it's also about volume. The bigger the ecosystem, which is one of the primary goals of the program, the more solutions that can be pushed forward to meet those capability needs. So we welcome non-traditional thinking for those in industry to put proposals forward, to provide creative solutions to meet our needs. And this means reaching out to mining industry, reaching out to agriculture, healthcare, to give us new solutions and breakthrough opportunities that could drive innovation forward. So those who can participate in Canada are certainly academic institutions, not-for-profit organizations, large organizations, small and medium enterprises, individuals, mom and pop shops often do submit proposals for many of our problem space challenges. And international organizations that are partnered with a Canadian counterpart can also participate as well. Where am I pointing? Mhm. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes, thank you. How is IDEAS being responsive to defense needs? So the IDEAS program was born from the need to be agile in responding to crisis and the impact of the globalization of science and technology. So we don't want to reach out to innovators and say, hey, this is what we need. No, we don't do that. We reach out to industry and innovators and actually explain the problem space that we have. And we then launch what we call a challenge to address that particular need. So it's a challenge that we want innovators to solve for us because, as Serge said, we don't know what we don't know, and we want to see the creative solutions being pushed forward. There's a significant knowledge and development aspect to innovation, and we want it to be as broad as possible. So here on the slide is a very, very short listing of some of the challenge areas that we focused on. So you can see drone technology, cyber attribution, AI, classification and detection of objects of interest, and corrosion, and many more. So what are the keys? What are the keys to success? So we have 3 pillars in the IDEAS program. And firstly, it's build an innovation community. It's about developing an ecosystem. We can have as many challenges put out to the world as possible. However, if you don't develop the ecosystem that has the ears and is awaiting these challenges to be presented to them, you're not going to get a response. We need them to be engaged, and we need them to work together to also solve some of our challenges. Next, the next pillar is find and fund solutions. So making sure that you have strong outreach, strong communications to land with industry and innovators to let them know that there is this problem space that needs to be solved. And secondly, funding the solutions. We know innovation does not come cheap, and there is a significant amount of upfront cost in developing your own innovation program to set up the resources necessary and also make sure that you have strong communications and outreach engaged from the very beginning, but also to facilitate the development of the research in a variety of different ways. Within the IDEAS program, we have 5 different funding elements. I'll do a short overview of them shortly to be able to invest in the research development at many different phases of the solutions at different readiness levels. And last is pushing technology forward to a demonstrable level. And so this is experimentation and testing. So you want to bring the research and development to the end gate, the end phase, and then you want to be able to have a tangible solution, be able to provide it to the armed forces and to the Defense Department to touch it, to play with it, to see if it's practical for their own purposes, and also be able to provide feedback to that particular innovator or to the industry about what defense actually needs. How does IDEAS develop the program of work? Well, it's very simple, actually. It's all about the priorities that are identified by the forces. So our challenges that we put out to industry come directly from our department and from the forces. And this could be our armed force, our Air Force, our Navy, Army, cyber, team, operating forces, intel, all of them, letting us know what their capability gaps are. And these projects are incredibly important to their future capabilities. And the challenge, this is a picture of a challenge pipeline. So as we go down a little line, you'll see I have circled ideation. So this is where we take that particular priority and we give a challenge to a team that goes through a multidisciplinary collective brainstorming process to be able to transform that challenge into something practical that can be pushed through a particular funding element in the IDEAS program. And throughout this process, it's incredibly important to have the partner engaged. So this being the sponsoring stakeholder. So it could be the Air Force, for example. Because we want to make sure that the end vision is supported throughout the process. And while we really want innovation to be as fast as possible, sometimes it can take a little bit more time to develop that research and development. We need to make sure that it's aligned with the growing need, knowing that innovation does evolve really, really quickly, as does the problem space. So what are the essential requirements to develop the program of work? Well, 3 things. As I was mentioning, partnership, having strong relationships from the very beginning. So understanding their needs to ensure that we have the right challenge on the table. And second, priorities need to be supported by the defense partner. And this means the relevance. This means being able to pivot should the challenge space change. Failing fast and deciding that there's a particular innovation that's no longer worthy of investment, or if there's continued investment over the long term. And last, alignment with force development. And this simply means acquisition. And full disclosure, the IDEAS program has fallen a little short in this domain, and we're currently trying to fix it. Procurement in Canada, as in many other countries, is imperfect. And we are now at the 5-year mark for the program. So the Strong, Secure, Engage, the defense policy, is now being reviewed after 5 years, even though our program has a 20-year mandate. And we're inserting this acquisition piece in there because the real question is it innovation if you're not able to bring that solution into the hands of those who need it the most? How does IDEAS deliver on these challenges and these priorities? So as we continue down the innovation pipeline, you'll see that innovation challenges and integrators is circled. So innovation challenges, once these are refined to a greater degree, the team will then determine how to release the challenges to our innovator community by using one of our funding and supporting elements. So here, if you can see, we have 5. One's called competitive projects, which is investing in solutions in their earlier phases. And we provide up to 1.2 million, that really doesn't matter depending on the country and the context you're working in, to evolve that research and development to a higher solution readiness level. Next, we have innovation networks. And this is where we have academic institutions, so universities, lead groups of innovators in a particular domain. Currently, we have autonomous systems, advanced materials, and we just launched in the domain of 5G, just simply as an example. Next, contests. So this is an exciting one where we have innovators go head to head to compete for prizes, to demonstrate to the armed forces and defense of what is actually available in the particular domain. Next, we have sandboxes, which is dedicated to very advanced solutions that may not yet or are going to be approaching being commercially available. And this is an opportunity to have innovators come in and do a live demonstration of the solution that they have prepared in front of the forces and in front of the department. And it provides the innovator with valuable feedback of the realities of working with the forces and the real live environment that this product needs to be evolving in. And for the forces, the benefit to them is, of course, seeing all this amazing technology as it evolves and becomes available. And last, test drive, which is also for advanced solutions. In this opportunity, we acquire a small number or small scale amount of the solution, and we provide it to the particular defense partner to test out, get it in their hands, be able to see if it's something that they do want to acquire in a greater capacity. And so that's the summary of the 5 different ways we can get money into the hands of the innovators and involve the research and development. And this is all supported by integrators. So we have scientists, and we have engineers who have particular expertise in a variety of domains, and we use them to leverage their defense and security knowledge and expertise to provide key insights and identify linkages to the department with the goal of advancing the projects forward to adoption-ready solutions. And they also provide us updates on how they're doing in this particular space in terms of our milestone reporting. And what is the ultimate goal? So down the pipeline, you'll see that I have circled here the defense capability. So ultimately, ideas is success if we can actually deliver on a knowledge capability, knowledge integration, as well as capability integration. And so at the end of the day, it's not really about how many contracts we have signed or how much money we're actually able to get out the door, but are we delivering on the realities of the armed forces and the needs for their capabilities? So what have we delivered to defense and the armed forces? So this is simply a summary slide. I'll draw your attention to the middle where we have more than 6,200 innovators in our ecosystem. And so they might be receiving our messages by going on our website. They might be receiving our emails. We send out messages on a regular basis, not to necessarily inundate them, but to let them know what the progress is being made within the program and what challenges are coming up to make sure that they're ready to respond to what we're putting out. Next, we have more than 580 innovators that we've funded. It gives you an idea of how many projects are currently in our pipeline. We have 18 collaborative research networks. We've conducted 2 sandboxes. We've awarded 4 test drives. Again, these are solutions that we've been able to evolve over the past few years, and now they're being exploited to our defense partner. We've issued 69 defense challenges, and we've had to, as an innovation program, had to pivot to deliver on our mandate because of the pandemic, for example. So during the pandemic, a lot of our work had to stop. The ecosystem had to stop. A lot of people were working in labs at during that time. And so we did release a new call for proposals specifically to address pandemic response. So we issued a total of 58 agreements to industry to evolve in this space. And also we had counter unmanned aerial systems. So we had drone technology. It was a demonstration that we put on in 2019. And our operating forces came back to us and said, it's not enough. This technology is evolving so fast, we need you to do it again. I said, okay, and this was primarily driven by the current situation in Ukraine. So we've said, okay, we're gonna do this again, and this will be taking place this fall. So further to that, I'll give you an example of some of our test drives. So in here, you can see some of the titles that illustrate kind of what has evolved. And so these are projects. These first 3 projects are ones that were at a very low solution readiness level. We looked at their proposals. The partner was very supportive of evolving these projects. We invested in them, and now they're at a much higher technical readiness level and almost ready for acquisition. So what is in full motion video, the detection and classification of objects of interest, as I referred to earlier, as well as cyber attribution. And last is green heat. So that wasn't something that we evolved, but it was a test drive that we wanted to launch to industry to see what was available to heat old buildings. The armed forces and defense in Canada, we have a lot of aging infrastructure. So we wanted to be able to provide a solution to be able to address the greening needs, not only for us, but also for the government of Canada at large. Next is Sandbox. I gave you a bit of an overview of counter unmanned aerial systems. So the first time that we did it, we wanted to evaluate the drone technology and the countering the drone technology. But this time, we've asked these innovators not only to come back and also find new ones who are have solutions in this particular space, but we need them to be integrated into a broader military command and control system. So it's the next phase to this drone technology that we really need insight into. And then we also had a corrosion detection in ships. So this was a large-scale demonstration that took place just a couple months ago. Last month in early May, to detect and assess corrosion behind surface coatings on our naval vessels. So this is something of very much interest to the Navy and a lot of our partners, as well as our material group. And so, for example, we invited 14 different innovators to come and demonstrate their solutions to us live in front of our integrators, in front of our defense partners, to get a real world example of what our needs are and provide that feedback to those innovators. So what are the best practices? What are the lessons learned? What are the takeaways that we can offer to a new innovation program? Continuous challenge intake. It really is about volume. We want to make sure that industry is engaged. There's constant messages that they're not hearing from us just once a year, that they know that there is going to be a challenge coming their way and they need to be ready to submit a proposal so that we can have as many proposals as possible to show our defense partners what's in this problem space so that they can get really what they need to address their capability need. Next, strong governance. We need our partners around the table. We need them to make decisions. We need them to tell us if something is not going right and it's no longer meeting this challenge space and they need it to fail and move on, or if we have to continue to invest. We need to connect with innovators. Again, the most important thing, one of the most important things, is about having that ecosystem, having people receiving those messages so that you can get a return on that investment and be able to get as many proposals as possible. Fast processes that continuously improve, like any program should. Upfront investment that is required. It wasn't cheap to stand up the program. We needed to be able to hit the ground running, and we need to be able to deliver the money to the innovators in the different funding elements as soon as they're in our pipeline. Building acquisition. This is what we're working on now. And I urge you to significantly consider this aspect and be able to bridge that gap as you stand up your own programming. And last, being agile to respond, but also thinking long-term, not just what do the forces need in a year from now or in 2 years from now, but what's going to be needed in 5 years from now, what's going to be needed in 10 years from now. Great ideas have the potential to change the world. So with that, I thank you for this fantastic opportunity to share our lessons learned from Canada. And I'm excited to see how the defense innovation landscape in Portugal continues to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. For those who are online, don't hesitate to send your questions for Christina and for everyone here. So don't wait. It's very important that we get your feedback and your question and we can address them because we have no chance to have a coffee with you before. So take the floor. So next, as promised, we will go towards the industry side with Mr. Miguel Almeida, who is Cisco Portugal CEO since July of 2019. He graduated in marketing and public relations from the Institute of New Professions. Previously, Miguel Almeida acted as commercial and channel manager for Cisco in Portugal, also responsible for the mid-market, enterprise and public sector verticals in the country from 2005 to 2009. Before joining Cisco in 2005, he worked for McAfee Portugal and was co-founder of Asian in Portugal, later acquired by Tech Data. Currently, he also holds several positions, such as executive board member of the Portuguese Association for the Development of Communications, executive board member for the American Chamber of Commerce in Portugal, member of the Executive Committee Association for the Development of Engineering, instant traduction from Portuguese, sorry. executive sponsor of Green Team Portugal, executive sponsor of Women in Science and Engineering, and executive sponsor of Esports Portugal. You have to tell me more about that. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Let me start to thank you for this invitation. This is, I would say, a difficult stage for me because I'm not a military guy. I have to be honest on that. I'm not an expert like all of you. But I think that this really demonstrates the importance of the technology and the digital in the new markets that we have across all the segments across the globe. Okay. Today I'm here to share what is innovation in Cisco and what we do with innovation around our market. Okay. At Cisco, innovation is not only to build a product. Okay. It's really to build new markets. It's really about the working for the net zero on the sustainability. It's really to improve the efficiency of the companies. Okay. But the most important thing is to power an inclusive world for all the people. This is the most important thing of our innovation. Okay. Today I'm going to share with you a program that we have, is the Country Digitalization Acceleration Program. It's a program where Cisco have money to fund innovations in countries. Okay. And we are present in more than 45 countries in this program. Okay. We work across all the verticals, including private and public entities, to improve the acceleration of the innovation. Okay. This is key for us because, as you will probably know, if we accelerate innovation, of course, digitalization in countries will go much faster. Okay. The type of project that we have here, and we are putting money on this, okay, are projects that we can copy these projects that we are doing in Portugal or in other countries and build the same projects in other countries. Okay. And this means that we need to address a customer need or a business opportunity for all these verticals. Let me share with you a few videos around this. Can we have the sound? Sound of the video. Yesterday was working, right? This is always like this. This is the typical thing, right?
In 1884, traveling Queen Leonor in Portugal.
There's no sound. Again. Okay.
The Portuguese city of Caldas da Rainha was then built around it.
We want to improve the quality of life, create jobs, attract investments, make the people life easier.
The entire 250 square kilometer city is now fully covered by a standardized LoRaWAN network of Cisco IXM gateways. Our role as activity is working with those application partners on interoperability of devices and applications with our core network service software.
We see this network as an investment, not as an expense.
We are now monitoring how much water we drink and the quality of the water.
the first weeks of testing, we detect a leak of 200,000 liters. The system was able to inform us about the situation and even control and repair the problem.
Thanks to IoT sensors, we keep our streets clean and manage parking and traffic flow of our bus system. We can connect any IoT device with a 10 years battery life and 12 kilometers range.
In the future, we have smart street signs, pollution indicators, and smart buildings with artificial intelligence.
LoRaWAN open network can be easily accessed by device developers, but also application vendors that can onboard software that they need to develop new applications.
We have reduced water management costs by 33%. Reduce the cost of waste collection by 67%, and reduce the time to find a parking spot by half. In 1490, our queen had a vision. Now we have a vision too.
Our physical network is an important new chapter of our magical city and the future.
We need to understand that the future is now.
Okay, I think for the project, the target or the goal of the project was very clear, improving sustainability and public services. But the most important thing here is how we work with our ecosystem. A small part of this is our technology. All the other things come from development with the academy, with the startup companies, and so on. Okay? Today, in the real world, innovation is not only this. It means that we need to engage with other entities to go further in innovation. I have another project, a different one.
Change lives and change communities. Cisco Networking Academy partners with educators, governments, and employers to bring more opportunities to millions of people. The outcome also helps address the global digital skills shortage.
We have a shortage of digital talent in Europe, and it's quite obvious that networking technologies are extremely important. So we need to have people extremely professional, extremely competent, to make sure that their companies will be secure.
We know employers are challenged by the global shortage of networking and cybersecurity professionals. In cybersecurity alone, there will be 3.5 million unfilled jobs by 2021. As the world's largest and longest running corporate social responsibility education program, we're addressing this challenge. For over 20 years, Cisco Networking Academy has balanced agility and expertise to deliver impactful curriculum to more than 24,000 educators across 180 countries. Nearly 1.9 million students are currently enrolled, and we're prepared to scale as the need for professionals continues to grow. In conjunction with thousands of traditional and non-traditional learning organizations, such as universities, governments, and prisons, we're preparing people with the technical and soft skills needed to thrive in the digital economy. Our custom cloud-based education platform, metacad.com, makes it all possible. Built upon Cisco's core principles of openness and software best practices, it scales internationally. The interface is easy to use and intuitive, offering all the functionality needed in the daily management of classes. Courses are competency-based and kept current. And engaging real-life experiences are offered through Packet Tracer, our networking simulation tool.
As soon as I started using NetACAD courses, I found they are more practice-oriented, more hands-on, and more related to the real job of our students will be in the future.
A variety of learning pathways align to industry jobs, giving educators the ability to customize the experience for students. Rigorous instructor training is facilitated directly from metacad.com, and community support is offered worldwide. Educators report that their involvement with Cisco Networking Academy improved their teaching and professional growth. 97% said the program helped them become a better educator, and 85% said the program helped them broaden their career. Students benefit from over 30 courses in up to 25 languages, covering introductory to advanced networking, cybersecurity, IoT, digital literacy, and entrepreneurship. The breadth, quality, and access of our courses ensure every student, no matter their race, ethnicity, or accessibility needs, can participate, while formative assessments help drive learning outcomes and monitor student progress.
What's most important is student success. We have students that attribute their participation in the Networking Academy to getting jobs that have allowed them to take on challenging career opportunities to make a difference in their communities and in the digital economy.
Those who complete our program have a bright future, with 90% finding jobs or further educational opportunities.
We are not training our students for today's day, we're training them for tomorrow's day.
Together, we've helped more than 9 million students worldwide build skills that enable them to prepare for careers that positively impact the world. Cisco Networking Academy. Between teaching and transforming, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is a totally different project. As I said at the beginning, innovation is not only building new products. In this case, we will do with governments, a project to enable skilling and reskilling of the citizens in the country. Okay, this goes from young people to more old people. Okay, the Cisco Network Academy is today one of the most important things that we have innovation. As I said in the beginning, innovation accelerates the digitalization of the countries. And I think that's key for all of us. This small presentation shows us a small part of what Cisco are doing in terms of innovation. But the most important thing that we have is to improve people's lives and create a better world for all of us. And thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Now it's question time. So would we already have questions online by chance? And of course, the people in the room, you are totally allowed to ask your questions. Just raise your hand. Right, I would shoot first now. Things that are often, or questions that is often asked to us when it comes to that collaboration between the government, industry, and the public for innovation is how we handle classification. So, Christina, how do you proceed with that in ideas?
Sure, thank you. Is it working?
I guess yes.
Can you hear me? You good? Okay. Classified information, really interesting. We are now, because we have so many projects that have made their way through the innovation pipeline in Canada, we now have projects that are towing that line into a classified space. So we've had to work with our procurement department to find a way to be able to provide the proper security clearance to these particular projects so that we can actually have a proper classified briefing with them and an exchange of information. And further, one thing that we're hoping to do in the near future is launch a classified challenge. And so that means bringing in innovators by way of a challenge, evaluating those particular proposals, and then identifying which ones we would like to proceed with providing that the security clearance so that we can also provide them with a classified briefing to be able to evolve in that space. But it also means having access to the proper systems in place to be able to exchange that information, which isn't always very easy when it comes to industry.
Thank you. And on your side, Miguel, do you have experience with working with classified, being military, or just sensitive content on your side?
Okay. Let's see. Of course, we have. This is for us
because we are a provider of technology, so it's not easy for the people to share with us everything that they can. But of course, if we are working on a project that there is a great place of confidence, and if we know what is the goal, some things are changed. Okay, but I agree, the technology provider sometimes is not easy for the government or for the institutions to share the information with the vendors.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. One other point that is a bit related to classification, but is very important to the startups and the inventors, the handling of their intellectual property. So do you have specific ways to address this question in IDs?
Thank you. Yes. Innovators often ask this question: what happens to my IP? What happens to my intellectual property? And we don't want it. Even though we're investing in low technical readiness levels of projects, the IP remains with the innovator. Now, in some cases, we might ask for a license to be able to use it for our own purposes, but otherwise, no, we want the IP to remain with industry.
Thank you. Anything about that?
Yes, that's more or less the same what we do. Okay, our target is not to bring intellectual property inside Cisco. It's to work with partners to develop projects or products, and sometimes, and we have cases like this in Portugal and across the world. We work with small companies or with startups. We build a product, and they included their product on our list price. Okay, and we can sell this across the globe. So sometimes it's very good for small companies because the addressable market will grow a lot with Cisco.
Thank you.
Commander Madeira from the Innovation Department at the General Staff. During today's sessions, we have heard of your testimonies regarding how innovation must rely on speed and error acceptance. However, these two characteristics, even if they are essential for seizing the opportunities and keeping the edge, they also may compromise the adequate and sustained development of a project, from what I might see. So, and even if you have enough error tolerance, you can still be misled to classify a project as an error when instead it actually might need some further development. Looking at innovation as a process that breaks rules, or at least bends them, how do you see the balance that we should take between the freedom to let the innovation process goes on and the need for a management system that controls the innovation process? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a long one. Let's go on the industry.
Sorry,
that's fine. If we miss a point, you repeat later.
Okay.
But thank you. Let's go.
Let me touch on the speed thing. Okay, I think speed depends a lot on the type of things that you want to do, right? Because there are projects that are on short term, mid term, on long term. Innovation is the same. Okay, there are things that you can build within an ecosystem in 6 months or 1 year, and unfortunately, there are other things that is not possible. the ecosystem is not ready to deliver it. So the most important thing that we see in Cisco is that we need to define the goal, okay? Where we want to be in six months, in a year, whatever, okay? That's the most important. In terms of failure, to be honest, I don't think there is only an answer here, okay? I think it's difficult because the people, they don't like to fail. And the management, they are always talking about failures, but I don't think they like to fail a lot, okay? There must be, in our organization, there always a person that is not inside the project that do the analysis of the roadmaps and for that project. And that person is the person that can decide if this is the moment to stop and not invest more, or if this is the moment to continue to invest. Okay.
Thank you. It's your turn if you have something.
Yes,
Mhm.
sure. You're right. So what do we do? What do we do about these innovators and these projects? Because there's still some value there. So firstly, it's about the governance. I want to have a conversation with the defense partner and find out why. This isn't going to suit their needs. We need to pull the plug on this particular project. We need to move in a different direction. That knowledge is valuable. Now, even if the innovator knows that the funding is going to stop, we want to be able to provide them with that feedback. But further, there's some more information that's being absorbed into the partner itself about what their needs are and why this was a fail. And further, we do have a lot of projects that get to the end state or near the end state, and still we don't invest any further. So what do? We can't currently acquire. That's our big issue. So in the meantime, we do have partnerships with venture capitalist groups who can learn more about these projects and decide for themselves if they're worthy of follow-on investment. And we've also stood up a marketplace to be able to socialize across the department, not just for the one defense partner, about these different projects and how they've evolved so that they too can also decide for themselves if they want to invest in them further.
Thank you both. Is there another question coming? No. Yes, sir. Microphone over here, please. We need one down here also. Over here.
Hello, good morning. My name is Joana Quaresma.
Yes.
Can hear you.
I'm from University of Coimbra, and my research laboratory is LEDAP, Laboratory of Energetic and Detonic. So as a young researcher and starting my career, I hear many times that it's very important to have ecosystem, a network. And the thing is how to construct this network. We have here a CEO of a company, a representative from the Canadian government. So as your point of view that you are already established and you have your contacts and your partnerships, and for me as university, how to start a good network where we can also survive out of it, because in university, the life is more and more precarious. So the projects are 2 years, 4 years. It's very important to have this ecosystem. So what are your tips for young researchers to establish these networks? Because here is really good to be in such a conference, but many times we are shy in the coffee break to go forward or to know who are the people who interest us for our areas. So I would like to have your personal opinions, how to construct these networks, these ecosystems that you speak so much about. Thank you very much.
Christina.
So you're referring to one of the elements that we have called innovation networks. So we do have universities that lead in a particular research domain. And we put out a challenge in this particular space and define how a network is supposed to work. And we don't necessarily connect them together. You're right that you do have to lean forward and find different partners to be able to work together. So, for example, a university would go to perhaps different conferences, find out within the university different projects that they've collaborated on together, simply do a search of which other university, which other research firms are dabbling in this particular domain. And in some cases, we will get some information and perhaps with an integrator make the suggestion to make those connections further. But when a proposal is coming into us, we actually do leave it up to you, because we're not the experts. We don't know what we don't know. So that's why we rely on academia and the research networks to be able to kind of find their own partners and who they want to collaborate with, right? So there's a benefit to you as an institution to also figure out kind of where your own gaps are and then reach out on your own terms to be able to kind of work together to advance that research over the course of 3 years.
Thank you, Christina. Do you also develop ecosystems in Cisco?
Yes. My thoughts are aligned with Christina's. I think we are here on the same stage. I think the most important thing in the ecosystems is building the bridges, okay? Because the ecosystems are different type of companies with different goals, okay? And our target in Cisco is to build the bridge between all these partners. There is an important thing on the beginning of building an ecosystem. Don't be shy. Define the goal that you want to do, okay? And you need to identify the companies that will help you to drive until the goal. This is the most important thing, okay? Define the right companies or the right industry or whatever that can help you to reach your goal. Okay.
Thank you both. Next question.
This is from one of our listeners online, from Adil Khan. The question for Madam Prols, Christina. Are there relationship managers that the ideas team enables? This means individuals who work with innovators directly. And how does the ideas team support the overall well-being of the innovators? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. So I think you're talking about integrators. So in Defense Research Development Canada, so our large science and tech branch in defense, we rely on their expertise to connect the the innovators with defense, and for a few different reasons. We want to make sure that the project is progressing in a positive way. We need that feedback. And we also want to ensure that the particular project continues to align with the challenge space, that it meets the needs of the particular defense partner as they see fit. So that relationship is constant. It looks very different depending on which funding element it is being supported by, but it is very much a very close relationship. And our hope is that that same integrator can continue to support that particular project, that innovator, as it moves through the ideas pipeline.
So do you consider that Cisco could be an integrator also for defense?
Yes, of course. But it depends a lot, because we work with a lot of partners, okay? And we are a vendor, but as I said in one of these questions, it's important for us to integrate with other solutions to provide the best offer for the customer or whatever, okay? So sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends, okay, on the approach.
And simply to add to that, within defense, we don't always have the expertise. Sometimes we do have to go to other government departments or seek alternatives to find an integrator that has the right knowledge and skill set to be able to make sure that this particular project as it evolves is properly supported and aligns with defense needs. And I think further to your question, what I didn't answer is that it is important to be flexible. While throughout the pandemic, we had so many projects that were put on hold, we had to make amendments to numerous contracts to be able to meet their needs because we still want innovators to be successful. So we do what we can. I mean, we still have to get money out the door. We are a government department after all, but we want to make sure that our innovators are supported to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Good morning, Victor Conceição from the Naval Academy and Naval Research Center. From what you presented here and solutions, we're dealing with the problem domain and we recognize it's a complex, it's uncertainty, it's surprising. How and when you gather all those innovators or communities, they come by their own initiatives. What you provide is a room, Jonas. How don't you consider it relevant to address the emergence of new ideas by putting all of them together? Because one thing is coming up with one idea, and another thing is when we are all together, we find a new idea. So don't you consider there should be kind of an initiative to promote these creative environments that we don't know at the beginning?
So please, Miguel.
Of course, I think that's critical. Okay, I think the more diverse ideas that we have, more good things we will do in the future. Okay, so I think that's key. Okay, and Cisco, every 2 times a year, okay, we build a network of companies and people that are ready for innovation, and we put them working together with our engineers to develop ideas and products and so on. So, in our opinion, bringing different people will add value to the discussion.
So depending on within ideas, depending on the element that is actually being used, I think we do facilitate some integration. So in our research networks, we do want to make sure that we're investing in a particular knowledge space so that we can acquire that knowledge and advance awareness within armed forces and the department. And further, I can give you a practical example, our contest element. So this is where we do have innovators going head-to-head against each other to get prizes. So one of the contests that we launched was actually successive in several phases. So we had a whole bunch of innovators in different domains, whether it be energy, water, or waste management systems. And we had them put forward proposals for an integrated temporary, relocatable temporary camp. And so we got all of these innovators from different domains into our pipeline. And then the next phase of the contest was actually partner them up so that they could integrate their systems together progressively over time, over several phases, so that we could have multiple innovators be able to put their great technologies, their great solutions together, so that we could we could address this particular problem space.
Thank you. I would like to add up to this that we all think that the best ideas come from both confrontation and collaboration, and you need to make room for this to happen in your organization. I think that's where you are coming from with your questions. Definitely, we need processes in which all the ideas and all the problems are addressed by a diversity of people who would initially fight on the solution before collaborating on developing it. Is there another question?
So, Christina, you work at the MOD level, right? so the Canadian MOD level.
Yes.
So my question is, how do we integrate, how do you coordinate with the service? How do you integrate the inputs from the operational, from the troops in your program, in your ideas asset? So this is something that we struggle here to integrate our strategy at the armed forces level with the MOD level. So if you can highlight, enlighten us in that part, it would be great. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So challenge intake. So at regular intervals, our branch, so our science and technology branch actually goes and has a conversation across the forces and across defense to find out what their capability needs are and in alignment with their particular priorities. And so that it's having that back and forth dynamic to define what the challenge is, what they actually need, is where we have our intake. Often when I'm speaking with innovators, they come up to me and they say, Christina, I have a great idea. I'm going to solve all your problems with this particular problem. Well, no, it doesn't come from industry. I need the forces to tell me exactly what they need. And then we then put that particular challenge through a process to make it be realized in one of our funding elements. So it's about having that strong relationship and constant relationship and making sure that there's the governance in place to letting us know exactly where you want us to focus our efforts.
You have something to add up to this? Okay. If you don't have a question, this, I'm also using my brain there. Please, sir. There. What I wanted to ask you, okay, that question is coming. I will let it go.
First of all, I'd like to apologize because I could not be here to hear from your presentations, but I know they have been very interesting because of the questions. But I have a lot of doubts, and I have a question to put to all of you. We have here in this Military University Institute a center of research. And also we are trying to coordinate also from our autonomous unities that are the academies from the branch, the Navy Academy or the Navy School, the Military Academy from the Army, and the Air Force Academy. And each one has also a center of research. So one of our challenges are in fact the coordination, but we have been in some areas very successful. What the great difficulty we are feeling is to pick beautiful ideas which come from this research in all of the centers. Also, these ideas sometimes could be discussed together with the industry, but at the end of the day, our difficulty is to do what I think Miguel Almeida has been presenting in a collaborative way with coming also for the needs we have in the armed forces. The needs coming from genetic strategy from the branches, and that in fact are really needed by the operational area coming from the shore. And this is our difficulty. And I think maybe between Christina and Miguel Almeida, you can give us some lessons learned by your experience that we can go a little bit farther than the phase of prototyping with our brainstorming and so on. How we can ameliorate, we can say, this collaborative way between the three legs, research, industry, and also the real needs that we have coming from the customers we have in the armed forces. For sure, for this we need the resources also, But normally, I think our Secretary of State, you have heard also, we have a procurement law is our main resource product, but not only this procurement law, we have other resources, and sometimes for good ideas we can expedite these good ideas if we have in a good way this collaborative work. So my question is exactly this: what you can offer to us as lesson learned for this collaborative work? Thank you.
Just
Okay. So how to ensure the collaboration? So we do struggle with that to a certain degree because the IDEAS program, we're so reliant on our science and tech branch. So the question often is, how come all of the money that gets pushed through the IDEAS program can't simply just be invested into the branch itself? Well, they have their particular domains and particular priorities that they need to focus on from an operational perspective. So we really encourage them to let them know that this is of benefit to them. Our continued investment in industry actually does have a significant return to them because we really need to rely on their expertise. They're also learning when they're integrating a particular project and sharing the knowledge and the information and the project between what is happening between the innovator and also with the department. And our branch, our science and technology branch, does have its own mandate. It has its own priorities that it needs to contribute as well. So there have been projects where we said, oh, you know what, this is actually best suited under that particular umbrella, whereas we have to keep certain projects separate by way of some of our challenges through the IDEAS program. So it can be tricky. But we can certainly ask ourselves the question, and where does the knowledge need to go? Making sure that we have the right people supporting those projects.
Just a quick thing. Of course, I would say that collaboration, it's the most difficult thing, right? Because we have different departments, the funding, exactly, the funding is different. But I think here, as you said, the research is already done, right? Because you have internal people for that and smart people from different angles that can bring the innovation. I think the main challenge here is to go to, or from a prototype to a really product to sell in the market, right? And in my opinion, there are two things that are really important. One is an industry partner. This is key. You need to find someone that really believes in your idea and is happy to fund the manufacturing of the product. This is key, okay? This is how we do in Cisco, okay? We go to partners and we fund the manufacturing product. After that, we need to have, I would say, a sales orientation. The size of the market, okay? Who can buy this product? And how can I get near of these customers? Okay, and we need to define the way to address the go-to-market that we need to sell these products. This is how we do it in Cisco. I don't know if this is possible here, okay? But this is how we do it. Okay?
Thank you. Another question. Back there is a question. At the last row.
Hello, good morning to you all. First of all, it was a nice presentation. My question is to Christina. In your presentation, you mentioned the non-traditional thinking. So what bridges do you think that need to be built between the non-traditional thinking and the traditional / conservative thinking? Thank you.
Thanks for that question. I think it depends on how we define the problem space and craft the challenge. Right, so we want it to be broad enough that it might speak to different industries who have a particular technology that might address that particular problem. So in my presentation, I referred to mining, agriculture, healthcare, a non-traditional in the way that they might have some sort of technology that can be adapted to the particular problem space, but it's more about the crafting, right? So we have a large team of defense scientists that work really hard to ensure that the way that we're putting out the challenge can speak to different industries, right? So it's not saying, oh, we only want this particular industry to be invited to this particular challenge and submit proposals, but about what the end state looks like. What is the vision, so that any innovators who are receiving our messages know how to cater their particular product in a way that could meet those needs. And yes, it could be often be dual purpose.
You want to say something? Thank you. Someone else? So I have a question for you both. When we work in innovation and trying to deliver fast and be very close to the users, and sometimes at very low level, the tactical operational level, don't you see a risk that by fixing small details, you are actually not tackling the big picture of a new capability, for example, or building something that is solving the problem today, but might be generating another problem on the longer run? So how do you address that potential longer term problem generated?
I think it's a combination of having a strong relationship with the defense partner to let us know kind of what that longer term vision is, and what is the actual meaning of us cutting off a particular project, right? If it's gonna fail fast. Like, there's lessons to be learned there. Like, we need to know ourselves why it needed to be failed fast, because what happens, if it's about how we structured that challenge. Maybe we didn't ask the right question in the first place. Maybe we didn't have the strongest understanding of the problem space. And then also relying on the integrator. They have such a pivotal role in the success of a particular project. They're the ones with the expertise to let us know what isn't going in the right way. Right, so we're very much, because we're an access to innovation program, or it's all about process. So we're very much reliant on the partner and our own scientific expertise, innovators, integrators, to be able to give us that proper advice.
Thank you. Do you see things like this too?
For us, innovation is not a tactical thing. Okay, we are not bringing innovation to solve a small issue or a small problem that we have in front of us. Okay, the most important, and I've already said this, innovation is a strategic thing, and we need to define our goals. Okay, innovation must respond to a business needs, or must change how we work, how we live, etc. So it's not a tactical thing, it's a strategic, and we need to have a long-term vision.
Thank you. So we are coming close to the end, but there is still time for one or two more questions. So there's one I would like to address, because I'm still here in the power seat, so I can also, the big question about speed and failure. And when you hear that, it gives the impression that, okay, we go the innovation path, we will be failing often. Actually, to my anecdotal observation of this, our world defense government for a long time, I think the innovation path that says we need to accept failure is failing less often than the traditional one. The difference is that the traditional has developed techniques to hide it away, and that's speed. A traditional program lasts so long that when it fails, and it fails often, we don't remember who started it, and we don't know who to blame. And so it's not slow only because it's complex. I think slowness is included so that no one is responsible for the failure. So no one starts a project, ended up in their term, it will go to someone else, and if it went wrong, they terminate it and no one notices it. So I think that innovation is not only about failing more often than others. It's not be afraid of saying, it's fine that I fail, and this is what we don't have in government. And I think on the leadership side, on the nice way, saying, no, you need to deliver before you leave. And if it fails, it's not a big deal, but you have to deliver. You cannot sweep it under the carpet or piss it over to the next one. We'll say, yeah, that's crap, I get rid of it, which is what we see most of the time, actually. So speed and failure is related in the new innovation and the traditional system, and we just need to face them for what they are. And that's a cultural thing. Projects do fail and make believe that we don't fail. It's just a political stuff. We fail all the time and we just need to face it. That's fine. So I eat up the time for the last question maybe. And if this is all, for those who are in the room, we're still around for a while, so you can still ask questions about this to the panelists and myself. And for those who are online, we are not just closing down, so you can hunt us down online and throw questions to us, to everyone. So we would be really happy that this debate is continuing later on. So thank you very much for the audience. Thank you very much to the two panelists. It was a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you.
Mr. Serge, Ms. Christina, and Mr. Miguel, thank you very much for your contributions. I would like now to invite Lieutenant General Martins Pereira and Vice Admiral Henriques Gomes to present with a small souvenir as a way of appreciation for the valuable contribution and knowledge that you brought to this event.
Thank you very much for
It is now time to have lunch. I hope you enjoyed our Portuguese food and get the opportunity to network. I would also like to thank you, all the online participants, for taking part of the morning session, and hope to see you all back at 14:30. Thank you very much and bon appetit.
Very well.
Jose. Jose, can you hear me? Jose.
Can you hear me, Stefan?
Now, yes. Please unlock my video because I would like to see the way I look.
Confirm that you can see me.
Yes, I perfectly can see. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you turn on your camera, please?
I would like to, but in fact, I'm not allowed to.
Could you give them privilege to connect the camera? Para ligarem a câmera. Para ele ligar a câmera. Sim, ele ligar a câmera. Não? Como? Ele diz que não tem privilégio para ligar a câmera. Ok.
It's not okay yet.
Okay, but let's see if you can share your screen with us.
Okay. So, but I would in fact I would also like to see the way I look, because I'm in my bedroom and I would not like to.
Yeah, no, of course that we the question is we cut the privilege for the participant online to connect the camera, so
Okay.
we need to give you that kind of privileges.
Okay. So where is
you can test your
I'm just looking. Okay, now here I get it. So how I cannot share my screen because the moderator has locked it. It's the same for the video.
We need to unlock that. Just give. Just give us more 2 minutes, please, Stefan.
Okay.
não consigo perceber como é que um gajo que está responsável pela merda não tem o correr no telefone. Stefan?
Yes.
I will call you within 5 minutes. Okay, I don't want you to wait. So we need to unlock your camera and your rights for presentation.
Okay, I don't have anything else to do for the moment, so I'm waiting for your help. Don't be annoyed. There's no problem.
We are looking for the guy that.
It's always the same. It's always the same. When I can go to Lisbon, I will tell you why I missed my plane.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you so much. Okay, Stefan, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, try to connect your camera, please.
All right. Okay. Can you see me now?
Can see clear. So, and the backwards it's okay. The background is okay.
Okay. So how can I share my view?
So you come to the green arrow on the bottom. Okay. Perfect. So if you can now.
I cannot hear you, Jose.
Sorry, I was away from the micro. So
yes.
Now you can, yeah, the presentation. That one, yeah.
Okay.
So, and you can run the slides. Okay, good, perfect. So the third panel is scheduled to start at 2:30, right?
Yes.
General Almeida will do the introduction, so will be the moderator. He will present to you, read your CV, and then he will give you the floor.
Okay.
And that time you can do the follow.
I'm sorry, I have to change my place. It's okay for the moment.
But we can stay with this the presentation already in the background. Sr. José, eu posso ficar já com a apresentação assim, não pode? Okay. So perfect with the French flag and the European.
Is it okay for you?
It's good for us.
Okay, perfect.
So, for us, I will say you can join us at 2:30, so 15:30 in France. Please stay your presentation already shared. Don't touch nothing, and then you can start.
Okay.
Okay. So see you in 20 minutes, more or less.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ok, muito obrigado. Sujeito, primeiro. Não vai ficar com a apresentação assim. Sim, também o pessoal online vê isto, né? Sim. Agora tira o pessoal, não é? Estava a ver se
Às 14h15, não, às 14h30 da treino. Everything is fine. Good.
Did you enjoy the lunch?
I did actually. Yeah, the cod.
Yeah, codfish.
You can't eat too much.
Yes, and also the afternoon.
Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bacalhau.
Bacalhau, yes.
Call it cavalhau. Cavalhau.
Okay.
Yeah, the flights. One minute after the next.
No, we'll wait till 9:30 tonight.
You know the series with the English and the and they do you no, there was also German project. Yeah, when I was this Leutnant Krug, and he goes, I don't know when the do you call it my little
Oh, no.
No, you're doing a great job up there today, too.
I'm trying.
So I leave it packed up. It's
Yes.
not, so once,
Yes.
like that.
How long have you been serving?
Yeah, you can buy some drink. But if it's just like dry food,
I don't know.
it's not aftershave.
So my purpose is nothing to do with education. Today I'm just here to present.
We should call it getting voluntold.
We got the bus here last night. Lots of bars, restaurants. Do those. And when we were back, they were all closed. One of them. On the streets, and so we went to one, then we were then into well, if I bring my wife out, I'll send you an email. It's easy to find on one table or it's very small. Only this morning.
You know where you want to open
Isto agora não.
Não? Pois, não sei.
Não está. Tá.
Cordel Boinar, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I hope you can hear me too.
Nós é que não temos o som dele. E o som dele?
Também já
Estava bom?
Já está?
Está tudo testado, ele já está com a apresentação feita.
Ok, onde é que está a
É ele que
câmara?
vai
Onde é que está a
começar.
câmara que filma?
Stefan?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Stefan, how do you read me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Could you turn on your micro?
Well, I'm going to.
Stefan, can you check
Yes.
your micro, please?
Yes, but I don't know how to read. Everything was okay.
Muitos elogios. O ano passado tinha sido XPTO. Onde é que está o capital?
I can just use one of those microphones. You have this microphone. Ah, you have that already. Okay. Should I do that now or after?
You can use them and just to. Yeah. On deux, trois.
Yeah.
Comment ça va?
Just leave it here and.
Jose, can you hear me? Jose, can you hear me now?
That's a firm.
Is it okay?
Can you sing a French song, please?
I would prefer to talk instead of singing.
Okay. Now, we want to hear you more louder, please.
Yes, but I cannot.
Okay, right.
I cannot arrange my mic. I'm sorry.
That's okay right now, Stefan. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I'm happy if you can hear me.
Posso começar? Eu tenho a apresentação para cá. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you have enjoyed the lunch. Now we are heading to the third and last panel dedicated to innovation in armed forces case studies that will be focused on the analysis of allied nations and their innovation approach in the military context. For this panel, we are honored to have with us Colonel Stéphane Monard from the French Defense Innovation Agency, Mr. Roscoe Mateo from the Directorate General of Arm and Material of the Spanish MOD, and Lieutenant Colonel Frans van der Am from the Defense Material Organization of the Netherlands MOD. These three distinguished guests will be moderated by Brigadier General João Paulo de Almeida, Head of Innovation and Transformation Division of the Portuguese Armed Forces General Staff. Allow me, therefore, to introduce our last but not least moderator. Brigadier General João Paulo de Almeida joined the Military Academy in 1984, having been graduated in Military Science Engineer course in 1991, and obtaining later an Engineer Master's degree. He was commanding officer of all levels of military engineering units since platoon to regiment level. He also served in the Armed General Staff as section head and head of engineer divisions of the Land Forces Operational Command. In 2019-20, he was the executive officer of the Commanding General of the Army Logistics Command. Abroad, he was the commanding officer of the 7th Portuguese multi-role engineer units deployed in South Lebanon and carried out military cooperation missions in Guinea-Bissau and Saint Tomé. He also the G3 operations officer in Allied Rapid Reaction Force in Germany, deputy operations officer in ISAF headquarters in Afghanistan, and the head of J1 peacetime establishment management sections between 2011 and 2014. João Paulo de Almeida, when promoted to the rank of Brigadier General, was appointed to head the Director of Innovation and Transformation of the Armed Forces, a position he currently holds. General Almeida, thank you so much for being here, and now I hand you the floor to lead this last panel.
Thank you. Excellencies, generals, ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an honor for me to be here and to have the opportunity to moderate this panel. I hope that I will meet the desired end state. I will try at least. I would also like to thank to the speakers of this panel from 3 allied countries that agreed to come to Lisbon and to share with us the experiences and the lessons learned by their armed forces and MODs in the innovation area. The innovation strategy in military organizations and the strategy for defense transformation have been central topics when it comes to the adaptation of the armed forces to the evolution of warfare and the response to emerging technologies. As it was discussed and well demonstrated in the previous sessions, these organizations are characterized by rigid hierarchy that can restrain idea generation and individual initiatives. But at the same time, they can be great drivers of innovation, considering that the bureaucratic layers are so closely connected that innovation can be easily communicated and implemented. National approaches vary around the world, and the way innovation is understood in different countries may change, but the appreciation of innovation remains the same. It should be mostly open and must be prone to synergy of efforts. Innovation cannot be perceived as a risk or a vulnerability, but on the other hand, it should be perceived as an opportunity to provide a strategic advantage against potential opponents or enhance our operational capability. Therefore, it is important to obtain knowledge, understand the innovation approach in the military context of allied countries. This panel, the Innovation in the Armed Forces case studies, will be focused on this analysis and will include representatives of French Defense Innovation Agency, General Staff of the Spanish Armed Forces, and Defense Material Organization from the Netherlands MOD. This will not only provide a better understanding of how these 3 allied countries explore innovation to their operational advantage, as well as enable to promote the acceleration and development for military effectiveness in others. The main goal is to provide a benchmarking example, allowing the countries to learn from one another, which is expected to affect and improve the performance of the armed forces, enabling the military organization to become more competitive and sustainable, always bearing in mind innovation as a driver of transformation. Let's understand and learn from the examples of these allied nations that kindly agree to share with us their experiences. The first briefing addresses the French Defense Innovation Agency, which is already posted on the screen, and will be presented by Colonel Stéphane Moinard, French Air Force, that is joining us from Paris. Colonel Stéphane Moinard, can you hear us?
Yes, I can perfectly hear you, General.
Okay, thank you. Colonel Stéphane Moinard has started his career in aeronautics and electronic warfare. After having been part of the Rafale fighter aircraft program management team for several years, he has been in charge of export controls program, as in Saudi Arabia, Greece, Morocco, and then program director of the French fleet of Mirage 2000 fighter aircraft. He then complemented his horizon with a position regarding the Galileo secured signal and in coordination of the French armament test and expertise centers. Since December 2019, he is in charge of the International Cooperation Department in the Defense Innovation Agency, where he particularly manages the topics of a European Defense Innovation Network. Colonel Stefan Boinard, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, General, and thank you for the briefing. It was very nice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to present to you the Defense Innovation Agency in Paris. I'm going to start with with a chart, because in France we like charts. Mrs. Parly, the former Ministry of Defense, created the Defense Innovation Agency. I just want to sum up the organization of the French MOD, because the Ministry for the Armed Forces has three main subordinates: the General Secretary for Administration, the Joint Chief of Staff, and the Head of Procurement, who is Mr. Barr. Addition to this, the French Agence d'Innovation de Défense was added to this, and Dr. Kiva, the head of the agency, is reporting to Mr. Barr, but the agency is independent in the chart. The fact is that, as General Almeida said, the innovation is not only procurement, despite of the fact that the missions are more or less the same. And this is why the Innovation Agency has a mission of federating and orientating the whole innovation of the ministry. Regard to this, the organization of the agency, so the director is Dr. Kiva and his deputy is General Ofor, and he has two additional specialized deputies. Added to this, the agency is working on two legs, because we have one leg for S&T, and surprisingly, the International Cooperation Department is included in the S&T department, in the S&T division. We also have a division for innovation, where you can see we have an access portal, a lab, a self-detection and collect, and participative innovation, and I will come back to this. We also have two additional daily divisions working with us, and we have one coordination cell. Coordination, because they are here to federate all the work for artificial intelligence of the ministry, and it's directed by Professor Krajewski. Professor Krajewski has one good point and one bad point. The good point, he says he's a brilliant guy, and the bad point is that he rarely says no. So the AI coordination cell is totally overloaded for the 2 following years. So we're trying every day to add them a little work. Despite of our mission, well, sorry, I'm just forgetting the main. We are 100 people, more or less. When you consider the French MOD, which is about 300,000 people, you see that 100 people all located in Paris cannot do everything they want. So federating a €1 billion budget is a huge job, and we are here just to connect with all the bodies of the Ministry of Defense and to orientate the main works for innovation. Our most visible production is the release every year of a reference document of the Defense Innovation Orientation, which in France makes the acronym DROID. It's easier to say. This document has two versions, one in French, for French, classified, describing all the projects that we are going to follow and the allocated budgets for each of them. We also have a public version and translated in English that you can download on our website if you like. I know the Chinese made it very, very frequently, but in fact, they can do as much as they can because it's just a presentation document. We are 100 people. We are all located in Paris, and logically, the innovation in France is not only in Paris, and it's made by people who do not know us. This is why we are relying on a technical network made by the technical and expertise centers all along France. You can see these people are working with us, despite of the fact that they are not belonging to the agency. We are also working with civilian structures, with the National Research Agency, the Artificial Intelligence Research National Institute, and the National Scientific Research Center. And so this is a very important part of our job, in fact, to coordinate and to federate all the energies, and in fact, to make a coherent approach for all the ministry. In order to be performant, we have proceeded by splitting the Warfield world into 17 innovation areas. Each area has one manager. Sometimes you have the same manager for two innovation areas, but these managers are responsible for planning a roadmap for innovation in their domain. You can see that we have maintenance and overhaul. We also have space. We have emerging defense technologies, non-kinetic weapons, 17 domains being all managed by one people, and be sure that every year that when we collect the needs for funding for each of them, be sure that they have a very long list, and that the difficult mission, in fact, is not to fill the holes. In fact, is to make the referee between all the demanding managers for all the innovation areas. The result of this splitting is, in fact, the fact that at one given time, you can be sure that you can picture that in every side of in every facet of the war field, we have projects going on. So these are the main ones that you will understand very easily for the SCAF, for the MGCS, and for the cluster drones. But I'm missing one now. This is the future anti-ship missile. But we can picture at any time when we try to communicate that we are filling all the aspects of the warfield domain. All of our work is piloted and managed under the aspect of projects. The most easily one to understand is the research projects. We are funding some PhDs and some post-PhDs projects. And when we mature enough some defense technologies, we put them into defense technology projects. These are the last steps before making huge armament operations for procurement. But despite of the fact that the defense technology projects are a main costly side of the agency, we also have one important mission, which is acceleration and maturation. The thing is that we have to climb the stairs, start from mock-ups, go into the step of demonstrators, start from the step of demonstrators, reach the step of prototypes, and hopefully start from the step of a prototype and reach the true equipment. And lastly, these are my preferred one, the participative innovation projects. In fact, it's more or less the same mission, but in fact, the idea is not coming from the industry. The idea is coming from the end users, because they know what innovation they need. And so when you have one soldier, one trooper saying, I have a good idea, but I am not an industrial, I do not have the money, but I need to be supported. We have a committee analyzing the projects, and in fact, we connect industry and the projects, and when we make the stair be climbed. And the most visible project that we led was 2 years ago when the sanitary crisis began. we took away 10 million euros from the budget and we made a huge call for proposals in order to accelerate the way out of the crisis, and asked, okay, if you have an idea to make us get out of this trap, please provide us with your ideas. You can be funded. We were expecting to have several dozens of answers, maybe several hundreds. We received more than 2,500 answers and propositions. All of them were analyzed, and we selected 37 projects, the last of them being contracted less than 3 months after the call. So it was a satisfying result for us, and it was possible because we had put in place some special purchasing procedures, and so we still use the procedures, but hopefully we are not using them for so urgent problems. I've discussed with you with S&T, and I'm now going to discuss with innovation, because that's what interests you. Innovation is generally the matter of detecting. So when you detect and track an interesting society, and we have the mock-up, the interest is, in fact, is to connect the idea for a project, the maturity of the society on a commercial way, and the maturity of the end users. In order, if you ask if you ask a soldier, what do you need? He will answer, I just need my equipment be replaced. So the thing is, we must all acculturate. If you receive one project, can you work differently with the same efficiency? Because the equipment is different. And you, as an industry, as a startup, can you modify your process in order to make something more equipment? The key of this all is that we do not want to be the only customers of society. Because when you get the only customer of society, you get responsible of it. And when the society goes bad, you're asked to place orders that you did not expect. And so this is money that you waste, or you spend differently. And yes, we have 1 billion euros, but due to all the things that we want to do, it's never enough. So we try to analyze societies and startups and understand the path that they are going to follow, and understand, okay, what will this society be doing in 1 year, in 2 years? When can we be customers? The result of this all is a database. We feel we have a database with the name of the societies, the project, the direction they are going to follow, etc., and so on. And some of them are beginning to be contractors. In order to work efficiently with these societies, we have made a lab. I like the lab because it's a name which means nothing. It's just a place. You see the place on this photograph. Despite the only interest of this place is that it's simple to access to because it's not you do not have the security conditions that we have in our headquarters, and you can make people meet people from the army and people from the industry. And despite of all the prejudices that people can have, the military towards the industry and the industry towards the militaries, we make people discuss and ask questions, and people understand that each other is here to work. And this is a very, very, very interesting result. So we can make calls, and the most visible call I will discuss. There was one call saying the military trouble, sorry, was to have a solution against UAVs. I have problems with UAV. What can you do for me? And there was a dozen of societies coming and presenting us on a slideshow, presenting us with the solutions that they suggested. Some said, okay, I can automatically shoot the UAV. that was not a solution that we wanted to have. Some were suggesting to have nets and capture the UAV. Some were proposing to jam the link between the ground and the UAV. Many of the societies were invited to pursue the discussion later. Well, just one slide back, I was just discussing a couple of minutes ago of the stairs that we are trying to climb. See the mockup, when you accelerate, you can go to a demonstrator. When you accelerate, you can go to a prototype and hopefully transform the prototype into a 3,000 unit equipment able to work in the hot, in the cold, with the same level of performance. And so this is why we label the products that we are having. In fact, in all the proposals that we receive, some of them are not very serious, and we are having a committee in order to be efficient and to analyze the true interest for defense of the projects. And see that when you see detect and track, idea, mature, experiment, and deploy. See, of course, the number of projects become fewer and fewer, and logically you have less energy. But in fact, that's the 2020 graph, and this year we had many projects for maturation than for the mockup. So that was the surprise, but the job was made. One mission of the Defense Innovation Agency is also to place a Defense Innovation Investment Fund. We've been putting it in place last year, and that was a problem because in the same time the NATO was asking for support for the NATO Investment Fund, and we could not join because we were fighting with our own Ministry of Budget in order to have our own fund. And so we are progressively putting in place 200 million euros, which hopefully will grow into 400 million. And we are having our own, we are very first results with the dedicated societies, and this one is working with Canton, but fortunately it's not the last. Communication also, because it's an important part of the job. Last year in November, there was the Defense Innovation Forum, so about 100 companies coming to present us with some interesting projects. And this event takes place every 2 years. So in 2020, we made a virtual one, a digital one, because we wanted to transmit some hope in innovation to everyone, despite of the sanitary conditions. Perspective, because innovation needs to focus on the future, and we are now working in a perspective, also, of course, but also in a cognitive warfare. And this is why I'm just transition to the red team. So when you get the slides, you will see these interesting sentences that make their authors become famous. And we wanted to be famous, but not for these reasons. So we have been deciding to think of the future and to prepare us with some unexpected crisis situations. And Mrs. Parley, the ministry at this time, decided to launch the Red Team project. What is the Red Team? The Red Team is a team of science fiction authors which have been contracted by the Ministry of Defense in order to think of the future and of crisis situations and think, okay, what can happen in 2050, 2060? Opposite to the red team, we've been putting in place the blue team of French MOD officers in order to think, and that gives some interesting videos that I can only show a slide photograph today, but you can see the videos on the redteam.org. this is you put to the extreme the situation where, in fact, cities can be protected with the detection and self-defense, but it wastes so much energy that the shield cannot be moved. And so outside the shield, you get overcrowded with drones and equivalent threats, but in the shield, you're protected. And so this is the end of the war of movement. So what happens when the war of movement disappears? I invite you to go and see the video, and the video for the 2022 season are going to appear in the following days. And as I have the honor of discussing with you, I just wanted to have 30 seconds discussing the European Defense Innovation Network. This is an idea that France is pushing very fast and very much, because in fact, all of us are discussing of innovation, and we are, I think it's high time for us to meet and discuss into a willing and non-committing way. So there are two easy directions. The first one is our research and technology organization. There is one association that already exists, which is called EDRIN. This association wants to spread, and we want the association to spread. So I guess the result is easily to guess. On the other way, I think it's very important now to have us meeting for all the innovation managers from the European countries to take the benefit of the parallel EDA's effort, because EDA has created the AD, which is more focused on detection, but EDA, the HEDI, has also the mission of exchanging the results and the lessons learned. This is exactly what we want to do. So I hope that in September, most of the people, most of the innovation managers wanting to meet will be able to join some of my colleagues, because I'm trying to discuss, and I know some of in the room have already heard my saying. So this is the end of my speech, and I hope we'll be able to meet in live in September. I'm ready to give the floor to anyone who wants.
Thank you, Coronel Monard. We will move immediately to the other presentations, because I think it is preferable that everyone presents, and then at the end we will put the questions, because most of the questions can be addressed for more than one people, and there are differences and things that are similar in the three countries. I think it's more beneficial that we keep the questions at the end. We will move now for the second presentation that will cover innovation in Spanish MOD, and will be delivered by Mr. Oscar Jimenez Mateo from Spanish MOD. Oscar Jimenez was educated in the University of Navarra on biological sciences and obtained a PhD on molecular biology in 1997 from Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, UAM. From 1997 to 2001, he held several postdoctoral research positions in UAM and Universidad Complutense de Madrid. Since 2001, he has been working for the Ministry of Defense, initially as a freelancer biologist and later as a civil servant. With a great experience in the chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear CBRN area, he worked in 2001 and 2008 in the Technological Institute of La Marañosa. From 2008, he has been working for the Under-Directorate of Planning, Technology and Innovation at General Directorate of Armament and Material, holding several positions related to research and technology planning, as well as to the CBRN defense. He is the Spanish representative at European Defense Agency Joint Investment Program of CBRN Management Committee and Capability Technological CAPTEC National Coordinator for EDA, CBRN and Human Factor, as well as National Contact Point for EDA Ad Hoc Working Group Space. He has been recently appointed as the head of the Research and Development Planning area. Mr. Oscar Jimenez, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank you to the organizers for inviting us to this very interesting seminar. So on behalf of my Deputy Director, General Murga, and on behalf of my National Armaments Director, thank you so much. Muito obrigado. Well, in the next 20 minutes, I will try to give, one moment, because it seems not to work. So in the next 20 minutes, I will try to give a brief presentation of how we tackle with innovation in the Spanish Ministry of Defense. I will introduce briefly my organization. Then I will present the Defense Technology and Innovation Strategy. I will highlight two initiatives that have too much to do with innovation in which we are involved. The Coincidente program, which is currently running with funding of our MOD. And also I'll introduce some strategic projects for economic recovery and transformation that are taking place in Spain. Finally, I will introduce one slide for international cooperation, the importance of international cooperation when we are talking about innovation. And I will briefly introduce also our technology watch and foresight system. So regarding my organization, you can see in the slide who is who in the Spanish MOD. You can see in the center of the slide which are the policy and management bodies. The policy of R&D and innovation is under the lead of the Secretary of State for Defense. Below this Secretary of State, we have the National Armaments Directorate. Here's where I'm working for. And regarding R&D and innovation, the main actions are on the side of the Deputy Directorate for Planning, Technology and Innovation. But you can also see in the left side of the slide that we have to take into account the end user. One of the lessons learned in our MOD is that we have to take into account the end users since the very beginning when we are talking about research, development and innovation. Otherwise, if we do not engage the end users, they lack interest in the solutions that we're going to provide. And you also can see in the slide on the right side of the slide that we have one executive body for research and development activities, which is the National Institute for Space Technology. In spite of its name, this institute has four different deputy directorates which deal with each of the domains in the defense sector, one for aerospace, one for naval platforms, also land systems, and another for aeronautical systems. In the next slide, I'd like to introduce the organization of my National Armaments Directorate. You can see that there are 5 main deputy directorates which deal with, you can see in the slide, with acquisitions, inspection, regulation and industrial strategy, international relations, programs, and our deputy directorate, which deals with planning, technology, and innovation. You can also see in the slide that our deputy directorate has 4 main different areas. One for the armaments and material planning, another for research and development planning, another one for programming and control of the resources of armament and material and research and development, and another area who is in charge of the management of the contracts related to research and development. In my area, the area that I'm heading, the research and development and innovation planning area, there are 2 different units, one which deals with all the research and development activities in the international sector, another one in the national sector. Attached to the unit of the national unit, we have a kind of a technology watch and forces system that I will introduce later in my presentation. Now I would like to move on and present our strategy for technology and innovation in the Department of Defense. This is a public reference tool which tries to facilitate the coordination and alignment of the ministry's technological research and innovation activities in order to attain specific objectives directly linked to the required military capabilities. It also serves as an essential instrument to foster cooperation between the different stakeholders related to research and development and innovation, of course, in our nation. It is based in three main pillars. You can see in the slide. The main one, of course, is the technological objectives to cover those specific gaps that we have identified to cover to fulfill some military capabilities. The second pillar is based on the national and international cooperation, and we have a third pillar just for the continuous improvement of all the internal processes regarding research, development, and innovation in our department. You can download this strategy in the English language in the website that we have for this. I would like to highlight that this strategy is embedded in the national strategy for science, technology, and innovation from Spain. This is the structure of the current strategy. I forgot to mention, this is the third edition of the strategy. The first one was published in 2010, the second one in 2015, and this is the third edition. Its structure is divided into 11 technological areas. This is the first time I would like to highlight that this is the first time that our strategy has a specific area devoted to space systems, just to achieve that this domain has been identified as the fourth domain in the defense sector. So in our strategy, and taking into account that we have to cover some military capabilities, we have to take into account the military needs, not only the short term, but also in the mid-term and long term, and taking also into account, which is the state of the art of the technologies involved, and also taking into account the state of the national defense technological and industrial base. We have identified 147 research, development, and innovation lines that we would like to fulfill in the time frame of this strategy that I forgot to mention is up to 2027. Of course, these are too much lines and we needed to prioritize this line. So we have identified a subset of technological objectives that you can see in the slide, that in which we are going to focus in the more in the short mid term. These technological objectives have been identified in three different levels. Those objectives which we need or are associated to large platforms and weapon systems. Then we have also, you can see the bottom of the slide, some objectives that we have identified related to the emerging and disruptive technologies, like quantum computing, hypersonic, and so on. In the middle, in the center of the slide, you can see that we have identified a subset of 27 technological objectives related to the main defense challenge. Here's where we are going to deal mainly with innovation. In the next slide, you can see which are the 27 technological objectives that we have identified in different specific areas of action. In the first area of action, which is related to defense application with high technological requirements, you can see that we have identified objectives related to munition guidance, high performance electronic technologies, electronic warfare, military communication in complex environments, and solution for cyber operation. We have identified three technological objectives in the second main area of action, which has to do with defense against asymmetric threats. You can see the objectives, which are, of course, counter IED, counter RPAS, and of course, CBRN defense. We have a subset of different objectives also related with with implementation of artificial intelligence in different subsystems. Also robotics, the implementation of robotics, either in unmanned platforms in support of the dismounted soldier and so on. We also have identified some subset of objectives related to materials for passive protection, mainly, and also for the reduction of platform signatures And we have also identified one specific objective within this area of action related to space, which deals with the use of small satellites. So this has something to do with new space, the use of small satellites for defense applications. And in the fourth area of action, which is related to enhancement of human capabilities, you can see that we have identified also some objectives related to the use of technologies for the dismounted soldier, exoskeletons, and also advanced training through simulation. Well, we have three more specific areas of action: energy sustainability, digital transformation, and we also have the last one, which has to do with initial technology capability development. I won't go into the detail of the rest of the technological objectives. In this slide, I would like to stress or to highlight the importance of innovation, which is stated as it is in our current edition of the strategy. In light of this, we signed in 2019 a specific general action protocol between the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Science and Innovation, the Center for the Development of Industrial Technology, CDTI in Spain, and the Research State Agency, which was the aim of this general action protocol was supporting and promoting the development and inclusion of technology and innovation in defense, in the field of defense and security. One of the most important things that we wanted to promote innovation through the different stakeholders in the Spanish network of research, development, and innovation. So the importance of innovation is clearly stated in our strategy, and it has a specific mandate of coordination with other public bodies responsible for dual use and civil research development initiative policies and investment. We understand that when we are talking on when we have to deal with activities of lower TRL, we have to take advantage of an external financial tools of another ministry, not those from the Ministry of Defense, that we prefer to reserve for activities with lower maturity regarding TRLs. I would also like to stress that our National Defense Directive and the Defense Policy Directive stress the importance of innovation in our armed forces. Well, now I would like to move on to one of these initiatives that we have in our ministry to promote innovation. It is called the Coincidente program. Coincidente in Spanish stands for Cooperation in Scientific Research and Development of Strategic Technologies. One of the main goals of this program is to apply technologies which have been developed in the civil sector, apply them to military uses. The main goal of this program is the development of technology demonstrators with a military functionality, in order to, of course, to fulfill some military needs and requirements. This program has been active for more than 3 decades, although it has been evolving. Initially, there were open calls. Now we are focused more on certain topics. There is a call for proposal yearly. The best proposals are selected in an open competition. Although, of course, large industries can take part in this program, it is directed to academia, research and development centers, and small and medium enterprises. The expected outcome, as I mentioned before, is technological demonstrators and hopefully some kind of prototypes with military functionality. Ideas can come from the civil sector, and of course they might have been funded by private or public national and international bodies. Usually the Spanish Ministry of Defense, our department, co-finance from 30 to 80% of the project, depending on the type of the leading entity. If it's a research center, we may co-fund even up to 80% of the project. If it's a large industry, which is the main leading entity, we only fund 30% of the project. The average funding of co-funding from the MOD is 0.5 million euros, so it's per project. And the average duration of this project is 24 months, 24 to 30 months. In this slide, I just wanted to present which were the topics for the last two calls. The call of 2021 was devoted to high energy and pulse power storage, severe and decontamination, counter IED detection, and robotics in support of the dismounted soldiers. You can see the projects which have been selected for contracting under the different topics. These projects are currently being under the process of being contracted. Hopefully, they will contracted before the end of the year. You can see also in the right side of the slide which are the topics of the call of this year, which is still, I think it's still open. RF Director Energy System Technologies for Defense Application, Navigation and Positioning Technologies for Unmanned Aerial Platform in the sense of GNSS, and Field Technologies for the use in military land vehicles. Well, in this slide, I wanted to present some success cases of this program from the last calls. We have a set of projects in a very widely set of technologies. You can see that we have some projects related with precision guidance systems for ammunition. We also have one project related to the detection of sarin gas in contaminated areas. Also, another project deals with development of a system proof of concept to integrate predictive maintenance of military ground platforms. Also, the ARCO project deals with robotization of a fleet of trucks. We have also another projects related with the use of artificial intelligence. You can see it at the bottom left of the slide, the use of artificial intelligence to process data coming from space systems, and so on. I would like also to mention that the Psycho project, you can see bottom on the right of the slide, was devoted to design and develop and validation of the cyber common operational picture prototype. This is currently in use in our armed forces, in our cyber defense units. Most of these projects are going to have follow-on activities. We are currently in the process of being contracted. Well, now I would like to move on to another initiative. In this case, it is not funded by the Ministry of Defense, which is the Strategic Projects for Economy, Recovery and Transformation, what we call in Spanish, PERTE, this is the acronym in Spanish. This is a kind of implementation tools, just in order for the implementation of the mechanism of resilience and recovery of the European Union. Our government have approved so far for the time being up to 11 different plans, PERTE, in different technological domains. But I would like to stress here this one, which is devoted to aerospace systems. The aerospace plan plans to mobilize around 4,500 million euros between the next 3 years. The main objectives of this plan are articulated on around 3 pillars: the aeronautical field, space field, and there's also a transversal field. And I would like to stress that this plan, this aerospace PERTE, includes some specific actions related to the development of experimentation center for UAVs, which is involved our Institute for Defense Technology and Research, INTA. Also for the development of an aerial platform for research. Of course, it includes the creation of the Spanish Space Agency, and last but not least, because we have been actively involved in the definition of the last one, it includes also some actions regarding space system, Earth observation systems for defense and security. This action has been coordinated between the Ministry of Science and Innovation and the Ministry of Defense. It takes funds from the Ministry of Innovation, but the Ministry of Defense has been involved in the definition of this call and preparing the request for information to industry. And It says specifically that the actions under this point must include at least 50% of innovation. I mean, it is directed for the use of dual-use technologies. Well, I don't like to finish this part of my presentation without mentioning, although it's not specific for defense, but in addition, in this plan, it's included the Atlantic Earth Observation Constellation, which will be created in collaboration with Portugal. This is an Earth observation satellite program in which Spain and Portugal will monitor phenomena such as climate change, although in principle it does not have nothing to do with defense. Of course, at the end of the day, we know that space systems are quite dual use. And the aim of the project is to define, develop, manufacture, and launch into space 16 small optical satellites dedicated to monitoring the biodiversity of seas and land. I would like to highlight that this is the first time that there is financing for a recovery plan in Spain with another country. So Spain and Portugal agreed last year to cooperate in this domain. Well, now I have also included just one slide to stress, to highlight the importance of international cooperation for innovation. Of course, we have the European Defence Fund. One of the main objectives of this fund is to promote innovation in the European industrial base on academia. And we also have the permanent structural cooperation projects, and I would like to highlight one of the projects. I think it was mentioned at the very beginning of this seminar by your Secretary of State, is a project, EU Cyber Academy Innovation Hub, which is being led by Portugal, and which we are taking part also Spain and Romania, as far as I know. And the main objective of this PESCO project is the creation of an innovative web of knowledge for cyber defense and cybersecurity education and training. We are trying to promote the participation of our Spanish national entities, academia, and industry in this innovation hub. Of course, my French colleague have just mentioned the recently created hub for European defense innovation at the level of the European Defense Agency, which is heady. Spain has been promoting participation in all the innovative solutions, innovative activities at EDA level since the very beginning. We have taken part in different joint investment programs at the European Defense Agency level to promote innovation. And of course, we also have to talk about the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, Triana. We have been successful to include one of the centers in Spain, which deals with the maritime domain. Well, and last but not least, I would like to introduce our technology watch and foresight system, which has too much to do with innovation. This is a supporting body that we have in the Ministry of Defense to provide advice on strategic planning of research, development, and procurement. One of the main functions of this body is also to gather all the technological knowledge within the Ministry of Defense. Currently, it is structured in 11 technology observatories covering the different technology areas. The last one to come was also the technological observatory devoted to a space system, and it is based in a wide network of collaborators from either from the Ministry of Defense, but also from the technological and industrial base. Part of the main objective of this supporting body is also the dissemination of information, which is quite important for dissemination of all the innovation activities. We have a website that you can see in the slide, and there also we are publishing quarterly a technology watch bulletin, and we also publish some monographic studies. And this technology watch and foresight system is also supporting us in the organization of seminars and congress related to research, technology, and innovation. And I would like to introduce that our next National Defense R&D Congress will take place in Pontevedra, which is not far from here, from 15 to 17 the next November. And I think that with this slide, I finished my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your and now we will move to the third presentation, which will be guided by Seminary and the Military Innovation by Seminary falls under hand is the manager of International Innovation Corporation for the Defense Organization. He has a background of over 30 years in innovation and internationalization. Connecting people and ideas to achieve innovative goals is his core mission. Throughout his career, he has been developing and leading new initiatives to convert ideas into new and better solutions for business and society. Furthermore, he has been successfully operating this role in corporate, small and medium enterprises, public and startup environments, and in diverse sectors, both in the Netherlands and abroad. Lieutenant Colonel van der Ham, the floor is yours. Thank you. Can you hear me with this thing? Yes, so if you want to know more about me, become friends on LinkedIn. Just do it. Find my name, Vince van der Ham, and just ask for linking, and I'll do that. And then you see that I rolled out Big Brother, the television program all over the world, probably also here in Portugal, when I worked for Sony. I'm the last in row, and that's bad. So I compete with your phone. So please, can you all stand up? Please. So this is very good for your blood circulation. So you wake up a little bit, and because I'm last in row, I need to get your attention. So I have some questions. Please stay up. You will be sitting at the moment, but I have to stand also. That's fair. So who of you feels that he's a real innovator? Hands, please. There's one with your hands. Come on. Who feels that he's an innovator? I'm not going to ask you a question, so don't be. Who wants to become an innovator? I want to see more hands. Yeah, please do. Yeah, that's already better. Who wants to help and support innovators? Okay. And the rest is just curious. I guess. Okay, please sit down. All right. Well, thank you very much. A lot has been said already, so I'm done. Thank you very much. A lot has been said, and I fully agree. There was nothing what I heard, Jim and Serge and whoever talked, it was correct. And I believe it, and I think it's also something I will probably emphasize a couple of times in what I'm saying. I will tell a little bit about policy, not really my ideal topic, but I have to tell a bit about that. And then I'll just tell you about, in practice, what do we do? So what can you do tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and start off with it? And finally, I'll talk a bit about international cooperation, because if it is not for that, I wouldn't have been here. If I would not believe in international cooperation, I would not have been here. Okay, let's see now whether this piece of technique is working or whether it needs a stone or something like that. Okay, I'll just use this one. Policy. I saw the document from Spain, probably a similar thing here. Strategische kennis en innovatie agenda. Try this one, you know. So we're very good in that. It means a strategic knowledge and innovation agenda. 2 years ago, we wrote the Defense Vision 2035. And last year, we made the strategic knowledge and innovation agenda. We made that every 5 years. It is the third one, I believe, already, which is there. Now, what is the key in the defense? This is the overview of the Defense Vision of 2034. You can start reading everything now, but many of the things you will find back in your own defense vision, I agree. But this one is really an important one. Strong innovative capability. So it's in the defense vision. It means that we have to do something with it. And one of the things which came out of this is that we dedicate 2% of our budget to knowledge and innovation. And with the new plans, we just moved a week ago to 2% of GDP, which means that we're spending about 17, 18 billion a year now on defense organization. So it's about moving to 350 million euros a year in S&T and innovation. And that's committed. That's actually in the plan, and we have to do it, and we will do it because it's really necessary. So that's the, oh, it's a double one. You don't want that. And then the strategic knowledge and innovation agenda. I'm just taking out some words there. So focusing on disruptive, I go, this is Dutch, which means basically whatever you do, use data. Labor extensive, we have 9,000 vacancies. 9,000 vacancies on 62,000 people in defense. How many vacancies does Portugal have? In defense? 6,000. UK, what do you think? Lots of numbers. So one of the strategies is pay them more. You like to hear it, I guess. Pay them more. That's what the first thing we got. We got an agreement last week with the unions, and for the lower ranks it goes up 20%. Labor extensive, which means actually that we have to use our equipment with less people. So artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, whatever these kind of things come in play here. So we have to take more, and of course sustainability. It's an important thing even for the military. The second thing is innovation in the working environment. Let me make it very simple. Innovation is not a thing of an innovation department. Innovation is something of everyone, of every commander, everyone who is in charge to do something. When I worked at Hewlett Packard, we talked about that, my friend from Cisco. When I worked at HP, in 1988, I was a team manager in HP, and I had innovation as part of my goals, objectives. I was actually bonused on it. Well, we don't have that in the military, but okay. But it was really one of the things, and it was incremental, you know, we call Six Sigma nowadays, these kind of things. But it was innovation, it's in there, because without that, the company, and you know that from Cisco, it would be out of business within about 3 years. So therefore, it's so important that innovation finally gets into the organization. So it's not something like, well, it's new, so probably of the innovation department. And strengthening the cooperation with organizations, and you talked about it, with organizations inside and outside of the defense organization. And there's always this innovation discussion about the definition. It has to come from the needs, from the warfighter. That's the lower one. But the other thing is also what kind of new technologies, emerging and disruptive technologies, nanotechnology, quantum computing, hypersonic, all that stuff coming in, which we don't know. So you will never get somebody to ask in the organization, can I have a hypersonic weapon? No. So these trends, these two things have to come together, and that you have to organize that you both have an organization or have an approach where you get the needs from the organization. And probably the line commander is the one actually who knows best what is going on and what is wrong. And you have to have your S&D and your R&D organization, which actually have a clear view of new technologies coming in and how they will affect our operations in the future. This you all know, huh? Long cyclical platforms, defense life cycle planning. I mean, how many signatures do you need for something, to buy something of about 10,000 euros? How many signatures? 13. Who wants more? Who has more? More. You have lots of signatures. We have to get rid of it. Really, it's insane. So we have done that already. We were on 16, and we brought it back to 8. We're now almost at 4. It's strange that what we're talking about. You see that 1 now. But okay, good. I don't know how many is Cisco. How many signatures do you think for something of 10,000 euros? 1 or 2. 1 or 2. Listen to that. That's the benchmark. That's really the benchmark to go for. Okay, so we're getting to a new environment. You know, huh? Yeah. This is coming from the UK. Have you seen this little clip? It went viral at a certain moment in time. The Dutch Marines and also later on the UK Marines actually tested this thing out with one of our projects. So we need new operational concepts. We talked about that today, new doctrines. You know, it's not only the technology. This one, I'll come back in that. I cannot emphasize that enough. It's said a couple of times, cultural change is you. It's you individually. You all play a part of that. Some of you know more about technology, but the change in the way we look at innovation and the change in our organization is what you do individually. And if you then actually cooperate together, that'll change. It'll change. Okay, that was a bit about policy. Then about MIND. MIND, it stands for Military Innovation by Doing. We have a strategy. It's called doing things. It's very simple. I come back with an example later on, but in certain cases we even didn't ask for the signatures. We just took the order, and then when the invoice came in, somebody said, "Did you order this?" And I said during lunch, I said it's easier to explain to the admiral or the general afterwards why you have done it than upfront to ask for permission. I really don't know. I know what's going to happen now tomorrow, but you will get a lot of stuff. Anyway, but that's what we're doing. And we're working together. We have these kind of organizations. I'm not going to explain that, but in the Army, the Navy, not to forget the military police. I haven't heard them today, but they're very important. My colleague was here today, a very tall guy. They have their own cells of innovation. And we have a similar kind of approach. We put ourselves in the middle, but it's not because of that, but we're in the Defense Material Organization. We work, of course, we call it here purple. We work for all units and we work with everyone. And actually, we connect all of them. We talked about connecting blend IDs. Huh? All right, so that's where what our position is. So we're basically an innovation hub, and I've heard already of some others, some other innovation hubs where we connect. We have money, so we do. If you need 10,000 euro for an experiment, and you have a good plan, we'll give you 10,000 euro. If you need 250,000, we'll probably also give you that money. But it has to take 6 to 9 months, not longer. If it is longer, then you go to the colleagues of R&D or whatever, but otherwise it's too long for experimentation. Of course, you work together with Startup and the world outside defense. I am a reserve officer, so I've been, I started in '88 in the military, but I've been 30 years in business. When I came in, most of the military didn't have any network outside. So use a reservist. That's my first thing. Get them in, connect with the people from outside and let them help you to get into these networks. And especially, and I have great respect for the traditional defense industry. I see one person of that industry over there. But really also the startups, the scale-ups, really connect with them. And the way we do that is actually, I'll skip this one, it's very simple. If you are a young lieutenant somewhere in the battalion and you find there is a real problem, but you have an ID, we ask you to fill out only this form, 1A4 form, which says, what do you want, why, how do you want to achieve it, a couple of purpose, defense need, activities, what do you think it will cost around that you fill out, send to us, and we guarantee a decision within 2 weeks. How long does it normally take to take a procurement decision? 2 weeks. And it can be 250,000. Then we give a recommendation, and there are a couple of senior managers generals actually in the DMO who have a look at that. And the agreement is, if they don't say anything within 2 weeks, it's a yes. Period. Yeah, this happened. We didn't get the, so then at the end of the day, the director of mine, it takes a decision and says, okay. In this way, we've done 150 projects already. And we built a database, and I'm not going to show all that stuff because it's somewhere, and we spread that. But this simple, you have to make no long document of 35 pages like it won't happen. Do it like this. This is my advice to you also. Do it like this. You can have this for free. I can send the presentation, you already have it, so just use it. I made it in English because it was in Dutch, but we're doing also international projects now. So this example you already saw, a variety of projects we run, but I take out one here. Here, I just, you think, what is that? That's a map. I found a startup in Norway because of a program we did with NATO. No, it was with the US. It was a program with the AdWorks, the Techstars program. And in that, I found a Norwegian startup. And I connected them to the Coast Guard to automatically detect ships which switch off their automatic detection system, AIS. And using satellite data to make patterns of the ships with all kind of AI behind it. So we're actually in the final stage of the experiment. We're in the 7th month, I believe. I put 40,000 euros in there, and it's a fantastic solution, and it's being spread now. I'm happy to share it with you guys also. So what we did, we took a startup, a 3-person organization from Oslo to work with us. Why not? Why not? It works at the end of the day. The investment is peanuts. I'm not gonna go in all the details. This is not me, by the way. This is our king, good friend. He is riding on a quad, and we similar thing. The guys of the Korps Commando Troepen, what is it in English? The commandos, the special forces. Yeah, they came to us and they said, "Why not put an electric engine in this thing? Because then we can go very silent towards the enemy." And so we built this thing together. Now we actually extended it and said it could be an energy platform for a forward command post. So with the 17th Air Mobile Brigade, we actually are now testing this solution. These are examples of very small projects, but you have 2 effects. One is that you might have a solution which is interesting for that unit, but it helps actually to create this thinking of possibilities. And I'll be back in another project in a moment, which we're doing, where I really see the excitement of people. So the problem is when they do one of these projects, one of these A4s, soon after there will be coming more because they like the idea, which is good. We talked about this, and this is really crucial. Everything you hear now is all about technology. At the end, of course, it is about cultural change. I don't want to go to all this stuff, but believe me, I work in different organizations. If you want to become an innovative organization, you have to, as I think the General Nata said, you have to accept that you are able to fail. And government in general is risk avoiding. In the Netherlands, probably also in Portugal. This is not defense only. This is everywhere in government since the 1970s. Have some of you heard of this lady called Mariana Mazzucato? She has written a book called Moonshot. Buy it. And she writes the change in government to become, more leading again in the next era. And that means that we have to get rid of the risk avoidance. Because we're all afraid that if we do something wrong, that then the minister or somebody has to be blamed. We have to get rid of that. Otherwise, there will be no progress. So this cultural change is not going to be easy, but you today heard about it. Tomorrow you start practicing it. And as you were here together, It's not like, well, maybe he doesn't like it. We all agreed about it. Maybe I can ask you all to agree at the end of the evening, at the end of the day. Social innovation is also part of we're not doing only technical. So we do social gaming. Well, you see people doing all kinds of things together. We have all kinds of games and things we have developed just to start helping people thinking in a different mindset to help creating that cultural change. And of course, there is knowledge transfer. Well, I'm not going to do much in this, but this is about building ecosystems. We have been working quite hard actually to, for instance, in the space. Space is a new domain for us. We've been working since last year on building up an ecosystem of academia, of businesses and defense. And that's working quite fine at the moment. And we're moving into projects. It starts with bringing people together, like you, with my compliments, which you do today, bringing people together. So next time, get more startups in, get more business in, get more academia, even more academia in, so that at the end, you're about 30% military, and the rest is from other places. Create workshops to mingle, and out of that, things will happen. One thing we did is building something called Mindbase. This is in Rotterdam, which is in the old environment where we built the submarines in the past. Yeah, and there we actually made an area where we actually bring all the ecosystem, the triple helix or multiple helix as it is called, we bring it together on a daily basis for over 2 years already. It's a fantastic success, and we just opened in the east at the University of Twente, and I just got called that we signed a contract in Eindhoven, where Philips is, with the university, and also having a similar place over there. So we're creating hubs, extramuros, so outside of the facilities of the army, so you don't need any, stuff and security. No, it's open. It's fully open. So we have a university here, we have 60 startups here, and we're all together. This has been such a success, and every unit wants to go there for a day and get the message. That's all part of the cultural change. At the end of the day, you get a tour around the startups. You see what is possible with additive manufacturing. You see what kind of drones they're building, whatever these kind of things you can imagine. I invite you all, write that down, to Rotterdam and to visit us. I'm meeting here in September Mr. Pesson, who is the Director General of DEFIS, Defense and Innovation in Space Organization of the EU. You know the European Defense Fund? He's the big chief. He will be visiting us. This is our minister. Everybody sees that this is a good example of creating an ecosystem. Make it physical. Now after COVID, we can do it again. We talked about, credits to you guys of the NATO Innovation Hub and NATO Innovation Network. The reason why I'm here, and probably also Christina and some others, is because of that. It's a success, and it's a very good, and you're an early adapter and an innovator in itself in getting this up and running. And I think we all should make use of that. We all know that, and I think my Spanish colleague already mentioned and also Stefan from France mentioned the European Defense Innovation Day and the establishment of the Hub for European Defense Innovation, AD, Diana and AD, nice couple. Yes, they should be a couple. They should be working together, and we should be making an effort to come together to work in this kind of network on cooperation. So, and that's what I wanted to tell you about the international side. So there is NATO, there is Europe, there's also binational cooperation. Since last year, we started working together with our friends from the Bundeswehr, from Germany. We actually decided to work together, but we needed a customer. The logic thing was first German Netherlands core in Münster, one GNC. You know one GNC because I think it's NATO. They make a warfighting headquarter. And more important nowadays than it was before. And we started working with them. And we went through a complete process of understanding their needs And we're now in the first project with them trying out Wi-Fi. You know what Wi-Fi is? It's Wi-Fi via light. It cannot be jammed, it cannot be spoofed or whatever. So we're testing that now with them and to see how we can bring back the setup time of the command post from 3 weeks to 3 days, as an example. So that's what we're doing here. And it's one thing is bringing something for this unit. The second thing is how do we work together? Where are the cultural differences? How do you approach that? How can we have best of both worlds? And I see that happening. And we're even talking now about exchanging personnel. People from Berlin coming to Utrecht, from Utrecht coming to Berlin. Even with Portugal, this could be possible. I think on the Navy is the first focus, I think, from the Netherlands as a Navy-minded country. So this is also a possibility. The financial cooperation. And final word from my side is on learning from the civilian side. I see too many events and courses where there are only military, only defense personnel. Learn from what's happening outside. I once run a program with 4 cities and knowledge institutes from 4 countries. It was an innovation program on smart cities. And Cisco is heavily involved in smart cities, you know, smart mobility, smart energy, and so forth. And it was very simple. We had a joint EU agreement, which was money from the European Union, 4 million, I believe. We created a joint challenge. So we wanted actually to have solutions for smart waste disposal, for smart mobility and other stuff. And we created, in the 4 countries, we created local pilots. And of course, we worked together via teleconference and support. Now, let's do it like this. Either under NATO Innovation Hub or under a European hub, we actually create a joint challenge. I can give enough ideas where you can apply it. And then we integrate these pilots, one in Portugal, one in Holland, one in Canada, one in another place. And what we do, we approach it this way. We create challenges based on the problems and needs of the armed forces. We make a call to the market, and not only to the defense industry, we can scale it. In Holland, there is an organization called the Unknown Group. They have a database of 40,000 startups and scale-ups in Europe. I've used them already several times. You know it because I use them for the NATO Innovation Challenge. So that kind of organization are not only in Holland, they're everywhere. So go out into the market and then create this, what we call accelerators in your country, in my country, but with the clear NATO ID of interoperability as a requirement, as a design requirement. And at the end, when you have your minimal viable product, if you evaluate it, some will not, you come to the conclusion that they won't work, but some will be good and roll them out to the participating countries. And therefore, we start getting into more standardization and exchangeability, interoperability between our forces. It starts at the lower end, apart from buying the same tank and plane and whatever, that kind of stuff. Then I propose, that's my call to action, to start with that today. And that concludes my story. Thank you very much. Live long and prosper.
Thank you. 3 very interesting presentations with areas that are similar, that have similar approach, but other areas have specific understandings. And I believe these 3 presentations set up the stage for a good discussion that we will begin immediately. For that, I'm asking if there are any questions either from here or from the people that is watching us through the outside.
It was all clear.
Yeah, it was all. Okay, then I will begin. Sorry.
Yes, it's not that I want to please you, but I have for Fons, you mentioned that you hired a company from Norway. I thought that the Netherlands had difficulties to put money outside of the borders. Am I wrong? What is the mechanism that you have to do that?
Well, they have to make a proposal, then we agree with it, and then they invoice it. Yeah, but it's really that. I mean, it's not different than anything else. So it's as simple as that. So if there is a very good startup in Portugal, no problemo.
Okay. I will begin now by asking Oscar Jimenez. You had on one of your first slides on the right side what you call INTA, International Technology.
National Institute for Aerospace Technology.
Yes,
for
aerospace technology.
domains.
Yeah, thank you. And is also part of the system, of the innovation system, but the end users were present on the left side. So, and at least organizationally, it was not clear the linkage between these two entities, but it's understandable that this entity is supposed to be an enabler of different kind of technology or experiment or testing or whatever. So I would like you to elaborate on how this is related, how the end user can use it, or what are the mechanisms that make these two entities join in the same.
Yeah, really, the National Institute, we do not consider the end user. They are producing technology. They also have some kind of facilities to experimentation and to test facilities. So they bring together the final users, what we call the final users, which are the three branches of our defense armed forces and the military uniform merchants that we have. So this technology institute has some facilities to test and experimentation. I forgot to mention that the dual side of this institute, because it is attached to the Ministry of Defense, but it is also an autonomous body in the R&D network of organisms in Spain. So although they are attached to the Ministry of Defense, they also have some kind of commercial services for industry, not only for their forces, also for industry and so on. So they have some facilities. They are one of our main bodies for experimentation. So the final users can go to these facilities. But the institute, they are producing, developing technology. We don't consider the final.
Thank you.
Two questions from Adil Khan from the listener online. He's asking the panel if is NATO planning to work with a newly proposed program called ARPA-H, particularly to further enable warfighter and also veterans' well-being. And he has also other question. Are there any plan for Mr. Van der Ham? Are there any plans for exporting agricultural technology to other countries to help with food security? Thank you.
So the first one is about a NATO program, Alpha, whatever. Yeah, I don't know that one. So maybe someone else can answer on that. No? So that's, I don't know. I think it's an R&D program. Agriculture, okay. You think I know everything. One thing I can mention in this combination actually is that one of the slides I showed was an SBIR program. That's a state program from the Ministry of Economic Affairs. You also have them in the US, huh? SBIRs. I forgot actually the Small Business Innovative Research Program, yeah, which was actually focused on agricultural. And we combined that, we co-financed it to analyze the, and now I'm searching for an English word, even I, for the readiness of the terrain to move through. So we use the same data which they use for agriculture, we use actually for defense. And this is interesting. This is a kind of cross-sectoral approach where you do research for agricultural, but you can also use it for defense. So in that sense, I would say I would encourage that to you to look at these kind of crossovers between sectors. And in general, on agricultural, I can tell you that Holland does a lot of exports on that stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, it's me again. So one question for Alfonso, and another question for Oscar and also for Stefan. For you, Fons, my question is, we talk about innovation. Now everybody is a fancy word today, but what is the innovation chain of value? How can we say, what is the added value that innovation can bring to the organization? So, and this is related with the other questions for Matteo and Stefan is, we listen from you a bunch of initiatives, several projects. You are completely engaged with the academia, a lot of initiatives. My question is, how do we evaluate the innovation? How we measure the innovation? Are you applying some kind of maturity model to see if you are doing the things right or if you are doing the right things? This is my question. So please take some of it.
Well, maybe how we measure innovation? Maybe we may have some different indicators. I mean, when you are developing innovative solution, maybe these solutions are more cost-effective than the traditional ones. Also, you may have at a shorter term the solution that you need for the systems of your forces. So I think there are different indicators that may guide you that you are in the right direction. Yes, traditionally to produce some, I'm thinking in the space systems, the involvement of the new space, those small entities which are working with a small satellite site. So this is clearly innovation because you're going to have much more cost-effective systems to be deployed in the space, also at much shorter terms. These responsive capabilities in the space domain. For me, this is a kind of measure the innovation that you have shorter times to finally produce your systems for your armed forces. Also, that these are more cost-effective and I don't know.
I'm happy to add something to that. Serge, you called innovation. What is the definition of innovation? Is new things which add value. They have to add value, and that's at the end of the day the story. So, and I think it's not so much a project or a process, it's a state of mind. So one thing we will never do is measure and make KPIs on the success rate of innovation, never. Because if you do that, you can better stop immediately. It's a state of mind. So the way we actually measure is on kudos, you know, on how many often people do a thumb like in Facebook, you know, and how many people we reach with what we're doing. Because when we're talking about the cultural change, this is not something which you do in a week or in 2 weeks. This is something which takes a couple of years. That means at this moment you have to reach and infect, like I'm trying to do and we're all trying to do today, infect as many people as possible. So measurements on success, in my view, are really, is at the end of the day, the end goal, in my view, would be that indeed the individual commander is taking care of innovation and is embracing the innovation culture at the end of the day. But if you start now measuring, saying you do 10 projects and a minimum 2 should succeed, then you're on the wrong road.
Colonel Moiner, do you want to add some thoughts on this?
Yes, thank you, General. I will logically go in the same direction that Fons said, because making indicators on innovation is very complicated, because if you want to measure success rate, then it's easy. Stop taking risks. If you want to measure the failure rates, like some famous agencies do something stupid. You can always turn good indicators into a bad direction. What I would sense is that the first thing to make innovation is to measure the way the people have changed thinking. Sorry to be, I would humbly take my example, because it's the one I know better. In 2 years of position, I've seen my mind changing, because when I started, I had a hammer in the head, and when you have a hammer in the head, everything you see is nails. Now I'm starting to think innovative for the very first year, because just measure the atmosphere in your team. And I would end by 2 examples of success in France, because this is the hidden question that you've been asking. We've been taking benefits of one idea from one end user for transforming a GPS receiver, and we've added some Galileo antennas, and so we've made a portable dual constellation PTNS measurement. That's one of the success. The other one is for anti-UAVs. I like sports, and many of you do. And in France, we are very, very concerned and very focused on the next Olympics, and hopefully the next Rugby World Cup. We have to ensure the security of the cities that will host competitions, and we are preparing anti-UAV system that will not only be made on the big companies' systems. It will also be accompanied of innovative solutions. And one of the innovative solutions that we are preparing is a project called Helma P, and it's a system based on laser destroying UAVs. Not destroying, but depreciating their ability to be harmless.
Actually, we have two. We are taking over the microphone from NATO side. But I'm sorry, I don't have a question. Well, I wanted to add up to what you say. Sorry, guys, I'm taking over. But 2 things. First, you cannot measure innovation, but there are still indicators project-wise. You know, when you develop one specific thing, we even if it's difficult, we have to try to find indicators that is actually doing good. And I think we have many examples of things that we are developing the Innovation Hub, that we can say we are saving time, we are saving money, we are saving workforce. It's not easy, it's not all the time, but we need to make that effort in trying to come up with those KPI if possible, because some people reason along KPIs, definitely. But now, those indicators are there to compare, all right? To compare to what? The military as an organization is unable to measure its own effectiveness. So don't challenge the innovators to prove that they're efficient when the whole organization is impossible to prove that it is. So be a little bit applying the same standards and say, what's a successful operation? We actually don't know. It's always a success, even when we are kicked out. That's about 2 things. So innovation is something that many people believe in, and it is measured in how much happy customers you have. That's the thing. So on our side, but also let's look for indicators wherever they could be actually identified. And now I pass over the mic to Eric for the real question.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask a question to the 3 of you and to some of the speakers this morning. Your own innovation capability in your nation, like mine in the Netherlands, or the ID in France, and what is the biggest challenge you are facing today at, in the history of your journey, if you want, and how you think you're going to solve it? Because we have challenges. For us, is crossing the finish line from minimum viable products to a final capability. We're still not allowed to do. But that's an internal NATO challenge. But what is your biggest challenge to all of you?
Okay. Colonel Monar, can you begin?
Thank you for this present, General.
Welcome.
Well, the biggest challenge that we are facing, I would see two challenges. One is not a challenge; it's more a stake. The interest of creating innovation structures is to mature prototypes. The interest is not only to detect. The interest is to provide our troopers with innovative solutions in order to save their lives. One challenge that we have to face is, in fact, to destroy the walls that we keep on building between us. Many people in France, in Europe, and somewhere else have not understood that we are here to complete and not to compete. And I see it every day, and that's the biggest challenge that I have to face.
Okay, thanks.
Do you want to? Yeah. Well, our journey started in 2017, so we are about 5 years down the road, and I think you in Portugal are quite happy that you launched your policy strategy this year, because innovation is taking off now everywhere. You see that with Diana, you see that with Haiti and so forth. So everybody sees now that this is an important way to go. So, but we had quite a long way, which actually we were funded, for instance, out of money which was left over at the end of the year. We didn't have any structural budget. Nowadays we have a structural budget. We had a lot of resistance from the people in life cycle management, in defense life cycle planning and so forth. And they thought we were only interfering with what they were planning for the next 15 or 200 years. All this kind of stuff was part also of process change, of cultural change. It was not technology, actually, that is there, it was really that struggle. And I think we've come a long way, but don't forget, and please do invite the next time also a professor from a university focused on innovation. You know that there are 5 maturity stages in innovation, and in defense we're in 1, and we're heading towards 2. And I see it really unfolding at the moment also in the Netherlands. Cisco, you are probably in 4. I think Google is in 5, because innovation is their core product. It's the only thing they do. So we are just at the beginning, and we have to go through that. You cannot go from 1 to 3. So for us at the current moment, I think there's still the biggest problem. There are 2. One is really the procurement innovation, and that's everywhere. And it's a bit strange because, for instance, there are all kind of solutions like innovative partnership, pre-competitive procurement, challenges. There are all kind of models which are within the law, within European law, but we don't dare to use them. It's just a matter of going to start to use them. So we're making progress in the Netherlands now. People say, oh yeah, it's possible. Oh, that other ministry is also using it. Maybe we can also use it. It's also knowledge. Many procurement people have no clue because they have done the same thing for over years and years and years and years. So we have to train them and give them the knowledge and actually say, if it fails, we're not going to blame you. That would help a lot. But that's the key problem. The second thing, and then I finish, is that we have built now a model how to integrate short cyclic innovation into long cycle planning, with all kind of cycles throughout the defense life cycle planning process. Well, probably we'll actually share that also in NATO and EU, and that I see now with the management of who in charge of the big platforms, ships, tanks, and so forth. They're seeing the necessity. We talked about the updates on phones. You know, they also see that they cannot just using the old waterfall method invent something with requirements today and then deliver something in 15 years, which is obsolete at the moment it is delivered. Everybody understands that we need kind of cycles through that, and you have to adapt then, so now and then, the requirements, because the world and the technology has changed. That momentum is there, but still there is work to be done.
Yeah, from my side, I think that one of the biggest challenges that we have in Spain, in the Spanish MOD, is that we are not really prepared, for instance, to contract with startups. We have many problems with our contracting unit. It's quite hard for us to directly sign a contract with a startup. It's better if they are subcontracted by a small and medium enterprise, because we don't have that legal framework to contract with this type of entities, because our contracting unit has to make a kind of risk assessment related with financial and so on. And it's hard for this startup to pass this assessment. It's one of the biggest challenges that we have in the Spanish MOD.
Okay. Thank you, Oscar. I believe there was a question around there. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for very interesting presentations. I have two questions, which are somehow the same, and they were partially addressed, but I want to come back to them. The first one, and that's even more important or relevant since you are also recent organizations, is how do you engage with the end user, so the armed forces, which at least partially are culturally suspicious of people coming from the outside, and somehow you are outside their operational structures. And the second is, why do they engage with you? That's because you have the money, that's because you have the solutions, that's because you have the teams. And the second question is also slightly addressed, but what's the budget that you are managing on a yearly basis, just for us to have an idea? Thank you.
All right, 3 questions. Oh, so late in the day, and I have to remember 3 questions. Why do they engage with us? Well, first of all, our teams, and not only of mine, but also our sister organizations, are all comprised of civilians, reservists, and career military. Which means that we have a lot of experience together also in the field. So in that sense, it's not difficult to connect. And often, especially the full-time military, I would call they have their large networks, because they went together to the academy and so forth. So they have their networks, and that makes already a big difference. So secondly, we are the units for the innovation, so that's easiest to go there. I mean, we make a lot of noise. A lot of noise. I do today, but I tell you, really, we do make a lot of noise. And then the amount of articles we get in the defense magazines is absolutely not in the same order as the size of our organization. But that's the way, you know, you want to help to change the organization. Second question you had was about the money.
How do you engage with them? Why do they engage with you?
Yeah.
And the money? Yes.
Yeah. Now, okay. So it's very simple. I just told the general about somebody we met this morning. It's also a lieutenant colonel from the academy, and we talked about war gaming, and I said, well, we can do something innovative with that. We talked about that, and I just sent him this A4 form. And he fills it out. He told me this morning it will be there next week. We judge it. It goes up and around, you know, 2-3 times, and then it's final. And we'll put a bit of money on that, and we'll get going. Make it as easy as possible. And when you've done that once, twice, 50 times, people know where to go. And of course, there are people who have something like, okay, they have money. So I have an idea. It costs 50,000 euros. I'll go there, but the plan, the A4 should be okay. It should be making sense. How much money? I think of the 350 million we spent, while we targeting now, we went from 3, as Mind, we went from 3 to about 8 million now per year. And for just, you know, projects between 10 and 250,000 euros, sometimes 500,000. And I think of the 350 million, a total of about 60 million, 60, 70 million is on short cyclic innovation yearly, every year. Yeah, so we actually have to do now a bit of effort to spend the money, which is completely new. We never, in the last 30 years, this was never a problem. But it's good because it helps actually to engage. Does that answer your questions? Okay.
Well, how do we engage the final users? Well, this is a lesson learned that we have in our MOD. We need to engage them from the very beginning. For instance, when we are defining the topics for the continental program, we need the inputs of the final users regarding the different technology domains. Otherwise, they'll lose interest in the solutions that we are developing. So this is quite a lesson learned in Spain. Also, this kind of forum, we organize seminars, the yearly Congress on Research and Development in Spain. This is a common ground to we gather the final users, the developers of technology, the innovators, the people from another ministerial departments in Spain. So I think this kind of seminars are also gathering people with different profiles. We also include the final users, so they can communicate directly, not only with us, which are in charge of the policy and the management of R&D, but also with the developers of technology. So I think it's worthwhile to involve them from the very beginning. And regarding the budget, unfortunately in Spain, the budget for R&D in defense has decreased a lot since 2008, I would say. In that year, 2008, we managed a budget of around 200 million euros, not only for innovation, for research, development, and innovation. Maybe the third part of that budget could be devoted to innovation, but currently we are managing a budget for R&D around 30-something million euros. Hopefully, we are going to, well, there is a political willingness to recover this budget in a horizon of 4 or 5 years, just to get the 2% of our GDP, which is around 200 million euros more or less.
Okay, thank you. Colonel Manar, you want to add?
Yes, I understand with these questions that have not been clear during my presentation. The Defense Innovation Agency has a mission of federating the whole of innovation that you find inside the ministry. Of course, the procurement agency is doing some, the armies are doing some, and our mission is to understand what is made everywhere, and to provide the ministry with decision elements that are taken inside a yearly steering board. So we work with the end users maybe daily or weekly, because we have to understand what they do. We have to understand what place it will take in the roadmap for innovation. And of course, they are interested in working with us because more or less they expect us to provide them with additional funding. Additionally, I would like to say that in the Defense Innovation Agency, we're around 100 people, but we do not have one only profile. In the Defense Innovation Agency, you have military engineers, you have civilian engineers, you have officers of the armies, you have civilian people coming from everywhere else from the defense, and this mix provides us with a new idea, and the relationship between the armies and us is natural, because we have questions, they have answers, they have questions, and we have different cultures. Additionally, concerning the budget, the budget is 1 billion a year, and in fact, it's an administrative constraint, because the budget which might not be placed would disappear. fortunately, I would say, we do not have enough to do everything we can. So for the moment, the situation has not been presented.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. Okay, then I will make a question because I have a doubt. In all the presentation, even in the morning, although we are speaking about innovation in the armed force and the MOD, generally speaking, implicitly we understood that there are connections to other ministries. I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on how in these three allied nations you do that, if you do that, I guess you do that. By any formal means, by informal, how it happens, because there are a lot of issues, dual technology, and so on and so forth, that are not specific to the army or to the armed force or to the MOD. I guess there is a possible synergy between different ministries. Do you work with that? How is it made? I don't know if you want.
Well, maybe I can start. Yeah, as I show in my presentation, we have a formal agreement with the Ministry of Science and Innovation. They have specific financial tools for startups and innovation in the public procurement. So we try to take advantages of the tools that they have. We have a direct cooperation. We are talking almost every day with the Ministry of Science and Innovation. Of course, we are talking about technologies in defense, but most of the technologies have a dual use. So sometimes we cannot fund a project which was not initially selected in the coincident program, but we think it's interesting. So we pass this project to the Ministry of Science. Of course, you have to re-elaborate the proposal because they only fund dual-use technology, not military technologies. But we have, we are in direct contact with the Ministry of Science and Innovation on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you. Colonel Moiner, do you want to?
Yes, thank you. I showed you 1 hour ago a slide showing the network that we rely on. I mentioned that we have a relationship between the CNRS, which makes the Scientific National Research, or the National Research Agency. We have agreements with these structures because they do not belong to the Ministry of Defense. They belong to the Ministry of Science and Research. And in order not to spend twice the same budget for making the same things, we need to be connected to these structures which do not know defense, and sometimes we can find some results in their work that can interest the defense. I would push the example a bit further concerning Europe. In fact, for the moment, we are all excited with the European Defense Fund, which is 8 billion euros for 7 years. But there is one important thing, and this is one mission that we have to focus on, is that there is the Horizon Europe program, which is the largest research program ever launched, 90 billion euros for 7 years by the European Commission. And for this research projects, you have some topics such as space or security or energy. And for the moment, we do not even watch, is there something interesting for us? So one mission I hope the EDA will endorse is to analyze what projects have been funded by Horizon Europe in order for the defense community to have some better seeds in order to make defense projects.
Thank you.
Yes, and I agree with the French point on this one, is that there is a lot of opportunity within Horizon Europe. Certainly for EDF, we are cooperating with the Ministry of Economic Affairs. We are co-financing both from the Defense Ministry and from the Ministry of Economic Affairs on EDF calls. There is a structured cooperation between the two organizations that includes the national defense industry. There is cooperation with the infrastructure ministry because, well, we see many things where we have similar challenges. I already told you about the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is actually reporting to 5 ministries because of fishery and all kind of other stuff. So it's interesting that the example I just showed here is also spread now to other ministries, and that helps actually to bring them together. We have a very strong cooperation with the Justice Department, so with the police. We're doing many things like at the moment in Rotterdam with the submarine drones. For searching what is hanging under ships and all that kind of stuff, you know. So we share the technology, and we have something called the Rijks. What is that? That's a difficult word. Something to do with the kingdom, but it's the innovation community of all the ministries. So there is an innovation community. It's an online environment where civil servants from all the ministries can actually join who are involved in innovation. It's existing for 2 years now, and they are starting also to organize now events like this. So actually to exchange throughout different ministries.
Okay, thank you. Well, we already passed the deadline. Sorry for the 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you for your sharing of the experience. Thank you, Cornel Boinard, back in Paris. And with this, I propose to finish this panel.
Brigadier General Almeida, Colonel Molnar, Mr. Officer, thank you very much for your contributions. I would like now to invite Lieutenant General Martins Pereira and Vice Admiral Henriques Gomes to present you with a small souvenir as a way of appreciation for the valuable contribution and knowledge that you brought to this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. My wife will be happy. I was making a question for you very much. Okay.
Before we move into the closing ceremony, we will have a short break of 10 minutes. We will see each other at 16:45. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Não, estava na pasta, estava. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the coffee break. For our closing ceremony, the Chief of Joint General Staff, Vice Admiral Henriques Gomes, will address some words to the audience.
Okay. Now that you stand up for some minutes, I don't need us to stand up again, but I promise to be very short and to end this fulfilled day. As we come to the end of the day, intensively filled with lessons and discussions on innovation, I would like to begin reflecting on lessons brought by our honorable speakers today and share with you my confidence in the ability of the Portuguese Armed Forces to leverage innovation as a driver for its transformation and to overcome the challenges and threats that come from an increasingly uncertain and insecure future. Aware of the importance of defining and implementing an innovation strategy in the organizations, a strategic directive for innovation in Portuguese Armed Forces has recently approved. This will allow us, during the next 10 years, to guide all innovation efforts in the achievement of 9 strategic objectives under 3 fundamental areas. Promote a leadership and a culture of innovation, as have been talked today various times. Reinforce cross-cutting and collaborative innovation, and foster operational centric innovation. We have intentionally decided to include these 3 areas in the program of this seminary, aware that if we want to be successful in our mission, we need to listen and learn from those that have already started implementing innovation process before us. We fully believe that rich insights that our distinguished speakers can teach or advise us on the procedures and the methodologies to adopt to be very good for us. The innovation strategy that General Anata addressed today and the challenge of the future mentioned by Mr. Gertz support the importance of the approved directive in ensuring the promotion of innovation in a systematic and continuous manner within our armed forces. However, to the strategy, we have to add the culture of innovation, as Mr. Su Kupova pointed out. The challenge of fostering this culture and in organizations with the specific features of the armed forces underlines the importance of the role of the military leader, highlighted by Major General Kopsi, as a key element in promoting measures and procedures that make it possible to overcome the obstacles that were wisely described also by Mr. Eric Pulkinen. It was clear in this panel that the challenge of innovation in robust institutions such as ours is more complex and difficult to overcome. However, I believe that the results, when obtained, are much more rewarding and stimulating. The other two major areas of our strategic directive were discussed in the second panel, in which Mr. Serge Dadipo, as a result of his valuable experience as the head of the NATO Innovation Hub, remind us also of how important it is to operationalize the defined strategy through the involvement of the entire community in identifying needs and finding solutions that lead to an economy of effort. As we get into the innovation and knowledge network ecosystems, we are faced with the ultimate goal of the innovation effort, which is to meet the needs of our operatives, the women and men who daily execute missions issued from above. Mrs. Christina Prolux provided us with a clear vision of how innovation must be centered on operational needs and the steps that will be taken in that direction. In turn, the technological revolution, the age of digitalization, or the also called age of accelerations, have shown that to overcome challenge, it is necessary unity, knowledge sharing, and collaboration among all employees in order to achieve the fundamental goals of a state, security and well-being. As Mr. Miguel Almeida incisively pointed out, accelerating innovation and maintaining the technology edge of organizations at the speed of relevance is inevitably dependent on our ability to create ecosystems that includes the academic, scientific community, industry, startups, think tanks, and the end users. Also in this matter, we have promising evidence of our capacity to evolve our research, development and experimentation centers in innovation projects, and to establish strategic partnerships with other national entities. The Partnership for Development of Autonomous Systems within the Atlantic Sentinel program implemented in the autonomous region of Madeira, the participation of Portuguese armed forces in several calls of the European Defence Fund requested by technological centers and national companies, and more recently the attribution to Portugal of a test center and an innovation accelerator network under the NATO Diana project. These are very promising indications that we are going on the right path to use innovation as a driving force in the modernization of our armed forces. We know that these are baby steps on the path that looks long and slow. We know that strategy is on its own, it's not enough. That is necessary to produce policy, and that, more importantly, it is necessary to provide innovation with human and final resources to execute the strategy. In this regard, it is extremely important for us to learn from those who have been down this path for a long time. The examples presented by Colonel Moinard from France, Mr. Mateo from Spain, and Lieutenant Colonel Van der Ham from the Netherlands will definitely help us in implementing the necessary processes to reproduce the best practices identified by them and to avoid the difficulties detected in the implementation of their innovation strategies. Therefore, the lessons identified and learned by these three allied countries should be useful to support the entire structure of Portuguese armed forces in establishing policies and allocating the necessary resources to achieve the strategic objectives set out in our innovation directive. In this context, I would like to highlight the recently approved strategic initiatives Plan for Innovations, which translates the directive into deliverables resulting from the innovation projects, 18 bodies of the Armed Force General Staff, and the three branches contribute to this plan: Navy, Army, and Air Force. It is an enormous joint effort that, for the first time, is oriented towards the achievement of common goals with a view to modernizing the armed forces. The development of the 147 projects identified over period of 10 years will allow the organization to reach a level of maturity, which, according to Paul Williams, correspond to the level of continuous innovation management. This is our headlight, the North Star that should guide us to overcome our resourcing limitations and transform our weakness and vulnerabilities into priming, encouraging the multiplier effect and exchange the best practice through innovation networks. This seminar allows us to discuss several subjects related to innovation, while never undermining the importance of innovation and its action as a dynamic and quality factor for organizations that want to remain relevant and current, looking to the future with optimism and confidence. If there is any doubt about the need for free and democratic countries to remain focused on the risks and threats that the future holds, and that still surprise us, the current geostrategic context with the outbreak of war in Europe may make us awake to a harsh and cruel reality to which the armed forces may much be able to react and overcome. As promoters of peace and security, we must, through innovation, seek to understand the changing times, analyze their trends, and quickly adapt to an increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous future. In this future, the capacity to innovate systematically and continuously will inevitably become the differentiating element in the success of our organizations. To conclude these words, I would like to thank for your presence. I thank to the presidents, director, rectors, and other representatives of various institutions for your interest in participating in this first innovation seminar of Portuguese Armed Forces. Today, it has been demonstrated that a strategy for innovation always involves the development of knowledge ecosystems that include all collaborators from universities and academia to end users. The Portuguese Armed Forces want to be part of these ecosystems, not just the role of user, but also in putting at your service our capacity of research, development, and particularly of experimentation. I also thank all the civilian and military guests present here in the room and those who follow us online for the first time given to the session of this seminar, for your active participation in the discussion of the subjects addressed. If each one of us leave this event more aware of the importance of innovation in organizations and in life in general, and more motivated to promote it within our circle of influence, then I will say that we have fully achieved the purpose of this seminar. One of the main conclusions of this seminar, it is that innovation does not succeed without the commitment of people, whether they are leaders, staff, or just executors. I want to thank also to our distinguished guests, speakers, who so brilliant have presented and shared their knowledge and experience with us on innovation. I have no doubts that Portuguese Armed Forces are now more aware of the challenge that innovation imposed on our organizations for the future. We strongly wish to overcome this challenge, since only this way can the armed forces remain relevant in the promotion of internal and external security. I hope that this seminar is also lived up to your expectations and that your interaction with the Portuguese Armed Forces was being worthwhile. So thank you once again and have a good back home. And take some good memories from Portugal. Finally, I want to thank to Military Institute and its commander, Lieutenant General Martins Pereira, recognizing the great support that once again the Institute has provided in the organization of this event, and of course of my innovation team, with the precious lead of General Almeida, that even being a small team, by innovating, they have a completion to organize this first seminar of innovation in Portugal. So to end, do yourself a favor and be innovative. Thank you for your precious time.
With the authorization of Lieutenant General Martins Pereira, the Portuguese Innovation Seminar is now over. To the guests here in the room and those who are online, thank you very much for your presence and participation in the first Innovation Seminar of the Portuguese Armed Forces. I hope to see you all again next year in the second Innovation Seminar or wherever innovation leads us. Have a nice evening and thank you.